from the Paris Major contributes to the factor that you touched upon yesterday, Jason. The fact that ENCE kind of fly under the radar when we're talking about the upper echelons of CS.
Yeah, and I mean, they're starting to get more and more there, but I mean, certainly a win here today, a good run in these playoffs of Cologne, making it to the grand finals, potentially lifting the trophy here. That for sure gets them over the edge. That for sure puts them in that upper echelon.
I think this moment today is where the narrative can change for ENCE, because some of these losses that we have on our screen are problematic. Katowice, huge tournament in the calendar, last place. Paris Major, 14th as well. That's a fail. These are moments where a team is supposed to capitalize on the momentum that it has built throughout the calendar to peak at the right time. ENCE haven't been able to do so. And we find ourselves today in a similar situation. The Dallas run was beautiful. The series against FaZe put ENCE as a reference up there in the big dogs. But the thing is, if you fail today in your first game in playoff on the stage, we are absolutely back on that place, and we're going to talk about the crumbles.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you see that progression across the year where it looks like improvement, disaster, improvement, disaster, improvement, and now let's see what Cologne has in store.
And that's the thing, it's a mental game, and we've heard that from ENCE so many times, and I think you're totally right. That FaZe game was a proving ground for not only mental resilience, but the fortitude they had to be closing that one out on a stage as well.
Definitely. Game of the year, as far as I'm concerned, is ENCE FaZe on Inch. Had every single thing that we used to embellish Counter-Strike, that we used to talk about Counter-Strike, and Snappy in that great content talked about how I have nerds, I have some pies, they come alive in these moments. And honestly, it's more than just words. We've had already proof. We've had proof of concept of these moments of Sunpire's going absolutely crazy. He's once again leading the charge. So maybe here the dialogue changes, right? The dialogue changes when he's playing like that in this. And you have to remember, Movistar Riders, Sunpire was there a year ago.
Yeah.
Well, Apex and G2, Apex and Hoaxy brought up a really good point the other day when we were talking about that roundtable. He said, ENCE has never had to play as the favorites. Like going back to how we kind of underrate them or don't expect them or don't list them in the top, like whatever you want to call it, they get to go into every match as the underdog. They have not yet had the pressure of being like, you're expected to win this game. You're expected to win this trophy.
Well, you mentioned Snappy's name. Let's get him on the mic ahead of the semi-final series.
ENCE is a team getting more and more experience on these stages right now, and Snappy's been at the leading charge of it all. And I want to say, mate, things are looking very good and very comfortable for you guys right now. Talk to me about the mood and the environment you have in the team at the moment.
I mean, it's good. I think we just have a strong core of 5 players that like to play with each other. Of course, we have discussions like every other team, but I think we're really good at solving it and supporting each other. And I think we're just in a good place where we enjoy the moment and we're not scared of the moment, and I think that's important.
Now, due to the map pool and how this works out with you guys batting Inferno, do you feel like this makes Vitality a more comfortable team for you?
No, I think in general, Vitality and us, whenever we play, it's close. It's some fun matchups. So I hope it's going to be one more today. I obviously hope we come out as the winner, but I also know that they're a good team. So they're friends on the other side. So whoever the best is may win.
Now, we can't see each other across the sides here, right? But there was a lot of energy. There was a lot of emotion coming through last time. How important is that for you to get out of the team today?
I think the emotion needs to kind of be stable. We need to, first and foremost, we need to just enjoy it and not lose. Like we keep saying it, we keep repeating it, don't lose to yourself, but it is the most important thing to us. Yeah. If we have done everything we can in the server and in the preparation before, the outcome will be what the outcome will be. And yeah, so as long as we can look ourselves in the eyes after the match and say we did what we could, then that's fine.
Okay, I like the style, I like what you're talking about, but I need to touch on 2 other players, your newest signings. When it comes to Sunpires and Nerds, they have been thriving under your leadership. Have they exceeded your expectations?
I would say no and yes. No in the sense that I expected a lot of them, but yes in the sense that they are both really, really good on stage, and that's not really something that you can teach them. Yeah. They have to come into their own, and it's something they have to deal with themselves. And I think they've just been amazing every time we played these super important games, and they don't buckle under the pressure, and I'm super proud of that. Obviously, they might have an off game, but then it's an off game. It isn't because they don't thrive here.
Well, let's see how they do today. Thank you very much, Snappy.
And I know Nertz is going to be particularly excited for this one because he gets to go up against his Israeli brothers-in-arms on the other side of the server, Spinks and Flamesy.
Yeah, and I think Flamesy yesterday even said they have to like slap him down a step or two yesterday. Like he actually had the fighting words. That was beautiful. And I mean, all those international or those regional like kind of rivalries always come bubbling up to the surface. So I think this is going to be a special game for all 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, Snap is about trusting the process, right? It's kind of this sentence that we usually use at the desk, but to be honest, ENCE had to kind of do it their own way. Yeah. I don't think ENCE is doing it the way G2, FaZe, Vitality do it. Different budget, different philosophy. They're following their own path, and it has been working.
ENCE also had to recover from Vitality just snatching Sphinx out of their grasp, like, right? That ENCE was looking really good with him in the lineup. Vitality comes knock and takes him away, and it's like, oh man, like what's ENCE gonna do now? Like,
they better hold on to Nerds, because if Nerds playing too good, maybe just.
I mean, there's gonna be some Israeli super team building up, and then everyone's gone. I don't know. It's crazy to see the rise of these three players in particular over the past year and a half, 2 years. Has been really, really cool to watch.
Well, let's hear from the in-game leader on the other side of the server. It's Apex with Shox.
Apex, time for another match here in the Lanxess. Yesterday, I think you very much led by example. You were just going in, really, and you said how important that was. So how important was that to get the right start here in Cologne?
Well, Cologne is one of the best tournaments of the year, and that's one of the tournaments we really want to show up this year. So for us, it's really important to do good here. So I had to show the example as well. The whole team is super excited to do as well as possible. So we're just trying to give our best here.
Versus ENCE is historically a difficult matchup for you, and you know they like to play in your face, aggressive CS as well. And do you feel it's going to be a mental battle above all today?
Yes, I feel like the few games we lost to them was more like on ourselves, like not getting the nerves well enough, not playing our best CS, being a bit too not calm enough, I would say. So for me, it's really important that today we stay calm, we play our CS, and we have to show them that we are the better team today.
Yeah. In a way, you know, the major victory in front of that big crowd, a lot of the stress. I do know you have Flames, of course, in the roster now, but does that make everything a little bit more relaxed than it used to be when you get to stages like this?
When, of course, experience is something, and we have players with a lot of experience already, so of course it helps, but it's never like the easiest anyway. You can't take the tournament like granted or whatever. You need to work your ass off to win it, but the small experience and the edge you can have in experience can be helpful for sure.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, Apex certainly familiar with these stages, but what impressed me yesterday, Flamesy just lapping up the energy in here. He's been on 2 stages, none of this size prior in his career, right?
Yeah, and I think the fact that it wasn't just easy all the way is very valuable for Flames. It's very valuable for Vitality. It's not like they won a 16-3, 16-3 where he never really got to feel that pressure. I would argue that there were plenty of moments where Vitality felt very pressurized, very uncomfortable, and even in Flames, on Inferno, didn't have the craziest of scoreline. He never shied away from the move that he had to do. He got in there, he got snuck in,
Mirage
he took risks.
Yeah.
Exactly, and this is a very great sign. And this is where we talk about edge and detail and millimeters in Counter-Strike. They played yesterday. They experienced it. I think the first day jitter, out.
Yeah, I mean that's always the conversation about skipping to the semis or going through the quarters, and I mean it's a tough decision. I think there's positive and negatives both ways. I think this game, when you listen to what Apex kind of mentioned yesterday, had a lot of talk about courage. We talked a little bit about balls as well, but mostly about courage. And I mean you have ENCE on the other side. They both play that same style, courage-based. It's aggression. It is confidence-based. Swing into some fights, and I think this is going to have fireworks.
Yeah, and things got hella tight yesterday. Thank you, ZywOo, for showing up on that second map in particular of Inferno. He put up a monster performance to close it out into.
I don't thank him.
You don't think it?
I like Cloud9 there. I was really hoping for that one. I wanted to see a third map. Yeah.
See you later, ZywOo. Matthew says, "Praise the Lord, you showed up."
Yeah, he took away my third map.
Praise the Lord, ZywOo. Listen, these are moments that still to this day matter a hell lot if you're ZywOo, because it's a moment where it's all about the edge, it's about the little detail, and even with 35 kills, they were still put to the test, and we're still talking in an overtime game. And I think one of the most under-talked topic when it comes to ZywOo is the proficiency with the rifle that we see time and time again, because there are moments where the economy doesn't go for you and he can yield the rifle. Now, we can just talk the map very quickly here, because we've seen Inferno yesterday. It's a fantastic terrain for ZywOo. Yeah, but they're not going to play Ancient, my man. Okay. That's not happening. And you know what's not happening? Inferno isn't happening either. So you have to rely on the ZywOo that's not going to be able to get his second best map. This is where Snappy maybe can try to control him.
Okay, so where do you envision on this video going down.
Doing alchemism?
Are we getting in there already?
All right, listen, let's get in there. Let's get in there. Let's get stuck in the map for half a second. Ancient won't be played, my friends. That's a relative guarantee. Inferno as well will be out. So this is where Zywoo cannot shine. Now, if you're ENCE, you have a question that you need to address right now. You either go for Anubis because it's an excellent map for you, but Vitality have experience on Flames with
ENCE is the best team in the world on that map.
Yeah, but do you chance it? Or do you go for a nuke pick? Because I don't care about this 100% from Vitality. Disregard it at home, guys. Flames has never played nuke with that team.
Ouch.
There is no tape. That's a fact. So this is where Snappy has to make a decision. Does he go to Anubis or does he go to nuke, where he might just exploit some weaknesses in Vitality?
You know what? Let's make us both happy. Let's get
There
both
we go.
maps. Let's
There
get
we
both
go.
maps.
That's the nuke peak.
Okay,
That's
Mirage
the punish.
nuke overpass. That's a nice ban of Anubis right there at the end, but I like it.
Apex and I, we talked a little bit this morning. We riffraffed what was going to happen. He told me, listen, we're going to push Anubis aside because both Overpass and Vertigo have been so and so for ENCE. But let me be clear, if we get to that third map, it's all going to be about the mental, because Vitality is nowhere near ready on Vertigo. The game versus G2, if anything, is the greatest proof you can have.
Sure, and I mean, we talk so much about the maps that they're both good on. Nuke, both teams have 100% win rate. Anubis is 100% for ENCE, 88 for Vitality. But if you look everywhere else in the map pool, it's all advantages over towards Vitality in terms of winning percentage. And yeah, I test, they might not be ready for some maps, might not be as clean as you'd like. But from there, after those two maps, it's like for ENCE, where are you going to go?
This is where things get a little bit tricky when we've got the Flamesy side of the equation, because, you know, we've seen him slotting in really well. I would use Inferno as a really good example of that. Vertigo, though, not so much. So Nuke now is this new ground. How do you envision that playing out?
I don't write off the 100% of Vitality just because Flames is stepping into this roster. Yeah, like we watched and we just had the conversation. He stepped in and he was firing on all cylinders yesterday. And now I have that expectation that he's going to continue to deliver. I think their nuke is still going to be very, very strong. I think this is going to be a great back and forth map.
He's going to step position for Dupree. That's what's going to happen. You're going to see him play inside with Spinks. We're talking about the synergy that these two players can create on live. Yeah. My only question is, when things get hectic, can they actually handle all these rotations? And Nuke is one of these maps that's very intricate, very complicated. You can get lost in the sauce and what the hell is going on.
Rotations,
this is where there might be a way in. And I think both teams have the same goal and the same objective moving into this game. Forcing the other one to slow down. If you force your opponent to slow down, you've put them in a position, you have them right where you want them. You can punish. But if Snappy can play the fast CS, did you see that game against Heroic? Did you see how many times they rushed A-ramp? They can do that, and they will if you allow them to.
On the other side of the coin, both teams probably had the conversation preparation of don't let them slow us down. No matter what happens, get right back in their face. Don't worry about it. No slowing down whatsoever.
Well, we are almost ready to be getting this semi-final underway, but not before we head backstage to check in with the teams.
Yeah, I feel we are.
No, it's Dallas is one thing, but going into this Cologne stage, right? What's the feeling for you right now? Describe it to me.
I'm a bit excited. I want already to see the crowd while we are playing. I never felt like something like that before.
Now for you, what is your thought at this stage? When you're in this tunnel, when you're about to go on, what's your mindset like?
I mean, when you're playing behind the monitor, you don't feel anything, but outside the game, I want to smash these Israeli boys so hard, bro. And I will do it.
And you can't wait for the crowd to be roaring for you if you clutch again like before?
Yeah, it will be the dream, bro. It will be the dream.
Let's see it. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Spinks, you're here again. Yesterday was a great start. How excited are you to walk this path again between everyone and play on the stage again?
Of course, I'm really excited. It's an amazing arena, and just to go on in this catwalk, it's an amazing feeling.
When it comes to this match, a couple of things. First off, ENCE, you know them very well. Of course, you have memories there, and they've had Vitality's number in the past, so what are you going to do to them?
We know ENCE is my ex-girlfriend, and we always have hard games against them. We just said they knocked us 2 times from a tournament. No way they do it the third time.
Maybe Nerds has something to say about that. Talk to me about you and Flames and what the plan is there.
Nerds is good at talking, but let's see today the result of the game.
Flames is behind you, gesturing to you, but thank you. Good luck. Have fun.
still beat teams. I do not think we have been in peak ENCE form at this event so far, but I think we have a lot of things we could do a lot better in our CT sides.
For example, in Dallas we played way better CS, but yeah, with much more CS we came to semifinals already, and I feel like we are not in the peak form yet, and I think we can achieve much more.
I think we play better than we anticipated.
We have really high level.
The most underrated aspect of Vitality, the amount of experience and social skills that the players and the coaches have.
We are confident that we'll be able to take them down. I think Nerds especially want to prove that he is the top Israeli guy, so we're confident.
With the ultimate bait, but Nerds brings the drop down!
What is your calling? History calls. Legacy calls.
It's Team Liquid, and that's what it means to them. The favourites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam. They walk into it, it's lined up, and it's done. And SK will take a second straight ESL 1 Cologne Championship. Stages do not get bigger than this. Stakes do not get higher. Failure will not be more crushing for ever team.
The Cathedral of Counter-Strike calls.
With the rumble still in our ears, the flames still in our eyes, the Cathedral, it's open for business! Oh yes, here we are, Intel Extreme Masters 2023 here in Cologne yesterday. My word, what a show we had the first day here on the big stage, and it was great. Today is a day I like to call the Super Saturday, where the games, they're a bit crazier. The action a bit wilder, the crowd a bit louder. Because there is a not often talked about 11th commandment. Thou shalt watch video games, and that's what we're doing today with two semi-finals. Who you cheering for? Who? Well, Our second semi-final, we know what that's going to be, an absolute matchup. The first one, though, it is a burgeoning rivalry. One team has won the major, the other team is a team that is greater than its parts. For your first semi-final, are we ready? You ain't ready? Are we ready? The Kraken is stirring. Who's coming out? It's ENCE! You know, they seem to be on the cusp of something big. As I said, a team that is greater than the sum of its parts. They want to add this title to the title they won over in America, in Dallas. Lanxess, Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Let me hear it for ENCE! But who wants to stop them? Who wants to stop them making it to the finals? It's Vitality. Got Flames win games yesterday here on this stage. They were so powerful. They had a player in Zaiwu, the best in the world, dropping 35 kills on a map. They are here for a place in the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Vitality! So here we go then, the first of two semi-finals. We know what is on the line. A place tomorrow in the grand final to take what we think is going to be the last stop in global offensive. My friends here in the Lanxess, are we ready? You ain't ready. I said, are we ready? Then let's get it on. The first semi-final is ready to go. Who's winning it? Is it ENCE? Is it Vitality? This is the Lanxess. Let me hear it louder. Is it ENCE? Is it Vitality? I love you. Semi-final one. Let's get it going.
ENCE versus Vitality. One earning the hand of God, the other feeling the wrath of this arena. A grand final spot on the line, and man, the atmosphere is just electric in here. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail to make it to that best of five.
Yeah, and this is where you got to look back, as we mentioned earlier, that game they had against FaZe in Dallas. That is the growth moment for ENCE. That is the game that prepared them for an environment like this. A grinded out 5 overtimes, crazy crowd, loud clutches back and forth. That win gave them the strength to win a match like this.
It put their name on the map, Jason. That's what it did. We all knew that ENCE was a very viable team. We knew there was quality, but we thought they were lacking the spine. We thought they didn't have the shoulders because of all of these past fails we've mentioned, and then suddenly in Dallas they come together and we're thinking, wait a minute, is this the Counter-Strike they can play at that level of intensity? But here is the catch. This is Cologne. Cologne is unique. This is Lanxess. You did that in Dallas, good for you. Do it here in Cologne.
And here's what the other difference is as well. I mean, ENCE might have won IEM Dallas. Vitality won the Paris Major. And that tournament as well is going to be the one that really surges confidence, even with the player change, even with Flame stepping in and his performance. They're going to be confident as hell coming into this one, and it's going to be a battle.
Imagine taking the major title and also taking Cologne in the same year, Matthew. That would certainly put Vitality as a staple name in 2023.
What a statement this would be this year, Freya. And let's not forget, it came at a cost of a couple of heartbreaks for Vitality, and I think it made them stronger. You think about Katowice, when you go and you lose to Liquid, you think about EPL when you lose to ENCE, but not anymore, Freya. We are about W's today.
We have got our maps, we've got our teams, and we certainly have a crowd, so it is time to get this semi-final underway.
The stage is set. Players take to their seats, as do we in the Lanxess Arena. I hope you're hydrated, folks. This could be a long one. I'm Machine, I got Chaddy B with me, and expectations setting here, Chad. You told me earlier today you think this could very well be that moment, ENCE break through that ceiling.
This team, they don't seem to get all the shine that they deserve, and even by their peers here, and there's a whole lot to prove. Snappy, the type of guy, keep that chip on his shoulder for a moment like this. And then you have, well, Nertz, the most recent revelation from the Israeli scene, and he would want nothing more than to prove right here, right now, that he is the best of the best from his homeland. Spinks and Flamesy on the other side of the server. This matchup today with the type of Counter-Strike that these two teams can offer. I haven't even mentioned ZywOo yet. We should be in for an absolute banger, but that's if ENCE can settle into the moment. 4 players have never walked out on this stage before, the only being Sampaius with Movistar Riders in 2022.
And we all know that that performance from Sampaius on that big stage was a big contributing factor into him floating to greener pastures. The Spaniard making a splash, and there has been conversations about him finding a new level, ascending to a new level of form when he's on that big stage. I think it's game time, folks. The Intel Extreme Masters semi-finals. Vitality versus ENCE. Reigning major champions versus the most recent IEM champions of Dallas. This is what you've been waiting for. This is Counter-Strike at its best. ENCE to start on the defense. Vitality on the attack. Apex calling the shots. Let's see how this pistol transpires.
Set up early, yeah, this is quick. Not taking the time with this one. U2 already in the air. The attack going to come out through Palace. Flashes at the ready. Nertz and Madden to be tested.
Madden, no vision. Nertz unrevealed. They're looking for him. So many bodies on that site already. Madden rocked, but Nertz, he's already here. Apex puts him back on the floor. A one-on-one exchange, and ooh, ZywOo finishes off the job. Long range on the glove. Can't find Sampaius. And the 3-on-3, already Magisk occupy CT. They need to take this territory back, so they have to get through the Dane. Oh, snaps into them, and Magisk leaves with 3. Vitality start as they mean to go on.
And look how calm Magisk is right there. Not overcommitting to fights, that right there is experience. A 4-time major winner for you on the pistol round. That's one way to steady the campaign here for Vitality.
Oh.
Beautiful shots.
Disgusting onto Snappy. ZywOo happy with that one. And look at Zonic as well. He's been here so many times, and yet still you can see that adrenaline pumping, coursing through his veins. As look at this, already intentions off of the rib, and they're not going to go quietly into our second round.
Very telling here of an A split. You can see the mid players already gravitating towards this connector smoke. Spinks and Magisk at the ready on the extremity with the bomb on the back. Saw a lot of B splits yesterday out of Vitality on this very map. They can quickly chop and change as nades will land. The pole of D-Hut chunked down low. 6 points of health as the scout will land a tag.
Look at the damage. Vitality already bleeding out. Hemorrhaging health. Maybe Madden's D could be poised for success. Now obscured by the smoke. They are in this mid-split through to A, and D has the first to fall, but an aggression out of Madden. He pushes the smoke and only leaves with one. Sure, that scout tag, it's promising, and yeah, Nerds has managed to profit. But on the way back in, more damage inflicted, still quite difficult to find a way in unless Sunpius... Oh! Flames gets the better of him! Hard shot to hit! 60 miles an hour on the SMG into CT.
Yeah, that right there is a scope player's worst nightmare. Back turn, not looking at you, having to take the shot, but this is just damage now, and Spinks. Be careful about this one. Nerds is lurking in the water here, hoping to find a bit more damage, hoping to take something away, but Vitality, they've found the path of least resistance and a 2-0 conversion out the gates.
Now, we've cast some ENCE and Vitality over the years, and one of the moments that stands out to me is Snappy shouting Lotan's name, Gelati, Gelati, Gelati. There's a history between them. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, used to be the star of this ENCE roster. I don't think Snappy can get the better of him with the banter. Might have to yell over 10,000 people here today. But there's definitely something to prove for both of these teams here, going toe-to-toe. It's been some time, and I guess Spinks made the right choice winning a major trophy.
Well, no doubt. 1,000 meters, mate. It all makes sense.
They aren't using the freedom units around here. Chance for a tussle early. Again, Vitality with quite a direct plan as Apex is the feeler. Out towards middle, looking for some resistance. He's going to find it. Nerds falls. Apex has been in great form on the stage.
Yeah, his performance yesterday was stunning and a big contribution into how they converted cleanly, and cleanly they will. Straight into A, Spinks gets them both on the Galil.
Important rounds here to settle in some of the wobbles for Vitality. ENCE pushed them in the previous two. They had to eke their way out. It was a bit stressful. This is one where you can calm the comms. You're still going to be intense. It's a stage match. It's a semi-final. But rounds like this, where you can waltz on through, keep all five alive, that right there is going to make Zonic and Apex extremely happy. Now with ENCE, straight through to the semi-final, had to take down Heroic. Way Snappy framed it at the time to get 2 shots at a semi. Well, you made it there in number 1 now. You've got to show up in your first appearance in the Lanxess, right? You can't start slow. They've picked Mirage into you. This is a map that they played 4 times throughout the tournament thus far, Vitality. The only team they lost to was G2 on it, and 2 of the matches were extremely dominant performances. So you can understand exactly why Vitality want to pick this. And there you see the 3-0 start, nice and clean.
He wants to see some magic. Well, so far, so good. Both Spinks and Magisk yet to fall, yet to concede a death, and we'll see how long that goes on for, but in terms of your stars starting strong, dreamy. I'm seeing a brief pause. Got to have everything just right in an environment like this. We often don't take the time to discuss it, but communication and the speed by which you can be articulating the enemy's position, I mean, it's a huge part of competitive Counter-Strike, building that mental image that you're all aware of, tracking and filling the gaps constantly.
At this level of CS, the mechanics, you know, unless you're an absolute freak, they start to cap out, right? Whereas communication and some of the factors that we don't get to see or hear play a huge role. And I was talking about the stress in the comms in a previous type of round with Vitality, and now they got a calm one against the Eco. I think Mr. Lepinen is in the building here today. Shout out to Natu, watching his team.
It would suit you. It would suit you for sure. But yes, Mr. Natu Lepinen, I saw him around.
All right, well, it looks like we've come to the conclusion here of our technical timeout. Let's get things back underway. Nerds' mic issue sorted, and this is going to be the temperature check of this map. First gun round, ENCE in, Sampaius with the AWP, plenty of util, guns are out, kit in play, and the opening pick for Sampaius. Perfect work, Magisk falls.
He manufactured a gap, and Magisk, yeah, concedes his opening, or first opening death. Sampaius on the move, Madden. Does have a smoke on his belt, but not in a position to deploy it. Apex
has good support. Sampaius is here, and Nerds isn't too far away either.
Do they commit on this? Smokes are up. They're on a timing now, and Sampaius, he's poised. Ready to strike. With back, it's turned. Madden unloads its magazine. Limited bullets now. He's only got one left. Built to the USP, but Nerds is there in support. And all 5 alive.
That's the temperature check we were looking for, right? It doesn't have to be a brawly round, doesn't have to be scrimmy, but the fact that ENCE are able to keep 5 alive, this is great for their campaign early here on the CT side of things. Vitality will be able to buy back by virtue of their opening 3, but this is that gap you were talking about. Very common play, right? Drop the molly through, the smoke lands from the insta window, you're able to avoid any gaps. Actually, you're able to force some gaps, avoid the smoke. No Zywoo or Pier going into round number 5. There it is again, this time no window smoke being deployed from Vitality. They're going to come out mid-dry, they're calling their bluff. Whoa. This is huge from Apex.
Apex is just charging, look at that, they were caught off guard on the first jiggle. Nerds screaming. Already action middle.
Giving up connector here, they can't get this back.
He is forcing gaps. And Nerds trying to take a chance. Edging his way through the smoke at Apex.
Look at this.
He's still going. He is still going. Dan Madders Claire doesn't care as he's calling jungle clear, window clear. He is going to be a real problem. He is the spanner in the works of this machine for ENCE's defense.
The question right now is this unknown trap on the A site. Will Snappy go undetected here? Madden's job from Ticket is try and lure them in. Vitality is still taking their time to piece this one together. Aware now of the jungle and window presence. And without that vent broken,
super well drilled, and I'm sure D is going to be looking the wrong way. Apex, another one. This is all him so far. His legs exposed between the smokes.
Don't forget about
maybe
Snappy.
Madden could do some more. Will they overlook him? Marco Pfeiffer. He's going to strike into the first. Aware of Spinks' location in the Palace position. One already has slipped the net. And with 30 seconds, pressure applied to the T side. They do need to get that bomb down. Loose for now. That Spinks caught out. Sunpius caught by Flamesy. But he has to get that bomb. Time becomes his greatest adversary because Snappy can play it. Will he retrieve it? Piecing it together, Flames. On the big stage, gets the info onto Snappy. Can he hold his nerve? The young gun versus the old master. Up and over! No! Flames gets another chance! Will we see Snappy with 3? ENCE! And their leader finding 2 consecutive after all of that hard work from Apex.
And that's what I said. I saw him just hiding in the site, in the back of the site with the silence M4. You can't overlook Snappy. Doesn't have to move. The kills come to him and huge impact. That is going to build the confidence here for ENCE early. Your leader, hey, we all remember a Snappy 30. Imagine a Snappy 30 right here in the Lanxess. This is an in-game leader with pop-off potential. Doesn't happen all the time, doesn't need to. But when it does, it's a bloody blessing for ENCE, and that's a huge one-on-one to win against a nervous Flamesy. Yesterday, we saw some shaky in his aim, right? This is him, a young kid on this big stage. It's not going to be easy in moments like that to keep your nerves cool.
Have our Vito locked in as well. Nuke our second, and if we need it, Vertigo. Oh, and Flames. Whoa, what a snappy adjustment into his fellow countryman.
Yeah, didn't like how last round felt, did he? That's some attitude from Flamesy. That's what you need to see here.
He would look like he was caught off guard, but adjusts his mechanics, bail him out.
Oh, this is very telling.
Most definitely Snappy, though. That smoke will be disrespected. Spinks already pokes his nose out and into... Oh, no! Zywoo's head! A miscommunication, a misjudgment. Now it's falling apart. Flames can claw it back, but it's Snappy with the multi. He's in the right place at the right time, and now Apex, he's got plenty of time, but no way he gets out of this one, I say. And Snappy confirms it. Back-to-back triple kills. He had 0 prior, now leaving in with 6. And Vitality, they've been humbled.
I'll have to take a bit of a save here, but I want to sing the praises of Apex early. We saw this yesterday, taking a lot of big plays and taking a lot of duels that during the group stage, he first of all didn't have to, and second of all, if he was in the position, wasn't converting them. Apex looks like a new player in this environment. When the pressure is there, when the moment is there, he's taking these gambles, he's taking these risks that you need to make on the stage, because the question isn't about making, the decisions that you, like, when we get to this level of Counter-Strike, the good players stop making the same decision they make from day to day.
Right.
The pressure comes in the arena. They wait a little bit longer. They don't go for that push. They don't go for the peak. The opposite seems true for somebody like Apex right now.
Right, would you say that there is kind of a predetermined understanding of the best play, but that changes on the stage.
But definitely so, because you're wondering, are people willing to take those type of risks? In Counter-Strike, we talk about minimizing mistakes. Sure, that's one part of it. But it's about when knowing to take that chance, when to attempt to manifest greatness. And with players who are able to pull that off, that is the difference maker between a good and a great Counter-Strike player. This lighter investment here from Vitality. Scout, couple of D-Eagles. Still quite deadly. Diha and Nertz in combination to deal with this, and Diha just waltzes out. Matt just loses his dome. Just going to make mincemeat of them here. Line them up with the AWP. A whole lot of chunk damage done. And swatting them away like flies. So ENCE looking to pick up 4 consecutive rounds here. Bit of a statement early on in the CT side. I think one of the keys as well that you can note with their celebrations after some of these round victories is they're not going nuts. They're not going crazy. They're keeping it contained. They're keeping their focus. They're keeping their poise. Still the very early stages here. So as we were into action, a first timeout to be called by Zonic, coach of Vitality. What does Owner Pixel do into the next generation?
I know.
He can't be trusted, can he?
And why is he not here? Huh? Counter-Strike fans are something special.
What's the timeout going to bring for Vitality here? No AWP available for ZywOo yet. Opting to get this done with 5 rifles. He doesn't need it. Ooh,
hello.
Yep. Comms right now for Vitality. A bit of a mess. A double window smoke.
And a team kill in the previous. Are we seeing some cracks begin to show in this Vitality fortress? ZywOo, though, doesn't think so. Well managed with Flames out mid. An early biff leaves us in a bit of an equilibrium. Sunpius' AWP has been prominent. And it's still present. Madden tucked in. That's the duel Apex was looking for, and just through the corner. Madden lives on. It hit his face. And they're chasing him down. Flames first in. No surprises, and it's Apex good for it.
AWP's here, though.
He needs to hit another. Oh! Flames smashes it with the AK. And Diha, they know where you play. Should be nothing for him to contribute into this one, so we will tie things up neat and tidy.
I'm curious as well, when I look at the stats for this Vitality roster throughout IEM Cologne with Flamesy, they played it, I mentioned earlier, 4 times on Mirage. ZywOo is their highest rated player, but Flamesy's just behind him. And if you want to put your new star, your new player in a comfort map, he's already shown proficiency in it.
That quarterfinal, Chad, how many times did we see Flames going off of a single flash and making space?
Like, yeah, Apex was able to set him up for success, and he delivered, right? He had the experience behind him. He was nurtured and put in position to flourish, and they're using him very well, but he's not even been put in a lot of these CT side Flamesy-style positions. We'll see when we flick on over, he's holding B with Spinks. Traditionally, a player like this, you'd like to have him over towards Connector or short, fighting towards different key positions. He's the guy with the ants in the pants. He doesn't want to sit still. He loves to keep moving, but still young and can be molded into an absolute monster here.
I think that's the most exciting thing for me, seeing Flamesy's addition to Vitality, is you know that he's got so many more years ahead of him. And now he's in this environment. He's playing with ZywOo. He's playing with Zonic as a coach. I mean, they are truly going to mold this already sharp tool into something I can't even fathom. Very promising. And already on the big stage, he's playing his own way, comfortable in their quarterfinal. Here in the semis, we will remain, or it remains, to be seen.
Bit more aggressive here. They fought mid last time. This time, the AWP's there. Sunpius to take down Spinks. He's found him in back-to-back rounds. Last round, Spinks trying to lurk out the apartments. This time, Sunpius is in middle.
And he's allowed to get away. Smokes himself out and remains posted.
But this is a good sign. You want your AWP on the CT side to keep moving in different setups, different positions. Spawn for Palace, taking the peak, fighting middle. He's found a lot of impact so far, Sunpius.
And he is so undeniably an AWPer.
And this is what I was talking to Snappy. He said to me that Sunpius is a player who he believes gets a buff when he plays on the stage.
Ooh, Nerds, he gets info, doesn't want to play with his food, but Sunpius has gotten away with murder. Flamesy's gone, ZywOo's hunting for him, should and does connect. But Snappy, wielding an AWP, fills the feed, Magis goes walkabouts, and Madden from CT connects. Now ZywOo's only found 1, there's still 4 remaining in our 9th round of play. Now let's watch the Maestro play.
Needs to be very careful here. There's so much information, and he's actually been pinned down. 29 seconds left. I'm not sure he's getting away with this one.
I don't think so. Just looking to preserve the most expensive gun in the game, and it's ripped out of his hands. And using that gun to great success was Sampaius. Another high-impact round from him early doors. But they remain composed. ENCE, 5. Vitality 4. We'll see this one again from Sampaius. Now, that was the first onto Spinks, but the fact he gets more nuts sets him up for success. Eyes are drawn, comms are con, and then he hits that one. Snappy revealed the double AWP. It's maintained. Keeping it very dynamic here, ENCE, and Vitality, they're not going to go quietly into this round of 2 rifles. Make it 1. Sampaius again with an opening. He's racking them up here. Occupying middle. ZywOo put all his pennies into this AK-47, and they're trying to set him up for success. He spotted the thigh of Deha, manages the spray, some damage inflicted, but Nerds responds in kind. Nade looks good, evaded, down, and still kicking. ZywOo, 30 HP. Someone else has to be hitting some shots. Yeah, Sampaius isn't far off. They're looking to extend their lead on this defense. Oh, Magisk! Causing problems for them. Now Flames can profit from it. He's rocking in a roll in. No armor on that AK, but it doesn't matter. Now Sampaius has let one go. They don't have the bomb, but they have the sight. What happens next?
They've got so much space here. ZywOo's got plenty of time to pick this one up. He's been tasked with scooping up the C4. Sampaius passive, Deha low, and Snappy can't contribute right here, right now. This is an opportunity for Vitality with number advantage to get this bomb down, and a double AWP retake. This isn't going to be easy for ENCE.
Smoke's fading. Smoke is fading! Oh! Snappy! Patience prevails! 3 on 3. Safe plant now. Oh, yeah. Safe. Deha. Not going to be comfortable on the retake.
Not going to clear!
Yeah, not going to clear. Spinks out. Should be traded somehow, but no. Now Sampaius in a 1 versus 3. He can't. And he won't. Does he leave with the AWP? Full team effort across the board. I think Magisk Deeg perhaps the difference maker. This new look Vitality as well in terms of the contributions. Everyone pulls their weight. No ZywOo needed, no Apex needed in this conversion.
And just a note here, this is the type of round that Vitality was using yesterday against Cloud9. They'd have a couple of upgrades, they'd have a few pistols, and they make a round like this work. So it's actually becoming a bit of a trait here with this team. And that shows you the belief of Apex in his players, right? He's happy to get the AKs in their hands, and they're happy to just get now just hitting some banger deagle shots like this. But you saw how they swarmed onto the site and how dicey it became. Snappy with his best contribution that he could possibly find, but not ready for this. Spinks getting the better of him here, and that's essentially the round done and dusted. But that is, I would say, the first bad round for ENCE in this game so far. They had a lot of advantages there. It all came down to that connector fight. You felt they should have been better for it than what was dealt their way. Now money starting to get light on. Conversation to be had with Saw. A lot of credit from his team, from his players towards this coach's contributions. They will be able to afford themselves a buy here with this retained AWP for Sampaius. They have some issues in the util department, which means we're likely to see one of two plays. ENCE a little bit more aggressive out the gates with an all-in gambit. Do we want to jump underpass? Do we want to push B apps? Do we want to go aggressive A ramp? Something along those lines. Or do we sit back in more passive retake setups, allow Vitality to use their util and hope that they try and end this round late? Because right now the disparity, it's going to come down to the util of Vitality being able to push the defense of ENCE where they'd like them.
Already Flames. Seems like he's on a course, and a collision course at that for this fight. Nerds has been having a couple of tough fights. It is responsibility. Deha is not smoked off yet, but that's inbound.
You see how Vitality, big gap here. That's a very bad smoke. I don't think they're aware of the gap. They got no idea.
Oh no, punished for their negligence. Re-smoke will fix it, but damage is done, and he's nearly finding Apex on that spray through the smoke. Deha, a big find to open up ENCE's campaign for round 11. And this round has a different flavor.
Dihil's shooting over. They'll have 3 on the site.
Yeah, wide from Magis, they're committing. Diha spotted, but Snappy's the first to strike. It slows them down. Do you really want to jump in? Oh, Snappy! He gets Apex as well. He's done so much, but still they're hitting shots. It's Nerds that sweeps him under the rug to confirm it.
And still contained in terms of the celebrations, the excitement. That's a big round. Snappy with another huge contribution. Right now, ENCE, it's quite clear the idea is to make sure that the energy is conserved, right? They want to make sure that they're using it in these right moments.
Conserved's a good word, but also consistent. You know, there's that contrast that can be seen where if you start strong and it's all sunshine and shouting, you start noticing the absence of it.
I'm curious to see what happens when we get closer to round number 15 here, but this window molly that ENCE are throwing to deny the smoke, it's actually costing them control towards mid, and Vitality are taking advantage of that here. Contact out towards A, spotted on the jump. Issues now for Madden, he's the only one home.
There's so much, they have to react. A whole team coming your way. Sunpius gets one, but Spinks long range! Oh! On the Deagle! Ridiculous! Can Madden hold on? Has Spinks really got any more in that hand cannon? 2 is more than enough. Magis thinks as he catches Snappy
Not
in
ready for
rotation.
Zywoo.
And upon the fade, Madden's dead! Spinks, let me see that one again.
That's 2 rounds now. Vitality, these weaker buys, these lighter buys, the individuals with the Deegs lighten up that A site.
And it's the Israeli action. Nerds even complimenting Spinks for the shot, but you know that one will give you a tut of the tongue.
We had it from Sunpius' POV, right? He gets that first kill, so here's the trade. Instant, Sunpius just made that shot, and the second, the Deagle's doing all the damage in this one, and that's keeping Vitality in touch and distance of the lead here. They could break ENCE late, and that's exactly what has unfolded here with the finances. Because of these streaky rounds, we've been back and forth now for 6 consecutive rounds. Neither team being able to break stride, break serve. And ENCE, they're the ones now limping for the final few rounds here of their CT side. This really sucks for ENCE. You're only going to get 1900 into the next, 2400 after that. It's a miserable way to try and finish off this CT side that has had legs.
Yeah, you got 5 rifles with belt loops full of util, and you're defending your honor with sidearms and a single rifle. Lucky to have a nade to your name, but they do have a Deagle. Can Nerds bring the pain? Coming, Flash is strong. Nerds' vision's restored. Madden's not though. Nerds has got one, but into the site they come. Hard to defend now. Sunpius perhaps planning something upon the fade of the smoke, hoping to be overlooked. And he does make his move. Oh, one to the head of Spinks. Things will calm. Smokes will fade. Bomb not in a hurry to be planted. And this is a gap D is hoping to profit from, but they're wise to his tricks. And they cut noise. Snappy investigating. And then the friction's found. Apex builds the round. Molly forces Diha forward. Quiet start for the pole. Against 3, they plant open though. He was overlooked and now he says play on. A clutch taking shape until Magis confirms. A 7th round for Vitality, and they put it all into that one, and it comes down to that, a 1v2 eventually.
Moments there, they made that one harder than I'm sure Vitality were hoping for. But he's back in the building, everyone. Good to see he still comes out for the Counter-Strike. Doesn't answer my prayers these days, but we got Zeus in the mix here, everybody. Sunpius with a bit of a cheeky investment. A couple of flashes on Nerds and Co to set them up over towards window, but this should be a farming fest as Spinks. He's hungry. Apex and Zywoo also get to contribute here, and it's just 2 to find. Here's the Zeus.
There was the Zeus. A valid investment.
And that's going to be 8. Vitality now, they've won the half, their map choice. Going to be very happy with how things have unfolded here today. And they know, considering the finances, the loss bonuses, what was possible for ENCE here, it's still going to be a buy that's rough around the edges. A Sunpius AWP, well, maybe it might be Glass Cannon. You know, what could really be unveiled on the other side of the surface? So some unknowns here for Vitality, but we can see ENCE A little bit lighter on, not a single defuse kit in the mix here. So problems if we get into the post plant for round 15. I feel they have to fight for some territory here.
And Sampaius is exactly what he intends to do. Deep smoke, it will be an indicator that that's his current position. Spinks, he's early to try and show presence. Interesting combination of util as well. So the B players, they are uncertain as to what's coming their way. Madden, he's gotten away with a frag onto Magisk.
Important.
Very important, but they've overlooked another. D has death. Hard to stomach, as that felt like Madden had given them a real leg up in the round, but it's immediately flattened back to a 4-on-4.
That A-round smoke's going to have a gap under the right of it here if Apex wants to investigate. Can also just wait it out. Plenty of time available. The forward pressure of Sampaius and Nerds right now is the difference maker.
Oh, Madden communicating, aware of what's in store, goes wide, and it's a one and done. Oh, but Sampaius caught out Spinks through mid. Can Nerds do anything more? Taiwu doesn't seem to think so. And Snappy left in the clutch. He's had one already in this first half of our semi-final, but a tall order. And Taiwu still in the server, through the smoke, Spinks prevails. Vitality boasting 9 to Amiga's 6. We swap sides as ENCE look to secure a few more, a pistol compulsory when we return. Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. Lanxess, you enjoying yourselves? First half of play, and again, Vitality, a full team effort. This is something we're really starting to learn to appreciate from new look Vitality. No one dragging behind, no one pulling the rest, kicking and screaming. This is a full team effort, and it's netted them 9. As we come into the second pistol, Vitality, will they leave with both in our first map of this semi-final?
Lots of teams here with a similar lean on the pistol. Round 3 starting over towards the second letter of the alphabet for Vitality. Magis, the solo defender, and actually hyper-aggressive. Through jungle, over stairs, onto Tetris, and continuing to push forward here. So, an extremely aggressive position taken from the Dane. ZywOo gets the first exchange top mid, and Sampaius, no opening for him this time round.
He dared to re-peek ZywOo.
That's his first opening death.
Yeah, and ZywOo, he will start to reposition. Fired off the warning shot, doesn't deter Madden. Ahead of the smoke, Magis checked out, he's ready to fight out. Snappy, chased down, but Madden, he's behind you. Oh, yes, he finds it in the end on the Glock.
3-on-3, kit in play and a smoke.
They're coming fast. Madden's still smoked off, it will fade though, know where he was. And not clearing his corners, Apex mad about that one. Kit on Flamesy, needed the frag, gets it done. Now both cowering behind the default box. This gets uncomfortable. Nerds and Diha need to strike in unison, and they will, as ENCE even the odds.
Splitting pistols, but still going through the motions here, keeping it contained. Vitality have looked a bit more fired up in some of these moments here. Facts.
No printer.
Here we go, Vitality. I'm going to force my back of their own here. And this is a must convert. The same conversation we had with Vitality in the early stages. It's a difficult round. Deagles, smokes, and MP9 in the mix here as Spinks will be deploying a smoke towards connector here. This will slow the scaling down for Sampaius investigating towards middle. He's been able to bleed out some of that pesky utility within the early stages. You can see on the radar there's already 2 smokes from the CTs that have been deployed to block and slow ENCE. Taking their time with this default spread. Madden with a deep connector smoke at the ready. Window smoke from Nerds, and they will continue to comb forward with this mid control. The way they've postured forward so far, quite telling of a B split. And Apex, one step ahead of this. If he can do with Diha, that's a gun in his hands.
Yeah, he's been having a tough start. Is Diha going to clear his corners? His crosshair placement, brilliant. Didn't commit to the fight, though. He's cautious, and it costs him a big find from Apex. The Deagle headshot could really start that house of cards to tumble, but instead...
Apex can flash from B apps.
Oh, Madden playing with fire here. He's tagged up ZywOo, and the information is flowing. Now, Snappy with that flank. He's on the reload, and it leads to just the one.
And that might be it. Hold on to these guns. You've got a couple of upgrades available here. You get a MAC-10, you get an MP9, you've got the Galil. This is actually huge. Carry this through. You could be a whole lot more threatening in the next round of play here. Everybody can have an upgrade, right? You can drop the pistols that you picked up, so there will be Deagles, there will be SMGs, and there will be a rifle in the mix here. So not too bad for Vitality. That was very wobbly. Snappy, you could see the moment. He understood how much was on his plate. He was essentially winning the round right there in that moment and flubbed these lines. Diha as well, but I really respect Diha for the jiggle, baiting that fight and trying to get out. Right? If he committed and just died, that was good awareness of him of the problems. There's still the similar result, but ENCE have to do it the hard way. Very tough rounds here for ENCE. They know what they've lost, they know what they've given over. These are the moments on the stage you need to be able to convert here. Once more out towards mid, this time with a whole lot more bodies here. Aggression. Ooh. Apex already chunked on down, very low.
Yeah, but they are holding W. And now the ad walk to the mix. Early for ENCE to have this much territory. And it's better than now as Madden sprays down Apex. ZywOo naded to half on the retrieval. Maybe Spinks' 5-7 can be deadly. And it is into one. Diha will find flames, but it's ZywOo bringing another from the Galil. They've broken through. The site is theirs. Magisk with only the Desert Eagle and 2 to find, armored and equipped. don't know where he is, though. That uncertainty could lead to an isolated duel. Patience. Cathedral and destroys Diha with the dig. A one-on-one now, piecing it together, this puzzle. It's time sensitive. Bomb is ticking, no kid available. Snappy just by hiding. He's done enough. I think he's holding on. 9-9. The full 3-0 conversion off of that pistol. And now we get into the guns. I'm going to be intrigued to see what they do with the Wu on that big green.
Right now, quick little technical timeout here, so we'll keep the particulars to the minimum. You can see headsets off, so we'll talk to you out there in the audience, I suppose. Tied up, 9-9. Who thinks Vitality are taking map number 1? Okay. Who thinks ENCE are going to upset and take Vitality's map pick? The Lanxess loves a bit of an underdog, apparently.
So many human beings here. It's so mind-boggling. And it's a testament to the beauty of this game, of this sport. And understanding that the players on this stage are something to behold. It's the same as the lads kicking the ball about on a Sunday, then sitting down to watch the very best do it. Once you've done it, you know just how good it is, how hard it can be. We're all running around having a go, but we can appreciate those that do it better.
Can we get closer up on that sign? I don't think the cameraman's quite framed that very well.
I see, You have to find them after this one.
I do love a bit of pandering. Goes a long way.
Yeah? I could paint myself black and white if you'd like. Eat some bamboo. That's pandering, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, in the zoo. There's one around the corner, actually.
There is, and I've never seen the red panda. Apparently there's a red panda there. Word on the street is headsets are on, so we can stop talking about
zoo animals.
Zoo animals, yeah. In a semi-final, we are fired. We are so fired.
Bit of a tangent there, but that's all right. We got to talk about anything other than what's going on in the server. Now headsets back on, focus back in, and you were talking about that ZywOo AWP. Well, guess what? Sampayas has one as well.
Okay.
Gunner on number 1, second half of play. Let's get this back underway.
Oh, they are setting up Sampayas for that early angle. No one from Vitality will. And Spinks was doing a great ton of work from short side. So flash and go, run boost across and post it up. Spinks, first victim of the Sampayas AWP.
Felt like we've said that an awful lot in this map so far. That's going to be opening kill number 5 for Sampayas so far.
That stage buff snappy reference, it seems very real.
And you saw how choreographed that play was as well. Boost up, look for the connector fight, flash, run boost. Well done to find the opener here, but you can see ZywOo and Apex, the Frenchman, together in arms, repositioning, looking to shut ENCE down before this can get out of control, and they have picked a pretty good position to take the fight.
Let's see how Madden clears this. I don't think he's ready for the angle. Apex, deleted! Madden precise, and ZywOo's missed his chance. He's gonna get run down. Close quarters, still on the AWP, still profiting. Looking to mantle up, he wants to bring the fight to them. He knows he's in hot water, and he boiled down another. Magisk rotates through, successful. We need one more from ENCE, but they're dropping like flies, swatted away by the defense. Bomb is lost, and Sampayas, despite the opener, is now the only man who can convert this round, and it's not looking good with 20 seconds. It's more a question of survival.
That's 2 openers. Madden gets the kill into Apex towards A ramp as well. So a 3-on-5 situation where ZywOo quite truly makes all the difference. He even missed his first shot with the flash that came out. As we saw him flub the jump, he couldn't even get on the box immediately, and ZywOo still makes this happen, and now he's setting his teammates up with some AKs. Here you go, boys. Get those upgrades through. So ZywOo staying alive, impactful kills, allowing Magisk to come on over and find 2 of his own. That's exactly what you want from ZywOo, and that's not an easy spot to find yourself with the AWP. Pinned down in the back of the side. That's the brilliance that you're looking for, and that's a round that ENCE are going to feel like they should have been able to convert here. They've had a couple of these now that are starting to mount. You think about the first half of play, 2 lighter investment rounds where Vitality had AKs and Deagles, and they picked them up through the lighter purchase of those $700 hand cannons. This time round, a 3-on-5 number disadvantage, and Vitality still pick it up.
Ooh, info, Nerds, he knows, and now the whole squad does too. Deher and Snappy, they're ready! Oh no, they can lose them both, they do! Snappy's Tech 9 has given them some more weapons to work with. And a man advantage. For how long will remain to be seen.
Well, Zai was still alive, and we saw what just happened in the previous year. So if they go back into his domain, they're going to have a tough go of things here, but Spink's still alive as well. Apex calling the movement here. You can see them grouping up, wanting to stay active. If you get isolated, you don't want to be traded upon. They need to keep themselves moving. Either take a gamble and hope for a save, or stay active and look for a fight. Either way, ENCE haven't gotten their act together just yet. Probing now, together. The trio. Trifling through middle, Snappy. They want to allow him to play forward on low HP, to try and play for information here. That's a question, as Spinks has been set up for this. Zaru came across, Apex ushered him up, and now they have information. So Vitality, even though they're a man down, they understand where the finish is likely to be here.
ENCE can't believe their luck. Nobody home. Now the smoke through. Apex will unload a full magazine into the smoke.
Need to get that bomb down.
Zaiwu is still trying to disrupt. Now, he's thrown out a smoke that he can play around, push through, but instead I think it is just the warning shot.
Oh, not even going to go fishing here. Thought they might hang around, look for a kill, but fortified in this post-plant situation. You can see ENCE. They didn't even need to leer too far into the site. So in the previous round, the round they probably feel they should have won, we'll go back, tie things up 10-10. You can only run and hide and save for so many more rounds here, and that goes for both of these teams. Looking down the barrel of the home stretch here, and this is how it kicked off. The double play through underpass and Snappy's Tech 9. He has had an awful lot of impact here throughout this game, Snappy. Those 2 kills being converted into a round on the CT side, a clutch against Flamesy, a multi-kill or 2 over towards that B-bomb site, not being exploited and standing up to the test. And if ENCE go up 1 map here, we go into Nuke, a map that Flamesy is yet to play under the Vitality banner. Questions will have to be asked, but first we got to get through map number 1. Will there be mid-aggression again? Zawu's AWP looking to get posted this time round. Jumps out the window, drops down, takes the fight, doesn't hit the shot, and Sampaius, another opening kill for the Spanish AWPer. Who's going to stop this man?
Definitely not Zaiwu. Oh, and Spinks has got the angles. Wallbang through, connect, and now setting up his teammate. Setting up his countryman. To go for early answers. Will Deher be ready for this? Obscured by that HE smoke, and oh, they whiffed the flash. They were trying to get Flames pushing further. Now Sampaius has been called to aid. And Deher full blind, forced off, down to get the info, at least 1, if not 2.
But that info goes both ways. ENCE understand there's 2 players over towards B as well now. The fact that there was that re-aggress over towards B apartments, but they're not getting a move on. They're waiting to regroup. Magisk and Apex are here. Experience aplenty right now on A.
Oh, he just goes for it. Crouch peek out ramp, and there, Nerds is through. Finds the gap.
Could be another save here. The finances aren't there for Vitality. Lost bonus. Maybe 2,900 into the next.
Wow, Sampaius has started off another successful ENCE round.
It's kind of crazy. He's 6-1, been involved in 7 now. We're just going to continue that count because every time he seems to go and take some space, he's winning those fights. That was Zaru who had the first shot. Unable to connect. Sampaius punishes him, and now it has to be another Vitality save here. So the reigning major champs, backs against the wall right now. There could be a flow in the game that's about to shift. If they save right now, they can drop some guns, sure, but it feels like they're delaying the inevitable here if ENCE keep finding openings like this.
And the individual performance of Snappy is something I want to keep tabs on. He's been at this a long time, Jaddy B. And now with the right pieces, with the talent he has in the ENCE ranks, he can be that puppet master pulling the strings. And a strong individual performance. You know, we were saying the same thing about Apex. We were, you know, preaching that individually, it's not always an expectation of an in-game leader. You've got another job, another task. But to be able to do both does need to be praised.
Third timeout for Vitality now.
They're feeling the pressure.
Yeah, Zonic's contributions on the mic. As mentioned, with the loss bonus, the drops are available here. ZywOo unlikely to get an AWP out of this. And the pressure's starting to mount. They need to stop conceding a lot of these opening deaths that they're either forcing the fight with or giving up. Because right now, Vitality have only been able to boast one round on the CT side, and that was through the heroics of Magisk and ZywOo over towards that A site in a 3v5 disadvantage. That's a round that we frame from individuals, not team Counter-Strike, which as we return from the break, was the highlight of Vitality in the first half of play.
They've got one round to boast on this CT half right now.
This is a change here. ENCE not going for the standard default spread, a bit more direct. Smoke on the stairs. And for Connector, well, either way, they're about to hit the go. Yeah, a couple of missed smokes, huh?
Oh, this waterfall now even more potent. They can hold their aim. Deep stairs smoke. Spinks, nothing to report upon first glance, and it seems like they're scrapping it.
Seen enough here, apparently, so I've called it off. Ooh, Snappy low now, and that's going to signal them completely reroute. But their bigger issue is the territory that they've given up throughout all of this. They have to drop back some util and try the same strategy yet again here, hopefully without missing the smokes this time round. So a bit of a mother's meeting from ENCE here as they put this one back together. They've given up about 55 seconds worth of time here.
The CTs don't have much in the way of util, just Apex with a belt full.
And Magisk, he's in the same position that went overlooked, that Snappy was able to mow them down from in that first half of play.
Here comes that storm of utility. And Spinks, he wants to be that first point man. Good damage. Finished by the nade of Apex, and they are now bleeding out.
Bottleneck now.
This is where Magisk should do his best work. With 30 seconds, they can't be as diligent. I say that. Sunpius, he's tagged him up through the box, and he finds his head as well. Open plant, takes it out. Spinks reveals himself upon the spray. It's still hanging up for debate. On the stairs, Diha and Nerds, they combine, but still not a guarantee with Flames' flank. He's now revealed himself. Snappy's gone. We need to see that plant with 14 seconds. Diha and Nerds. They will not get that bomb down! Oh no! Flamesy gives Vitality what they wanted. A second round on that CT side, but it's down to the one-on-one.
Kept his nerve there on the flank as well. He could have gone for that in multiple different ways, immediately contributes. First target on his screen makes that kill, understands the time, but twice the bomb was denied, could not go down. Apex stops it, ZywOo stops it, and that buys Vitality enough time to get the young stud in position to win a 1v1. This time, will convert it against Diha. The pole falls here, and Apex loves the look of that. Just keeping their head above water right now, Vitality, and they forced a second time out of ENCE here. You saw they were flustered and flubbed some of that key utility to start off that round. They've had a few of these, rounds where they've had these advantages, rounds they've worked awfully hard to get themselves in key positions. I thought Simple went home.
Impressive.
Good job, Sasha.
No Na'Vi in Cologne. This is just a testament to how competitive of a field we have in Counter-Strike right now.
Well, let's take a quick look as we got this technical timeout here. Back down the, havoc that Sunpius has been able to throw down range here against Vitality. He's looked very calm in a lot of these moments, and he has delivered time and time again. So Sunpius going great guns here. The Spanish AWPer we mentioned. He's the only player on ENCE who knows what it feels like to play on this stage. Movistar Riders last year, Spanish Counter-Strike was on the map. Sunpius, the man in the sunlight.
And then they got gutted from all of their talent.
And they've never really returned to that same form, but Sunpius has found himself in greener pastures here. A key component of ENCE changing their tune in World Counter-Strike. But we're back underway, 11-11.
Does he really get away with it again? Spam through the smoke, but still looking for trouble.
Boy.
A missed shot. Speculative spam from Apex doesn't quite find its mark.
The Matrix there, dodging bullets he can't even see. Setting at the ready here, this is a different look on the CT side. You can see Flames' position. We know that he's normally on the other side of the map here, so keep that in the back of your mind. Facilitated by the AWP line that ZywOo currently holds.
So much at stake now. Oh, Apex, he's now been whittled away and finished off by the Pious. Big from Flamesy. Limited on the FAMAS and still finds Snappy. They are coming for him. Up the ladder, he gets another! Flamesy comes alive! Now what can you do, Diha? What have you got for us today? Now with 50 seconds and the bomb on his back, he has to be conservative and look at the cut of the noise.
The audibles, or the lack thereof. Vitality calling themselves out of position here. Sampaya still posted and at the ready, searching now. Diha does not want to move a muscle until his AWPA is close enough to contribute. 30 seconds left on the clock and they will have to start making some decisions here. Diha really has no support.
With no kit, does this round just end?
They're going to investigate now, starting to spring to life here. Zywo and Spinks in combination, but they have to get through both of them here. This is not going to be easy. They have to run the gauntlet if they want to get towards this site.
Yeah, it would take Spinks. And Sampayas doesn't seem to think so. Zywo alone. And Sampayas is unprepared for him. Wasn't expecting them both, so the Woo's got a little bit of a chance to have a look in if he can find him immediately. You can see his brain whirring into action, but it's Diha position to close it out for ENCE. An important one, considering the finances of Vitality, humbled.
Ooh. Yeah, and right there, Diha running to try and pick up the AWP was unable to get it, which means Sampayas, who's been finding openings on the big green, might not have his weapon of choice here. Now, you're speaking about the finances of Vitality. Maybe the understanding from ENCE will be we can take a little bit of a cheaper investment here and get it out for him in the next, because Sampayas has been instrumental for this team on Mirage. He's averaged 26 kills per map on Mirage when they've been playing it in this event, and Nerds, on the other hand, 28 kills per map on average. Zywo!
Okay, Zywo's come to play! He's even got Madden in his scopes as well, with just the Deagle 2 down. He only brought this in. The whole squad's looking for trouble. Madden needs a reload. They're running him down. This is scary. Very scary for Madden. As he's supported a little, lives on, holds on, gets another, and bailed out by his team. But Flames, hold your horses, Madden. Just about gets away with that one. Triple from him. But Zywo set them up with something.
Yeah, Zywo almost happened there, didn't he? You could see how much pressure Madden was under. Snappy bailed them out, and the key that Snappy got, there was a whole lot of information. So let's watch this one again. The first is brilliant. The fact that he has the poise to line up the second, beautiful work there. Madden under so much pressure, just trying to stay alive, hunkered down. Kill after kill, does find the final. And ENCE now 3 rounds away as the eyebrows are raised. A smile on the face. They get away with bloody murder there.
Boy, it did look like things were about to be, disastrous.
Last time out here, Vitality have called it. The pressure is on. ENCE have got Vitality right where they want them. No more 30-second breathers here from Coach on the screen, Zonic. He needs the team now to pull up their socks. Reigning major champs. There's experience in the ranks here. Magisk, Apex, Zywo. These guys have been in this environment plenty of damn times, and you compare to ENCE, well, it pales in comparison, but right now, ENCE, we've been talking about how they've looked calm, they've looked controlled. Can they contain that energy now as they are so close to upsetting Vitality on their map pick?
Early aggressions from the CT side. They like the way that previous round felt, but Madden gets the information and he actually takes the fight, takes the head! And Zywo responds, that Snappy swings through, a missed shot, maybe punish, and it's Diha with the double! Magisk feeling the pressure, still snaps to find Diha. He's making it a bit more competitive as he's advancing through, eats the flashbang, but pushing forward, maybe overlooks, and Pius has got him! And puts it all onto Spinks. Daring them. Or spamming them. There's no way. Madden should have this round secure, but Spinks, he's going through the calculations. Smoke should cover. And there's the swing he was waiting for, Spinks. No Smoke kit. Isn't great, no kit available. Madden, can you hold your nerve with only 8 bullets? A pacifist clutch. A nice attempt from Spinks, no doubt about it, but the time against him. ENCE 2 rounds away from converting Mirage. And this is a Vitality pick, make no mistake, ENCE, this is exactly how they saw it going down. They visualized it, and now they're looking to manifest.
And now there's multiple options for Vitality here. You save one rifle, your money with the max loss bonus in play. You can half invest or you can go all in. You can shove. Everybody can buy what they can. You try and keep this as tight as possible. You know the finances for ENCE are not out of control here. You can put a stop to this. You just need one round, and they've gone all in. The shove from Vitality here.
Ooh, okay, their hopes and dreams of taking their map pick hang in the balance of round 26. Nade looks great. Nerds swallows it. And Spinks, his countryman, has got him in his sights. Apex wants to run him down. They want to isolate this duel. They're keeping him pinned. Can anyone bail him out? Oh, Sampaio's caught out, and it could be two, should be two. Sampaio's gone, and the round surely to follow. Vitality, I've got it. Their hopes and dreams live on with limited money, but the frags come through.
You see a scout in play there, and they still make this one work. The FAMA's finding impact as well, and we can see immediately the ramifications. They knew the ENCE, they weren't swelling, there wasn't cash in the coffers here for another strong buy. And right now, Vitality have an opportunity to tie things back up. ENCE are the ones to take a timeout. So 30-second breather right now. You saw this go down, isolating the Orba, who has been fantastic in the opening exchanges. He was 7-1 up until that round. Gave up his second death in an opening exchange, and Zonic gets another chance. With some fighting words, they know they have ENCE right where they want them here to snatch this one away at the death knock.
Right at the end of the map. It would have been a putt to convert had they taken round 26, but Vitality say it's not going to be that easy. He has spoken. And if you're peckish, hit him up. I heard he could feed the 5,000. How about 10,000 in the Lanxess? And I'm hungry to see more, as it's going to be limited. But ENCE pedal to the metal. Nerds tries to trifle with Apex on the spray. That recovered AK profits, and now more built upon it. Spinks goes wide, and D has gone.
That's essentially 14-14 right now. A 3v5 situation. This is just the pistols. They're already being poked and prodded. They need to get these AKs back, but both of them scattered on catwalk. There's no smoke anymore to deal with this. And in the next round, ENCE are going to have to take an eco.
It's a deflating feeling, isn't it? Round just begun. You're going to try and recover, and ooh, threatening. Madden spotted out.
You would need a masterclass from an individual on ENCE here to try and pull this one off. Vitality, after a two-man advantage, have dropped back perfectly. They're playing the numbers, they're playing the time. They're even playing for info. Vitality are going to have a very good idea where they should be expecting the finish here from ENCE.
Magisk, his position noted, and missed shot out of the Deagle. Rifle down, Magisk. Takes another step in the right direction. Would love a bomb plant for the spam. Onto Snappy. Reveals Apex as he will bring home 13. A one-round game now. Well, why don't you answer the question for him, Lanxess? Should he cheer for Snappy? And how about Magisk? Oh, it's changed, Chad. They want to see Vitality recover. And right now, you called it, 14-14 is a guarantee as this Glock snake slithers towards the A site.
Just Magisk here. If they're overrunning, they could get a plant. That would be a bonus right now.
Already through. Got a lot to deal with, and they are planting, but all of that leads to a plant. Magisk with 4, but he still kind of feels a bit robbed on that one.
You're going to take that if you're ENCE. You're going to take that every damn day of the week. Sure, it looks great. Sure, Magisk is the one that gets all the celebrations, but there, if you're Snappy, you're happy that the bomb goes down. You're happy to get some residual cash here. A little bit of extra money coming into that bank balance. It will allow some luxuries for round number 29. There's money now for Vitality for back-to-back purchases. They lose this one, it's all good. They can buy again. Whereas ENCE, they're going to have to do this the hard way, getting broken late in this. A plant essential here again if they want to make sure they can buy for round 30. But who's going to reach 15 first? Vitality have changed the tide of this, and so has Apex. Impact within the first half was a bit quiet here, but now showing up when it matters most.
No early window smoke. CT Incendiary.
no Sampai's AWP here. He's been a key to the opening frags.
That's a good point. Limited on the AK-47.
Very standard here of a default spread. You see towards B, they have to worry about these info plays. Spinks and Flamesy have shown in their short time together on this map that they do like to play forward. They do like to set each other up for these fights to deal with either that isolated position or the information that could follow. So you have to cast a wide net if you're ENCE here to make sure that these aggressive maneuvers can't take away your map control.
And that's a well-placed nade. Snappy catches it. Good read of the situation from Mr. Madisclair. Delay util. Molly spreads across the ramp and time continues to tick. It waits for no one. Club nade, no problem. Magisk still poised with his AK. He wants to stand and bang, and Sampaius greets him. ZywOo, we saw what he can do on this position. Hard to put away. Final commitment, 30 seconds. Who will find 15 first? They need to get past the Woo. On to Sampaius. A second now from ZywOo. Diha trying to punch in the car. Oh, no, Nerds goes insane! Two in quick succession, puts Vitality on the back foot. Hard to claw back now, but Diha down. Maybe Spinks has something more to say. Investigating, he heard you, Flamesy on the retake. Spinks from CT. Bomb ticking away. Kits are present. Issues are plenty, still can't seem to find them. And it's Nerds that strikes first from the Palace position. Spinks, oh, he snaps into him, but the time on Snappy's side, and 15! It should be ENCE's! Snappy confirms it! And that's gotta feel good! Nerds bails them out of trouble when they needed him most.
He just showed up in a big way. Nerds has been, for his standards on Mirage throughout this tournament, well under what he has delivered. But this right here, this could be the difference maker. Two massive kills, taking ZywOo's AWP out of the equation. A third contribution onto Flamesy, setting his in-game leader up for a one-on-one to put it in. And finally a bit of life out of ENCE. Just one more round as Snappy's won yet another clutch here. 33 years young, this in-game leader doing it on the big stage here in the LANXES for the first time. And he's got a bone to pick, he's got something to prove.
Many a Cologne year passing by, watching from the sidelines. His first LANXES appearance. And Snappy has the opportunity now to make the call. Make the call that takes Vitality's pick away in this semi-final affair. In a sold-out stadium, no less.
They've got to do it the hard way. Vitality with a full buy. Everything they'd hoped for here to defend their honor and take us to overtime. And then doing it in ENCE style. Fast in towards A. No stop.
This is the ENCE we know and love. Just charging straight into the site. Already the bomb going down. They're about to halve the operational time. The round has only just begun, but it may be over. For Vitality. Flamesy over the smoke. Good onto Madden. No response. Return to the equilibrium. A smoke to facilitate a push. Sampaius identifies and frags into one. Quick trade back. ZywOo still in the server. He's spotted. Oh! It's Flamesy to cover. Overtime, up for debate. Snappy refuses to quit. It has to be Snappy. It has to be. Snappy secures it. And the first map is theirs. A first taste of victory in the LANXES.
their first stage appearance here in the lab set.
Yeah, boy, did they work hard. Did they work really hard. And they put themselves in a little bit of a dicey situation. That late force spike call, that was almost a deciding factor in the game. And even though it went against them, I mean, still able to scrap it out right at the end. Shout out to Snappy, baby.
Oh, huge. Absolutely
Shout out
huge.
to Snappy.
So many clutches at the end where he's got the right move. And we coined this game warfare, a mental warfare. And it is exactly what we were delivered. The way Snappy called, the way some of these rounds ended, it's about just being in that seat, in their minds, in their hearts at the time, and making that very move. When it's 15-14, you rush A, no doubt.
No doubts. Look, ENCE did like just enough to stay in this game for most of it. Everyone just kind of did their job. And then at the end, Snappy with the 1v2, Nerds with the double kill swinging out of Palace, and then the individual strike. And the plays that they made down the stretch, just an edge above Vitality.
I think we've got to talk about Sampayas first of all. What an absolute start from this machine. We talk about getting into the belly of the beast, and he was just absolutely lapping it up here in the arena.
Big stage player. The numbers are good, kill death, whatever. Opening duels, winning 8 of them, taking 10 of them.
Absolutely.
Getting an opening frag in half the rounds that ENCE had to win in this game, that is monumental impact. And in certain situations, especially on the CT side, that was you look at Sampayas, you're like, someone's going to help him, right? Someone's going to help this guy out.
He was the first one to truly step onto that stage and play for ENCE. He was the one leading the way, paving the way. I don't care about the numbers. I don't care that 21-20 is not a great stats line. The impact that he was having was phenomenal. So many times he stopped Vitality. Even on the T side then, he was being run boosted into middle, finding ZywOo, who was trying his hardest. Sampayas was the first ENCE player to be present today.
And how fitting is it that he's also the only ENCE player to have played on the stage previously with Movistar Riders. That experience coming in and really helping carry his team through some early struggles.
Yeah, of course, we have to go back to that first half and take a look at a moment where ENCE basically steal a round away from Vitality, which really gets the fire going from them. I've got round number 5 in my head.
Yeah, that one is a bit of a stinker for Vitality. You see the scoreline is 3-1, so we're in a position where you can basically reset your position. Apex finds a beautiful timing onto Nerds, and then here is on the double punish to Diha. That's a 5v4, 5v3 rather, and it's supposed to be your ticket, but there is going to be a lack of trading happening. Madden finds one, immediately traded. Snappy is a hero of this game. He's been hidden, but I want you guys at home to pay attention to ZywOo and the path that he's taking, trying, or rather not trading Snappy, and this was my mistake. I think ZywOo is playing too slow that situation. I don't think he was fully in the game at that moment because he takes so long, then Sampayas finds him from short, Flamesy doesn't cover him, and just like that, this is the ticket for ENCE to have a decent start in the CT side. There were a couple of jitters early on for Vitality. This was a sad example of it.
There was a team kill, there was some misutility. Yeah, Vitality seemed a little frustrated to start this game, and to their credit, they also got back into it, right? You actually have to give them some credit for kind of shaking that off and finding a way to be dangerous, and even having advantage in this game that looked like they were going to take it down the stretch.
Yeah, and we come into, you know, a map that just was so back and forth between each side. We saw, as you said, jitters coming out of both sides of the equation. So what do you think it was that kind of cost Vitality in the later stages of this game?
That is honestly pretty rough. You have to respect some of the calls Snappy made towards the very end, and some players stood up when it mattered the most. You mentioned Nerds. That double trade kill from Apps. It's in a situation where Vitality have won the first wave of defense. Everyone is on position. ZywOo is here with Apex. You have that double up spawn setup. Nerds come out, double kill immediately.
No utility either. They needed the frags to open it up. You weren't going to block that off with a smoke. That was massive, and that was the point. Just the timing of the plays that ENCE players are able to make was so critical at those moments.
Should we take a look at round 25? Because I think that was one of the final nails in the coffin for ENCE to be closing this one.
And a very Snappy-esque call as well. He has this ability to pick up the pace when he feels like his team needs a quick round. And here you can see a little bit of stress from Madden towards middle. He's sucking up the defense, even finding Flames. But the rest of the crew is already out of apps. It's 137 when ZywOo misses one shot, which immediately leads to his death. And I want to talk about the emotional relief of a round like this for you. Scoreline is 13-11. Everyone is battling. You're sweating. You're exhausted from that game. But with that quick call, you give yourself a little bit of relief. Everyone realizes, okay, we're in this. Simple, efficient, fast.
You also take a lot of decision-making out of your players at a critical junction when they could be nervous, where they could make the decision to play it a little bit more passive. This is just like, guys, this is the tactic, and it don't work if you don't go in like madmen. And I mean, ENCE coming out on top of it, absolutely massive.
And this is why I am so absolutely flabbergasted by the calm that ENCE displayed in this game. Because I agree with you. If they had just ran over Vitality Vitality, pushing it to 16, I would have said, listen, that is it. They played with momentum. We know ENCE can do it. It wasn't how they won. They won in a bunch of 20 seconds 2v2 situations where the pressure is at the very max. It's about clutching abilities. It's about micro decisions. Snappy in all of the good moves, in all of the good decisions towards the end. That in itself, that deserves praise. They didn't steal this map away. They earned it.
And Snappy just seems so focused today. He seems so focused on this stage, on the goal at hand. And I mean, you go back again to what we mentioned, that game against FaZe in Dallas. That's where they probably learned that calm in these kind of situations, because it's not just the microseconds of making a decision. It's also picking one decision out of the 20 going through your mind at that very moment. There's a lot of little opportunities for you to really screw the pooch.
Gentlemen, let's talk about the next map. This is ENCE's pick coming into things. You predicted it perfectly. It is Nuke. We don't exactly know what to expect of FlameZ coming onto this round. Why do you love it so much, Jason?
Both teams have a 100% win rate. And yeah, there's the asterisk of FlameZ coming in and not yet being seen on this. But I mean, you have two of the best teams in the world going toe-to-toe on what is two of their, like both teams, this is one of their best maps. So, man, it's going to be an absolute battle. And Mirage, what it showed us there,
I know.
These clutch situations on a map like Nuke can get really cool, really crazy. And then you add in the fact that Snappy, Apex, both like to switch up their calling, both like to mix in some aggressive plays. Nuke lends itself to that. There's so many reasons to be jacked up for Nuke.
The only reason I'm a little afraid and uncomfortable for Vitality is the whole ghost of Vertigo and how we've seen that there are growing pains for FlameZ to just step in some of these Dupree's role and do exactly what he's needed to. We don't know how ready they are on Nuke. Position for position on the CT side, he's going to play towards inside, and it's basically a focus on the crosshair type situation. I think he can handle it. But some of the paths that Dupree had on the T side, some of these entries, by the numbers, a very decent map for the Dane at the time. So you're wondering, man, is this not the moment? Can we not just catapult Dupree? Can he just come from a helicopter somewhere? Because this could be a moment. FlameZ is going to be tested.
Also, it's not necessarily just always a one-for-one trade. You think of where other places you might get caught on a map like Nuke. Rotations, protocols, complex map to know how you want to shift around your defense. Verticality of the bomb sites, shifting through vents, knowing which place is the correct one to rotate. Some of the comms could get confused. There's a lot of potential speed bumps here for FlameZ and Vitality.
And Vitality have to make it so that FlameZ does not have to make these decisions. That is how you do it. You utilize his skill. You give him a few 10 square meters where you have to evolve and shoot everything you see. You're basically a turret. Spinks is supposed to move down the vent. Apex is going to be doing Apex thing, which is basically running around, and Zai will combine with him outside.
Say FlameZ, chill behind silos,
exactly. FlameZ, listen, you have Zaiwu, you have Zaiwu, you have Sido, you have Hut. These are your apartments. You're not leaving that.
We can feel the tension just rising in this beautiful arena. So I want to check in with the fans. Shocks, what's going on down there?
This series is going to be legendary, isn't it?
Gathering, so you're gonna have to do.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll make do.
All right. So what did you think of the first map? It was so close.
It was amazing looking at them. I was telling my mates that it would probably be around 14, 16, going on the side of favor of Vitality, of course. But I mean, whenever it's even, I think it's amazing. You know, that's what really CS is about. You know, every round could go either way.
Yeah, you were talking about it to me, how it's just the bomb being here when the games are close like that. Also, you have this, but you also have this, and you also have, may I?
Of course.
You also have this, so what's going on?
I mean, that's the beauty of CS, isn't it? You know, you find players you like, and I mean, they've got Magisk, and he used to be Astralis, so I mean, I'm rooting for Vitality because of that, you know?
I get it. We're rooting for good CS. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Game indeed, and we are on the precipice of ENCE's map pick. It comes down to the hands of Nuke, potentially one more map separating them from a coveted Grand Finals appearance. We're going to see how it goes down after this short break.
Detect of every move and every the real thing that a player is doing. For example, the entry fragger is not having the good stats and people are just criticizing him. The player is making a lot of space and that's the important thing for the team, right?
Train. Never been a map that I love. Train always been a really tough map for me. I never called on the map, I never been in game leader on it, but as a player I had a lot of rough moments. I was really bad. I liked it on Source when you could hide under the trains. I was really good back then because you could play like a bitch. I won really important games on it, but it's rare that I was really good. I don't know, I had a problem with that map.
I think maybe sometimes the community reactions to changes in CS is overrated. News come out about new AK sound or grenade drops and everyone is completely panicking for weeks. And then they figure out that this update was actually for the better. So I think maybe the community is overreacting a bit to some stuff like this, overrating the impact that the change is gonna have.
I don't like, you know, when players think egoistically in game, like when they ego in game, when they think that they're just better than their teammates, right? For me, it's just, I cannot understand this. You are in one team, so you have to.
Get ready for the DHL drop at IEM Cologne. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. And make sure we spot you in the crowd. If you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way.
Are we excited out here for map number 2? Are we ready? Are we ready for the DHL drop? Well, I hope you are, because it's time. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, we're down here on the ground, and take a look at this. We're 2 dudes, but behind us for the DHL drop, we've got a freaking robot. Everybody's here. Hold down.
Okay, let's bring her in, let's bring her in. We've got some t-shirts, we've got some gifts, we've got some boxes, and we've got a lot of signs around us. That's what we're here for. We're looking for funny signs, we're looking for some pandering signs maybe, and we're gonna give out some gifts.
I already see a pandering sign. I already see it. Can we get a look in at this?
Interesting.
That's pandering in its finest form.
That's
right
smart business sense.
Ooh, I kind of want to give one away already.
Start strong,
Can we
Harry.
give one away already?
Go with your gut.
Oh, go on then. Why not? Why not? Why not be a little self-indulgent, eh? So why don't you show off what we got in there, Hugo?
Who's this going to? What's your name, sir?
Roberto.
And where are you from?
From Chile.
And you're cheering for ENCE?
Huh?
You're cheering for ENCE?
Yes.
Congratulations, the pandering worked. You get a DHL box.
Take a look at this. Let's see what we got in here. Let's see what we got in here. So we got a nice little IEM hoodie. Hot damn. We got a keyboard. We got a mouse and all that good stuff. Ooh, all right. Well, it worked out, brother. Have a fantastic weekend, man.
Thank you, bro. Welcome to the Lanxess.
Woo! Yeah, welcome to the Lanxess.
All right, Harry, how's your throwing arm right now? Because I think there's some people out here. There's some people out here that are a little further away. That aren't too close. I feel like we need to lob out some t-shirts.
Okay.
You want to go over?
You throw one in this direction, and I'll throw one in this direction.
Ready?
Ready?
3,
Maybe this
2,
is cool.
1.
Whoa!
I think I hit someone in the head with that.
Yeah.
A little bit of an injury.
That felt kind of cool.
Hopefully someone got that.
Right. Let's go. We'll continue down the way. We got more signs to look at, more packages to give away. Hugo, you seeing anything you like?
I found what I like. Let's stop here, but I found what I like.
Okay.
So that's how many years in a row you've been to Cologne?
7, with a little break due to COVID.
Well, we're happy to have you back. Congratulations. We're going to throw you another one for your dedication here. Where are you guys from?
We're both from Germany.
Hell yeah. Are you guys going to share this? I see you're together.
Yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah. Enjoy.
All right.
The same stuff. We've got some gifts in there. We've got some merch. Congratulations.
We got one more.
What are you seeing, Harry?
Hang on. I see two good ones over here.
I know what you're looking at.
So just behind all these folks, we have 2 fantastic signs. This one says, "I have a crush on Twist, and this is my boyfriend." And this one says, joke's on her, I have a crush on him too.
Well, you've got that in common as well, Harry.
Yeah, I also have a crush on Twists, by the way. So yeah, let's go ahead and get one more package, shall we? Go on, Hugo, walk it over. Walk it over to these fine folks.
We're in the sharing attitude today. We're sharing these boxes.
Jerry Springer vibe. We can ask about this. Does this cause friction?
You want to get in there?
Yeah, go on. So talk to me. You guys both love Twists.
Yes. Yeah, we do.
And you're hoping he's watching right now. If you could say anything to Twists, what would it be?
Call me, please. I like the blue hair more.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an unpopular opinion. You know, I quite like what he's done with it now. But enjoy the box. I think you two are going to have a great time with that, and you can handle the whole Twist stuff in your own time. Right, that's all from this DHL drop. Now we have a fantastic game on the way. ENCE versus Vitality. That's raging on. We've got the talent of Alex Machine Richardson and Chad Spongy Birchall ready to make some noise in the Lanxess.
Take it away, chaps.
Take it away we shall. Vitality already down in the dumps, Chatty B. What can you say about that first map? What does that mean for our second?
We just move on to ENCE's turf of Nuke here, and you can understand why they've picked this. Snappy loves this map. He has the nuance, they can play slow, but if he senses blood in the water, he will bludgeon you to death. And guess what? Flamesy is about to play his very first nuke under the Vitality banner, and if he's slotting into Dupree's rolls, that top site might be susceptible to hit after hit. So Vitality, your back's against the wall here. You need to turn to some of these experienced members, because right now, ENCE, doubt them at your own peril.
It was a full 30-round affair on our first map. Vitality thinking Mirage was their best bet. And now, you know what that sound means, ladies and gentlemen of the Lanxess. The second map of our first semi-final is here! Nuke, true to its namesake, often explosive, especially when ENCE are on that T side. And that's where they're starting. Vitality to receive them. Flames to be tested. And ZywOo to be activated. They need him now more than ever if they want to be seated in that grand final. Let's get it on!
This one's going to have some punch to it. Look at the buy from ENCE here. No nuance. I mentioned bludgeoning. Well, 5 sets of Kevlar. That's pretty telling. They want to biff. They want to brawl. And they're not going to do it fast towards ramp or top. They're, as a group, taking the fight towards yard, which more often than not should favor these USPs. Sphinx and ZywOo out here to deal with this.
This is the angle for this gap. Ooh. Snappy meets his demise at the hands of the Woo. Bomb lost. Heads roll. And trying long-range Glock to try and take ZywOo out of the equation.
Look
from
at the Apex
behind.
push.
Apex wants to secure it. Look at him. He's licking his lips. He's got bloodlust. He wants one. He wants his slice of the pie, and he'll take it. 5 alive. Vitality take the pistol.
That's not what I expected when I see 5 sets of Kevlar coming out. I'm assuming a ramp rush with the first player jumping around, keeping the head down, tucked, or maybe a top pop out that hut to just run on in and try and beat them with force. You've walked straight into the USPs against the best 2 players on the roster, ZywOo and Sphinx, and they just melt you with headshot after headshot. So without the plant, ENCE are going to be offering up a force find that is a little bit lighter on. No Galils, but plenty of Tech 9s. We know what type of work they can do with that. Smoke walls dotted across yard. This is where you're going to see Dihar do some of his absolute best work here.
Testing the protocols early as well. You've got a wall of smokes down, second round, and now uncertainty brews. How many, if any?
Well, this is where one of the conversations about forcing the rotations of Vitality can come into play, because Flamesy, 29 officials on Nuke in total in his entire career. You go to HLTV, you check that out. You're replacing Dupree and ZywOo under pressure.
So low, but they won't be checking for Apex. Oh! It's Dreamy! He gets 2 backs turned and Dihar is third. That is exactly what they wanted. The bait and switch. Nice from Sampaius. He was ready for that and he's grabbed himself an MP9, but yeah, good luck, have fun.
Well, they kind of needed that. Kind of 2 rounds back-to-back getting completely blanked here by Vitality. So Sampaius with something.
And it is Flamesy that concedes his first death on Nuke. The only exception, though, a clean round all the same. Apex, yeah, I thought he might be happy with that one. Trying to keep the energy going. And now, well, the energy will be sucked out of this round. How's your lip reading?
didn't look too happy, but this isn't the type of round where you're expecting any reinvestment from ENCE. If the rounds were close and they get another plant, then that's when Snappy's like, yeah, we'll just keep going with the buys here. Madden looking a little bit dejected with that one, understandably so, but still early stages, and you're a map to the good. So I want to contain that as we prefaced during Mirage, just with a couple of Deagles here, so looking for kills. They're not doing anything as a unit. That's damage done. Madden's Deagle rips off ZywOo's head.
One more of those and it would have been a disaster, but it's fine. And actually, Apex has got another triple kill. Told you he had that bloodlust. Well, he's brought it through to the third round as well. A 7-0 start for the Frenchman.
Yeah, he does a very good job, right? He's like, in terms of the individual prowess of his aim, we know with Apex, the in-game leader, we're not asking him to be the headshot machine. But the way he positions himself on yard, the way he's going to read some of these moments, he's very impactful in that position. I know a lot of players say, well, it should be for a star rifler or a star player, but if Apex is able to fill that void, then why the hell not? As we just see Nerds taking a chill. This allows Snappy and Co to maybe have a chat here for the next minute on the clock. He will need to go down.
But yeah, it saves you burning a timeout if you just have a conversation to be had, recapping what you've seen so far.
And we can have a conversation because during the round tables that we did, we heard from certain players from other teams that maybe think ENCE can be easy to read, right? They're a team that, especially on a map like Nuke, with the set pieces, Snappy's great at creating alongside of Saw how they want to approach these rounds, but some teams think, hey, well, ENCE, they're a team that we can read like a children's book, and they're going to find out right now if that's the case, because we mentioned bludgeoning towards top. When we go into this next round of play, we're going to see what style ENCE are going to be operating with here today. Do they want to keep it fast, like how they ended Mirage, or do they want to try and force the rotations and test the weaknesses of how much this team has gotten done? Oh, okay, yeah, we can do that. I can save you.
What, so he just holds on to you?
I guess, yeah. Never let him go.
Never let him go. And that's the Apex three-piece bargain bucket. Madden's got... He's had a couple of frustrations over these first few rounds, but now
I heard from Nerds, he said, if Madden's happy, we're all happy. So
Right.
let's have the hope that Madden's happy here today.
Okay, so he is the talisman of the ENCE mood. Sole representation from Montenegro is Madden. Diha, pride of Poland in this semi-final.
Has an awful lot of space here as well.
Yeah, he has. Flames caught out completely. Sunpius will flatten him. Look at Spinks go from that hot position. They don't even need the second prong. Apex is not necessary right now, but ZywOo caught out. That forward position from Diha rewarded. And now, oh, I'm not sure if he gets the info on both of them. Yeah, now he does. Spot you out. Toes exposed. And Spinks another. He's done so much. Maybe Magis can do the rest. Sharp shooting required. Snappy! Got it! Locks it in! After all of that heavy lifting from Spinks, he's managed to match the frag haul of Apex up to 7, and still they leave empty-handed.
You see how heavily fortified the top site was there. Flames goes down, but there's still two players. One on the hut, Spinks, sure, but Apex up in the rafters. And this is telling me that Vitality were expecting something quite top-heavy, and it was. This time around in the early stages, getting fired up about it as the international squad events. But Vitality, off the back of the bonus round, can get out another buy. Diha had his way with Yard there. He was given all the space in the world. He was allowed to work. 2 kills for him. Is going to be an important figurehead of how much room Snappy can call with here on a lot of these smoke wall plays. Actually, they're ready. They want to fight. He's going to fight this.
Flash through, across. Apex didn't see a thing. His reaction is to actually just send the vent. It's a lot of pressure onto that hot player now. He has nothing to report, but there is some ambiguity about that vent descent. Or not. Flames confirmed. Nothing through. Spinks primed and ready. Diha, an important headshot. Lots of pressure onto Flames as he's flattened. And that top site's theirs.
Might be the save call here, and that's if they can get away. We know Snappy likes to set the hounds out, start the hunt, especially the bomb's about to get punched in. 40 seconds on the clock. Madden with the MAC-10 and Nerds with the Galil. Those are two individuals who'd love to get better weapons in their hands, and if they can rip this AWP away from ZywOo, it's going to make the next round a whole lot easier for them to work with here. But ENCE, you can see this is procedural, and this is it, the default, right? Or at least the more default approach as opposed to just rushing it in your face, and they're able to work the map, right? They're breaking it down into chunks. Get D-Hard through. Play over towards main. Make sure they focus towards Squeaky. Drop some smokes. Spam a bit. come on out and pincer in together. So handling business quite well here early, ENCE, and this is a positive sign. But for Vitality, getting to hold on to 3 guns. Not done yet in this threat department.
Sculling it.
Timeout used early from Vitality here. Conversation with Zonic. Discuss the finances. Next round of play. 2,400 as that lost bonus. We'll be able to drop some weapons across, get a buy through to stay quite strong here, Vitality, but they want to stem the bleeding before this gets too out of control. ENCE forces you down to a save here, and then that momentum shifts. We'll see a change in the calling from Snappy going forward. Notes with a nade in hand, likely to see him bust open that squeaky door. Is this going to be more of the same with the smoke walls, or is it something more aggressive?
Testing the protocols.
ZywOo's forward here. You can see this. They can't let Diha keep getting the space.
The dispatch. ZywOo forward.
Ah,
oh,
dead.
no, Nerds. He thought he had a gap. The flames spread. Nerds roasted.
That's key towards yard here. The fact that that red molly lands, they know that they still have yard control. Apex tucked in red pole. ZywOo in secret. Diha's not going to get any space here.
No, and he's going to have to work that out on his own. The Sphinx has built another out of that. Snappy, he thought he had a gap just walking through that squeaky smoke. Upon the fade. And Vitality, this save now translating into a conversion. ZywOo revealed. And the damage is done. You still know, yeah, Diha's alive and kicking, but for how long? Apex prime position. Madden with a 1 versus 5. Yeah, they'll run him down. Apex adds more to his kill tally, racking him up now. 18 frags between Apex and Sphinx.
Oh, and nobody got the AWP there for ZywOo. So one is available to be dropped. But that is a great response from Vitality here. And it came through Nerds. Maybe an unforced error, right? Hoping that that smoke was going to conceal his position as well as obscure the flames. But giving one up for free right there. And good play from Vitality to take some territory towards yard. They stalled out any crawl that ENCE were looking for. But they're going to bring out an AWP of their own.
Madden going to try and do what Nerds couldn't, and it's the same result. ZywOo in the meantime finds another as well. It was Sphinx onto Nerds. Oh, and there's more to be done. Snappy, that is impressive. Tiny gap, just a few millimeters as he does put one into the head of ZywOo. Oh! Sun Pius! Just through the wall. Taking every advantage that AWP gives him. And it will slow this round down. I say that as Sphinx, he was activating a little. He wants answers on the yard position, cautious, understandably. But he is calling it clear. Sun Pius nowhere to be seen, gives Flames a good indication that he's going to have to be ready to do some damage. Can he hold on? Great to the head. One down, more to be done. Diha poised, ready to punish. Spots him, burns him. Sun Pius will collect it. A 2-on-2, opt for the rifle, understandably so. Magisk in the vents and Sphinx in a power position, perhaps to be overlooked. Or not. Spanish counter strike can count on Sun Pius. Bomb ticking. Brains whirring into action. And Sphinx, he's down as well. A one-round game now. ENCE given a real gift there, and it's Sun Pius at the tippy top of the list.
What a shot that was. What an absolute shot that was. We're getting to the tricky business of Nuke right now. Vitality, they're down to what might be just a partial investment here, maybe a force fight. But regardless, that's not the conversation. Some of the questions that Snappy needs to start asking himself. Yeah, this was a banger, wasn't it? Jumping away. Apex spots the AWP, just wants to get out of dodge. It's a Pius. Both of them through the corner of the wall right there. Great impact from the Spaniard, who had a fantastic showing on map number 1 as far as the opening kills were concerned. His impact through and through, and he enjoys his time in the spotlight here. But this is another timeout to be called, another conversation to be had, and it looks likely to see the eco from Vitality here. But some of these little details I'm talking about, Vitality are lobbing out this set smoke that we've seen used spottily.
Where is it?
It lands on the Tetris boxes next to Hut. It extinguishes the T's top Hut molly, which makes your avenue out Squeaky much more treacherous because the Hut player can deal with you.
They're going with some pace here. Diha with the Mac 10 and straight down the vents. Oh my goodness, 3 already. And what are these pistols supposed to do? Magix has got his deagle. He's calling for backup. Bring the cavalry, lads. This is looking helpless. Bomb down. Great headshot back. ZywOo's here as well. Perhaps going to be overlooked as Nerds gets one in the back of the skull. Hold on. Hold on. Madden needs this clean. Lots of sound for Flames to build an image.
No one's looking.
And no one is aware of it. ENCE are overlooking it. Flames has gone towards the double
They're all
doors.
smoked up.
They're on the bomb.
They're all
Nervous now.
smoked up.
They're worried about the defuse. The nade is through. This is awkward as hell. They need to defuse. Surely not. It can't go down like this. ZywOo spraying, holding, and they pull it off. Unbelievable scenes. ZywOo, quad kill. And Vitality put it off with pistols.
What the hell was that?
I don't know if anybody knows.
That's not the type of round you want to be losing if you're ENCE here. This one is going to leave a mark. And then they all just look for indecision at an all-time high. Everybody flustered, everybody trying to knock them off the bomb, but nobody can find the target.
What a fumble!
That right there is going to sting ENCE's frustrations. They need to keep a lid on this here. They're buying back. The planet gets them something, but that's a huge round for Vitality.
Sampayas knows. He's got that athlete's mindset. He knows it's up to him. He has to be the difference maker. Everyone else rocking and rolling with just the pistols, but he's got the biggest gun in the server. And so does ZywOo. He's done some filthy things from this position. And Diha falls victim to that AWP. Fullback AWPing. Procedural from ZywOo.
It's hard for Sampayas to try and isolate a fight here now that they're down a man. Weapons aren't there. U2 also limited.
If they could catch Flamesy out, he's got the help of Spinks. These two playing sites together often. Oh, wow, Apex, he goes looking for answers out heaven, and yeah, spots 2.
The bomb would have been spotted there as well, so on the radar, have a good idea. They're coming through main.
Bias. He goes looking and finds it. Now that deagle from Madden could activate Flames. He's on notice. He's got help, and he finds the frag necessary. Should be a dead man next. Nice from Nerds, but 2v4 now 3. Magisk has got this in the bag. And Sampayas is caught out as well. Magisk sprays him down. And Vitality put themselves on a nice and comfortable pillow of 6 rounds on this defense, with a financial prophecy for a 7th.
Yeah, the ramifications of losing to... Oh, Crims is here. Jeez, you don't make it into the arena, you got to work. I didn't realize that's how things went down, but this is how it opened up. The ramifications of allowing Magis to defuse in front of your face through a smoke in the lower side, the indecision has cost essentially ENCE 3 rounds here.
It has sucked the energy out of the ENCE camp.
And for Vitality, this is great guns. They get to stabilize now. They've set themselves up with a fantastic bed of rounds. 7 is going to be great. And moments for them to convert this is Apex. He's been testing the arm. A perfect throw, a great lob, and now the cavalry is here. ZywOo and Spinks to deal with the last few upgrades. Snappy and Nerds to be found. Magis onto Nerds, and now it's just the in-game leader. Great impact in the previous. Last to fall.
We talked about that even kill spread. We also talked about the inexperience on Nuke from Flames, and there is more of a discrepancy present, but if Spinks, ZywOo, and Apex keep it up, it may be, in a way, it will wash out in the wash.
Exactly, right? It could be a non-issue here. And this is the thing, ENCE's attempts to go towards that top site haven't been the best, right? They've been able to pincer when they were more procedural in the earlier stages. We were talking about the smoke walls, the space D-Hub was getting. We saw the change that came through. ZywOo played forward, and since then, ENCE have had a much more difficult time getting rounds on the board.
This is a really important timeout.
And the team puts a lot of credit to who they are for the coach Saul. You hear it from every single member. They have the utmost respect for him. We know he contributes a lot in the making of the rounds as well as the calls and the timeouts here. So the respect being given while he has the 30-second conversation. But what will the difference be? Problems for ENCE haven't been getting space. It's been making the right plays once they've got it. No Sampaius AWP available here to try and tussle with ZywOo on the other side. So returning to what works, setting Diha up for space towards Yard, the most likely outcome here. Smokes in the air, and ZywOo. Vision obscured, shot taken, AWP's position given up now.
Well, there's a lot of indicators here. You talk about ENCE's ability to be read.
Is there a gap in the smoke? There is. A big gap. They've missed this smoke wall.
Oh, Sampaius spots him out. Diha just strafes into his scopes. Jumps into the jaws of the ZywOo. Or Madden does find one. Maybe some hope in this one still. Was 5 alive versus 3.
Two players down here as well, so to break in for ENCE will be no easy feat. Smoke at the ready, but still.
Not ready. Apex overlooked. And Snappy thinking he had a little bit of a path into the bomb site, and yeah, you talk about it. Vitality reading the situation well.
Look, if you can't get your smoke balls towards Yard in the right position, you're not going to get any of that space. You previously had success. So right now, looking flustered, ENCE have made some real mistakes here in the last spree of rounds. And talking about that spree, we're now talking 4 consecutive for Vitality and 5 out of the last 6 as a flow has changed in this matchup.
Something I know very well about Zonic is that he likes to do his homework. It's something he has always been praised for. And it does feel like with his powers combined and Apex making the calls right now, yes, Snappy's feels like Vitality got his number.
Yeah, you've got to flush that away, though, those mistakes. And again, we're going to see some aggression. Is it down the vent or is it into top? Madden needs to get this Tech-9 working, and the burst it is.
But Flamesy holds his nerve. This is a confidence booster as he mows down 3 and immediately locks in a 9th. Not only will they win this half, they leave with a minimum of 9.
This is great now, plenty of cash. 10k plus on most of the individuals here for Vitality, and that's after the full buys have come on through. Another timeout, the second here for ENCE, and maybe even burn a third. If you saw, you need to get their heads back in this game. Nertz's impact came on Mirage late, but it was enough to seal the deal. Quiet here so far with 2 kills. Snappy, several 1v1s to his name, some great calling, some great multi-kills, also sitting on only 2 frags. Diha with 4, Madden with 5, and Sampaius at the tippy top with 9. It's just lack of contributions here, and also the macro game, not being able to land the necessary smokes, the necessary util to make things as easy as it should be on their own map choice here of Nuke.
I think that defuse is haunting their dreams, bro.
It's hard, right? We're talking about a team with 4 players who have walked out onto the LANXESS stage for the very first time, and there's not an awful lot of stage games that exist under this ENCE banner regardless. So for this team to be able to deal with a problem that they know that should not have existed, you need to wipe the slate clean, you need to have a short memory in moments like this. Deal with it after the match.
And they are relentlessly trying these poppy pace changes. And it could be Flamesy again, spraying them down. Into the squeaky door. Madden has to do the impossible now. He's got Diha by his side, and ZywOo's already looking for you. He's posted, he's ready, and Madden's planting. But ZywOo's already got him. What's Diha supposed to do? Dead in the water. It's Diha. Solid haul, gets 2. The ace clutch, I think. Out of touch, out of reach, as he strafes into the woo, and we've got 10. Vitality, despite losing their map pick, still looking like a championship contender.
Yeah, showing their class here, aren't they? And ZywOo and Spinks continuing to deliver. ZywOo in the opening kill department, trying to do his best Sampaius impression from map number 1. 4-on-1 in that department right now. So the French superstar, the best in the world, finding his impact here and making a bit of a statement. Apex, a whole lot happier this time round. A shift in demeanor as it is just 2 more rounds here for the first half of play. Vertigo being our third and deciding map if we need to get there, and if ENCE, if they can't change their fate right now, we could be heading there extremely quickly.
It's been a long time between rounds for ENCE. A 6-round run from this international roster of Vitality. A highly international semi-final.
What a ridiculous position from Apex.
D is going to be saying the same thing. Oh. Mad as a hatter.
An absolute nuisance.
And Flames, oh, he can bring the power. Again, Flames! Hold on to the squeaky. And the rest lines up. This could be perfect. It should be. Only Snappy with 2 frags to boast in 14 rounds of Counter-Strike. Magiskin support, a flash for good measure, and a headshot to boot.
Well, the questions about Flamesy being tested towards the A side of things has come up with nothing for ENCE here today. Time after time, he's been able to get the multi-kills towards that side, just mowing them down, and more often than not, through the smokes. Doesn't even need to see you, know that you're in that bottleneck, know that you're going to be trying to pressure him. He's been ripping your limb from limb. His Saw needs something before they head into that halftime break. 3 rounds, not enough, and we know from the coach on the other side of the server, 11-4, the scariest scoreline in Counter-Strike. Would that be enough for ENCE to be believers? They get a chance to mentally reset once this half comes to its conclusion, but to leave with only 3 measly rounds on your own map choice, and to know that your errors have left you in this position, a round that was a gimme. Think about where this all started. Diffused in front of your face.
And they haven't won a round since.
Deflated might be a bit of an understatement here for ENCE's T side.
Lost in the source, 15th round, our final attempt to see ENCE taste victory once more. And look at Magisk. He throws caution to the wind. He knows their mental has been shaken, and he wants to shake it further as he sprays into 1, unable to finish the job. Oh! That Pius' scout has saved them. 2. He wants to keep walking up. He's hoping he can do some more. Look at the reaction out of Vitality. They're all here.
They want to fight, they want to biff, they want to brawl, and they might get it. Oh, just backing off. Enough info to retool and regather, but the 2 biggest stars, Spinx and ZywOo.
He just stands. He wanted the angle, wanted the info. Now that T-Smoke draws them forward. Spinx and Flames, they're happy to brawl. They've got the advantage, and they extend it on Spinx. Diha 1 back.
They won't check Flames, no way.
2 HPs, oh, a silent drop, but he's been punished for that. Snappy leaps and bounds, and Flames looking to come up clutch to twist the knife. Some Pius, he's going to work it out. If he has a glance, he's in trouble, but Flames now forced away by the Incendiary.
Position noted as well here. ENCE have the advantage of the number and also the position. Where has Flames gotten off to?
Snappy closes. Something to boast. And we take a break. We find out when we return if Sonic's Law stands in this semi-final. class, poised as ENCE. They had the chance to throw a knockout blow, start with a bang on their T side of Nuke, their pick, and boasting only 4 rounds. Does this really mark a third map, or have ENCE got something to show on this defense? Spinks and ZywOo with 30 frags in the first half.
Both pistols here, and that would make it quite easy for Vitality to secure this and take us to Vertigo. They're going to take their time with this one, in absolutely no rush. Franchise player ZywOo, P250 in the hands.
Looks quite similar to ENCE's pistol.
Start with a bit of extra utility here. So the smokes on the back of Magisk and Apex. Will they be deployed? That's the question. A slither gap being held. Main smoked off, a flash at the ready. Diha's going to peek.
He needs answers. Off the flash and a charge.
Needs something here.
He squandered his opportunity. Who will draw blood first? Sunpius hanging on by a nerve. Flames one, Spinks another. 4 on 4. Yard is theirs. Apex on his crawl. Spinks with main. Nerds. Oh, a great headshot back. His 3rd frag total on this map. And he could get more as ZywOo challenges him. And Apex burrows deeper behind enemy lines. Hoping to be overlooked if chaos could be caused. Magisk has util. ZywOo still alive and kicking.
Time's the problem now. 35 seconds. Vitality will need to find a finish here. If they can't win the round, a plan would be great.
Snappy's descended. Anticipating.
He's somewhat isolated here. There's a smoke on Magisk to make this possible.
Madden's in hot pursuit. 20 seconds. There is a need for speed. Heard them now. Apex to clear this out. He knows it's the only vulnerability. They're overlooking him. And Magisk, oh, he's alive! Just enough. The bomb gets put down. ZywOo would have to clutch up. There should be no way. Just run him down as he plugs in the digits. Faked out. Nerds has won the round. Through the opening door. And with 1 second to spare, they actually took the fight. ZywOo puts him in the dirt, but ends leave with that pistol round, the must-win pistol round.
Ooh, okay, very fortunate there for ZywOo not to go down after time, but taking a couple of extra scalps there. See what this force bind for Vitality is going to look like. Why would you let up with the pressure? That could have been your round. And it's just with the door swinging open, ZywOo thinking the fight was coming his way.
Hoping he could get those, what, 2 in 4 seconds?
Yeah, the thing is, they've got rounds to work with, right? So not the end of the world, but definitely an opportunity for them. As Sunpius' scout is deadly. He has looked sublime with the scopes today.
Could be a confidence booster or quite the opposite. They're running at him, and he's left to only 1. They keep him humble.
Messy.
That's better. Diha stems the bleed. And only a Nerds frag up to 4. As they do manage to convert that second round. It was a quick test out of Vitality and a full 3-0, so a response in kind to that first half we saw.
Well, this is a chance for ENCE now just to draw this back to a 4-round game. ZywOo again with another cheeky investment, and he's not the only one on the Vitality side of the server. We've discussed this throughout the matches of the reigning major champs. They've gone for these purchases, maybe a little bit heftier than this in the past. Dropped AKs with head armor, some upgraded pistols, but they're still threatening. They never allow you to have an easy round, but that is a perfect starter. Hail Mary over HE. Chunks down 3.
ZywOo's been inspired by this Sunpius scout. Handed his ass a couple of times by the Spaniard on that scope.
Good info. They're going to spot him over towards back warehouse. ZywOo can stay posted here top silo. See here, just hoping that he leers on back out. So these pistols just playing for info, being pesky. And the longer they keep their head down, the more likely it is to see Sunpius take a fight elsewhere.
As I was giving it up, not interested in waiting around, trying to be the difference maker. Sunpius, he's just a component in this round.
It's Diha who will be tested first in this occasion.
And that's what he was waiting for. Body shots connect, and ZywOo's low too. Lovely work from Sunpius. Making it work with the scope. Scout or AWP doesn't seem to matter.
I'm sorry, but Sunpius, with how steady he has been, right? You think about the contributions he had on that T side of Mirage, and right now again, right? Even on the T side of this very map, when he went outside with the Scout, where it was the AWP, he was finding impact and doing so yet again here.
He is 5-0 now in opening duel.
It's wild how steady he looks, Ray. This is the type of player, sure, he was one of the highlight stars that...
Okay. Spinks.
Yeah, he's been having a good game too. Sorry, we'll talk about you, Spinks.
Yeah, changes the dialogue.
Yeah, okay. Well, they've took their save round. Now Vitality will be getting out the full investment here.
That's the second BSD he's hit on Nerds.
Yeah, the last time round, though, I think it won them a whole round.
Yeah.
So this one, just a consolation, but Sampaio's tidy work, converting off the back of that nade damage. And Smiles now back on the face of Madden. A bit of a bonus available here for ENCE.
You say Smiles on the face of Madden?
Yeah, well, looks like the Good Vibe Tribe.
Well, they're definitely back in business. And this is their first real test of this defense.
Look at it. They didn't upgrade the SMGs. The Famas is the scout. They're just holding on to this. If they can beat Vitality here with this type of a investment, oof. And maybe, just maybe, they can get up to double digits with ease here. They're just on the crawl towards Yard. It has contributions of Spinks and Flamesy available.
Do you see that gap? Sunpius can decree no one down secret. Rotation's not necessary.
They're past though. They're able to apply pressure here.
He looked away.
He's in trouble.
Oh, he is in a lot of trouble.
He's got no idea.
No, and that leads to a nice opening from Flames.
Great understanding of the CT rotation there.
That was beautiful. Overestimating.
This topside's in so much trouble.
They are pinching. Maybe one. Oh, Diha rocked. And Snappy claws one back from the ramp side towards that hell position. Madden, you can see, head on a swivel. And Nerds too, what's he supposed to do? They're coming in from every angle. He's got so much to worry about. Can't control the spray, and it's Magis that converts. Helpless ends, up the vents, one from Snappy. Spinks remains restrained. Still though, that Flames could spread, and he goes for a duel. 3 out of Magisk.
Good impact here. One of the vets in this team knows what it takes to win a trophy of this type of grandeur. Now just steadies the ship here. It's Vitality, their first round so far on this T campaign. But as mentioned, it was an ENCE bonus.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Sunpius, that's his first opening death. He got caught out. The first time we've seen him misread the situation.
Yeah, that's traditionally few and far between, but I love the way they played off of each other there. Madden smiles back to frustrations.
Short-lived celebrations.
Outside is littered with smokes here. You can see 3 from the Ts, 1 from the CTs to imply an aggressive lean.
And a CT smoke ramp as well to try and contain them.
I just wants to find another opener here. It's just full lobby-centric right now from Vitality. Nobody creating space elsewhere on the map.
Spinks takes that as his cue to leave, and oh, Madden's gonna be mad about that one. Can Diha step up? They need him now. Nerds from the grave. Burns Magisk down. And with that bomb planting and ticking, decisions to be made from ENCE. Chip damage onto Flames.
I don't see a kit.
This is what he was waiting for. Maybe now they give it a further look in. Lobby clear. Sunpius. Does he want more? Seriously up for debate. Maybe if Diha could find a little more, but Zyru's there, and it's up to Sunpius. No time, no kit. And he'll have to accept it. Up the ladder to save. Vitality edging closer to securing that third map. Vertigo. Just 3 rounds away now.
And that's a big step in that right direction here, because sure, the previous was a bonus. This was a full gun round now. ENCE, the finances aren't there. They're going to have to take a save here or try and milk the most out of this AWP. But at that point, if you fully shove roll in behind the Sampaio save, essentially banking the half on one gun here. A difficult task for ENCE going forward. Some questions to be asked. And the problem is, even if this map falls against you, you still just have the issues of the first half, your bigger problem, right? It's more about the mistakes that they made and the fact that they had already taken the map choice of Vitality here today. But let's focus in. Sampaio, how much can you get done?
Vitality are well aware of what you saved, and so Spinks, he knows he can just walk on in. He can demand that top site, and oh, Snappy gets it all in front of him. Bullets rain down from Vitality into the top site.
But now, you can try and get this hunt going. You know the AWP was saved. The bomb's about to be planted. 40 seconds. to play Where's Sampaius. If you remove the big green, the question into the next, are they willing to risk that buy? 2,400, I don't even think there's going to be enough cash to make it possible here. So Apex, do you let the hounds off the leash or do you just let them retain? Build that T-side economy here for a rainy day. It looks like the latter seems to be the preference. Diha and Sampaius just hoping.
Seems like the second half just a formality after that pistol and its conversion. Vitality back to their winning ways. 2 rounds now separate Vitality from evening the scoreline and forcing this best of 3 the distance.
Last timeout from ENCE here. A long way back, 7 consecutive rounds required here to tie the scoreline out 14-14 if they want to get it done in regulation.
It was a 7-round run from Vitality on that first half.
It's not impossible, but it's certainly going to be extremely difficult here for ENCE. They're still missing key pieces of utility. A defuse kit also out for debate. But this would show that next level of ENCE, which has been the question around this team. You win IEM Dallas, you put yourself on the map as far as big trophies are concerned. But this here makes you a household name. You make yourself in the grand final of an IEM Cologne. The conversation changes around ENCE, a bit more respect. And let's see if they've got any fight left. We're back into play. AWP retained for Sampaius here, rifles for the rest of them.
Reconsiders the pop shot. Pressure applied. Across. Chip damage on the spam.
No resistance at all here. So Vitality getting away with exactly what they were hoping for with this opening gambit.
Reactionary util primed. And Flame starts his crawl loud with Apex. Is he really going to start the proceedings off up there? Is there transition?
This is crazy.
Nerd is not ready for that.
No way in the world.
Going to overlook it completely.
Silently, silently.
This is unfathomable. And Sampaius onto Apex. Now they know. Now they go. Nerds needs them both. ENCE. 3 more frags required to humble Vitality a little more. Extend play, and they say play on. Off the back of their final timeout. No more contributions from Saw. Unless they can pressure Vitality to the point where Zonic demands it.
That's cheeky though, isn't it? Trying to go down lower through Secret,
Have you
up
seen
the
that?
vent. Yeah, you don't see.
You don't.
No one goes for that type of a play here, but trying to subvert the expectation. And it was almost a gap made available here, but with Sampaius trained on the AWP, he was more than ready for that. So Apex trying to play outside of the box here, understandably so. That would have been a real gut punch to ENCE to lose in that fashion, but the run boost, Apex Airlines.
Yeah, Apex the entry fragger, rolling back the years. Snappy, owned, Diha responds. And Nuke, just like the Lanxess, falls silent. "70 seconds. New game plan. Apex calling from the grave."
With Snappy down, info for Vitality that the AWP likely posted towards the ramp position. And that was true until now. Sampaius, it's awfully quiet as he investigates, but timing against him here. He must be aware that players have trickled across.
Oh, he gets there just in time, Chad. And Zion handed it by Sampaius. That second frag seals the deal, seals the round, and Sampaius, a big stage player, locks in another for ENCE.
And lets out a roar right there. That's a moment he just took into his hands. He had both in-game leaders from the grave trying to control the macro of that, and Sampaius rotates in perfectly. So you have to be aware that this is a possibility. There was no eyes. He was in transition. And Sampaius Using that orb like a deadly laser. Able to pick up the 9th round for ENCE here and send Vitality just down to pistols.
If some Pyres can just keep them in it until they get the sleep out of their eyes,
Snappy's
Madden and
gonna be
Nerds.
Snappy's going to be tested here.
They can still...
It's just the in-game leader.
Fight through. Snappy got a lot on his plate. Already holds his nerve. 8 bullets. It's all he needs. Going for the ace and Zywoo denies. But the job is done. The round should be won. Zywoo uses that incendiary to stop the trade. And baits the AWP as well. Now with a rifle in his grasp. And it's likely communicating who is left in the 1v4, but bomb on his back and no armor. Anything a bonus here. Like a plant, for example.
He's going to get it down here.
Oh, bottom exposed. Out the door, fakes it out, looking to try and exploit. Try and find another. Can ENCE really overthink this? Madden's good for it. Now a 4-round game. They'll be happy with that one. Snappy particularly, farming up 4.
And I'm saying he's being tested, right? It's a lighter by round. You're going to look to exploit a weaker player on those pistol rounds. That's what you do. And if you can flood out ramp, if Snappy gets one and done, they pick up the rifle, they're able to apply pressure. So great job from Snappy. I know it's eco bashing. I know all of us at home, we're thinking, okay, well, he can add those to the tally, but they're necessary. He was on an island. He didn't have support. Some Pyres rocked up way too late to the party. The job was already done. So ENCE giving themselves something to believe in here in this second half. Another streak of 3. Both teams. Well, they've been able to muster so far in the second half. 3-piece feeds.
The call out of Apex.
Very lobby-centric again, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got an intention towards the heavens.
Nobody home backside, so the nade stack not going to find its mark here.
Ooh, a wallbang exchange.
Yeah, Nerds need to be careful trying to spam back there. Redeploy the smoke towards Squeaky, so just keeping these choke points at bay for now. Both teams playing with the util, in no rush. Vitality here. Still have time to go back into a smoke wall towards Yard. You see Apex calling the troops into position here. 5 smokes at the ready for whatever the Frenchman would like his team to deploy. And as we shift cameras, you see Yard now dotted with smokes. The player to deal with that was D-Hub, but more eyes of attention must be drawn. Multiple gaps now manifest. As Vitality, they turn their attention once more.
Mission accomplished. No smokes. 45, and they've still got that barrage of utility. Just as Nerds tried to get up on the hut. Now
coming in.
The flash, they're pushing through. Oh, Madden sprays them down. Zywoo still alive, but not for long, as with loss of Apex, he'd have to do the impossible. A 1 versus 4 and 13 HP. D-Ha puts the cherry on top. And ENCE play on. We said 7 on the trot required. Well, so far so good. 4. Clean running. Most they've conceded, 2 deaths on this sequence of rounds.
One of the biggest keys in the stretch now for ENCE is limiting plants. Making sure that the bomb does not go down. If you want to be able to bring this game back and limit the cash that Vitality can have with max loss bonus in play, deny the bomb from going down. Do not let that extra amount... Oh, they're going to go top. The splash is coming in here.
This is the objective. Trying to run him down. Some Pyres does not have the best weapon for the job, and Madden's gone. Needs to be Nerds. Not like this. Not like this. And that bomb goes down, Chad, but even worse, they could lose the round. A conservative one from Vitality, just pistols. Saving their funds, and now ENCE need to save their hides as 15 is coming. 15 is imminent, staring at a smoke as that bomb is going down. Oh, nice find. A gift. Some divine intervention. Oh! And a nade on the nose. Spinks is gone. Can Apex save them? Running down the clock. That's not enough. And they just about save themselves.
That one's going to feel real good. Vitality, they're the ones pressuring this top side. They're the ones who almost bludgeon ENCE to death. And ENCE respond. Poised in the retake, the util brilliant. And this time around, they went fishing and they caught. Round number 12, massive work from the Tech 9s. Madden and Nerds say nothing, but Snappy's contribution allows them something, a way back in.
Oh, they must feel like they really just got like a whole...
he just got bailed out.
A second wind, perhaps, now in the ENCE sails.
They're going again, they're applying pressure again. Spinks down the vent, he's got a gap.
And he's going to use it. Molotov to stop anyone to hunt, but is he ready? Sun Pius! He was, and now Flames, he's been hurt. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Sun Pius continues to wreak house. Oh, God! Vitality! Wings made of wax as they fly too close to Sun Pius.
This man cannot be stopped. What a monster in this series. Opening kills galore, but he shuts the door. 13 rounds for ENCE, a one-round game. They're not done yet.
How dare we start the conversation of Vertigo? Handles it from every angle, every avenue, and the no-scope's on top. Nuts!
And look at Apex, it's all falling apart for Vitality here. That pressure for the timeout, they're gonna call their third. And they're the ones now who have that sinking feeling. The T side of Nuke, a cruel mistress.
The Lanxess wants blood. And they're getting it here today. Round 28. All to play for. And Pace, the name of the game. Magis throwing his life on the line. He is burnt down, singed to 20 and pushing. Everyone's blind. No one knows. Flames, Magis combine to suck the air out of the room for ENCE. Short-lived celebrations as Apex has the audacity to call a top pop.
You can't go for this one. There's no way in. There's no way in. There's no chance. And Apex, he might have taken it all away. Some pious position given up now. Snappy still desperate with the spam. Changing between rifles, hoping for something. Magis took all that damage early, but still alive here. A 4-on-2. The bomb halfway gone. And they're still giving it a look.
What could you possibly find? Some pious. He's got the funds. They're running at him. They always want to take it away. Secure it with some extra confidence.
No.
No!
What?
No,
There's no time. Surely there's no time. No way in the world.
Why not?
Yeah. What would that have done to Vitality?
Oh my God. Had he had that brainwave just a moment earlier.
The margin's right there.
Couple of seconds.
You madman, Pius. Well, you said he's got the funds. Yeah, they do. But right now, this top side, it cannot stand the test. Flamesy, the young buck, he did enough there to break in again. 15 now secure. Vitality, one more round needed. Take us the distance, take us to the third. Vertigo waits, and they're going again.
Sun Pius is a problem, and Spinks knows it. The AWP racks up his 29th, and Nertz just needs to stay alive, hold on to this advantage. He needs a reload, bomb down the vent. And Sun Pius,
he's everywhere!
The rush on Nuke! And now what are they supposed to do? Looking to take us the distance. Vitality can still close right here, right now, but they are off kilter.
Pius has no idea.
He's everywhere. Madden pushes lobby, calls it clear, takes down Mr. Madisclair.
But they're chasing his ghost, and Pius has no idea. He has got no clue.
Now he does. Zywoo was so hot on his heels, and now he'll use that weapon against them. Or will he? 2v3, sticks to the rifle, and a minute to work with. They're about to disappear off of the radar events. What info, if any, can they find?
They're so strung out here. Vitality have so much in their favor. Sure, lobby, they don't know what resides, but Snappy, he's about to get a face full of lead.
He's in the angle. They don't clear it. Oh! And Snappy says play on! More Counter-Strike on Nuke, and I swear when I saw that halftime score, I thought Vertigo was a certainty. And now we burn the final timeout of the lot.
Nothing left for overtime, and that's if we make it. Exactly where Zonic doesn't want to go. Back-to-back maps all the way, and we watch Pius again continuing to wreak havoc. Opening with the AWP time and time again around that he defined once more as Vitality go into battle with everything they could hope to take us to that third.
8 opening kills to Sun Pius.
And you have to turn your attention to the glaring issue towards that top site. Nerds and Madden having a very difficult game. The two in contribution have to lock down that site together. 8 for Nerds, 12 for Madden. The two of them have been tested time and time again.
And if they pass this test, overtime looms. Vitality called the timeout. What do? What's the game plan? All to play for. A third map up for debate. Zonic rallies his troops. A variation of the smokes.
That's going to give them a lot of room here. This is telling that they could go towards main, they could press towards hell, they could even take the warehouse space. And the flash from Zywoo, yeah, that's the commitment. Look at Flamesy being set up for success here.
Looking for answers upon the fade. Man just holds that secret push at bay. And let Flamesy work. Full focus.
Sankyu made. Potentially noted here, issues. You see Diha well aware of that. Flamesy needs to pick a different route.
It could work in their favor. Oh,
Sankyu heard that too.
Sampayas is poised. And he's going to be overwhelmed. They keep him humble. An important trade from Magis. 4 on 4. Snappy next. Magis looking for him. Oh, he's down. Vitality looking to take us to the third map of this semi-final. And only Nerds and Diha to dispute it. A valiant recovery out of ENCE. And only Nerds in the clutch. You said, Chad, he has to do something. He could force it to overtime, but Molly's on every angle. The fight is given to him, and with only 1 HP, it seems like a certainty that this series, this semi-final, is going the distance. Looking for the bomb, lost in the sauce, it's going to Vertigo. Vitality take their opponent's pick, and that's gotta feel good.
time. And then once you're being caught off guard strategically, and you're like, fuck, it's just Empires alone. And he turns it into a quad kill. And he basically turns water into wine right in front of your eyes. I thought that was it. I thought it was the end of the game.
And how poetic. We'll just go back to the Movistar run that he had last year. It was on this stage where everyone was like, oh, Senpais has got some game. Senpais has got some game. And here this year, he's just built upon it. He's been the best AWPer in this series. And that's saying something with ZywOo on the other side.
Yeah, truly divine intervention coming in from him. We spoke about his openers on that first map as well. Here he goes for 10, wins 9 on the map.
Crazy.
It's just insane how much space he's able to take.
And it's like he's the perfect combination right now. And I say that with my Vitality jersey underneath. I'm feeling it. He's the best combination. Senpais has the reads and he's got the execution. So many times we've seen Apex trying to outmaneuver the defense, trying to throw a couple of spanner in the works, a couple of smokes, hoping that they can find an outside timing. Senpais is here in garage, gets you a triple kill, same into ramp, same into lower. He was impossible to deal with. In fact, I don't even know how they actually dealt with him.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't. I mean, towards the end of that last round, we were just like the 1-for-1 trade. It's like sacrifice a player to get him, and you'll take that any day of the week. That's like what you had to do against him, was just throw a body at the problem and let it go down and be happy with what comes.
It is crazy thinking Vitality did manage to close this map out, particularly when we think about the start they had. We're talking an 11-4 first half, a 14-7 lead coming into the tail end, or what we thought was going to be the tail end of this map. And there was one round that stood out in all of our minds. It was kind of the momentum shifter for Vitality in that first
momentum
round, right?
shifter indeed. Round 8, this is where Vitality put themselves in such a comfortable position. You can see scoreline, it's 4-3. ENCE is very much back in a good direction. They have this immense and quick down vent drop. We see Vitality is completely taken off guard. Magic's going to be able to find one. I would argue maybe a lack of pacing for ENCE. Someone should be trading him, and it's still a 1-for-1. And from this moment on, I think ENCE lose a little bit track of what's happening. ZywOo is being able to sneak on that rafter. No one sees him, and now Jason turns into chaos.
It kind of goes back to your pacing and not enough people like moving forward, swinging wide behind their own smoke is how they kind of lost ZywOo's positioning. And yeah, this just turns into an absolute disaster. And when you look at what happened in the rest of this half, because it was all Vitality from here. This was the one that stole away, went on a massive run, and with the way that this map turned out, 16-14, they needed it.
And to be fair, ENCE were a little bit discombobulated at the beginning of this half. You're thinking they have 3 players who are behind that smoke in that single door when they could have had all the map control they wanted to win the clutch. This was ENCE suffering at the beginning of this game. And this is why we are so astonished here, because this map had all the marks and all the signs of a clear Vitality win. Not even a sweat. Moving on to map 3.
It was a competition.
I know. The defense was so strong. Spinks was multi-killing. Flames had a couple of stoppers as well. ZywOo had good positions. We should not have been standing here pulling our hair at round 30. Vitality had all they needed.
Yeah, you touched upon those 7 rounds in a row on that CT side. I think you hit the nail right on the head. Without that, this was ENCE's map pick to be closing in that second half.
Yeah, and I think what I love so much about the calling from Apex was, again, we touched on in the pregame as well, confidence, balls, assertiveness. Apex rattled off, what, like 3 calls at the end of that map of just busting out the upper at the squeak door, and he took advantage of that. The first one was a near victory with just Tech 9s and P250s. They end up losing it to a retake, but he's like, oh, that worked. That worked really well. Yeah. I can come back to this. And he hit it 2 more times in that half, and that's where you have to look at that upper defense and say, down the stretch from ENCE, that upper bomb site really let them down.
That cost them the spot in the grand final. Ultimately, there's a map 3, of course. They still retain control of their own destiny, but Nerds and Madden were very much struggling. As soon as they got tested with a little bit of pace, as soon as Vitality disregarded a couple of smokes, they got in. And in this last round 30, I thought that Apex would fall into the trap of playing inside. It's 15-14. The only rounds you've won was towards inside. And good for him to come up with a different kind of strategy. Roll smoke late into down. I thought he was going to go for it.
I think like a year ago, Apex in-game leader would have fallen into that trap, but it's a little bit of that evolution that's been so impressive from Apex's career that he's able to find a new route.
Well, my pulse is racing, and I'm getting a little bit sweaty under the collar after that second map, so I'm wondering, how are the teams feeling heading into Overpass?
Things have been getting really wild. Things have been getting crazy from start to finish. But did you get much from your side?
No, and I think sometimes you don't need words. I had Vitality, right? So I tried to go up to Zonic, but he wasn't having it. I saw some faces that, you know, you can only describe it as relief that they got through that second map, but no comment, and I think that's understandable. It just want to those team talks and make sure that Vertigo is not that close.
See, that's very interesting, because when I saw the ENCE players come off, even though they end up losing that second map, they're still smiling, they're still talking things through. I caught up with Saw, and he was saying that, okay, look, coming on to this, it was their T side. They had a moment where they felt like they had a chance, but they basically lost the crucial round. They played the tactic wrong, and it was just mistakes on their end. They kind of fumbled their own economy, and then he said it was just hard for them to get out of it. Now, obviously, they fought back well on the CT side, but their heads are not down. He thinks there's going to, when it comes down to Vertigo, though, there's going to be a lot of anti-stratting, but we've got to be keeping an eye out on this. Flames was a bullied person when it came to Vitality's side. If ENCE try and exploit that, maybe Vitality switch up, they bolster their defenses a bit more.
Yeah, Flames was the last one off the stage and the one that was dragging his feet just a little bit. So I think that's good insight, and I think we're going to have to see a sharper Vitality and a sharper ENCE. So hopefully Vertigo is the best map we've seen so far.
I don't even know how we're going to get better than the first two maps in this series, but I sure as hell hope we do, because we are on the precipice of diving into Vertigo. It's been an interesting trajectory for Vitality, to say the least, integrating Flames onto this ground, Matthew.
Yeah, and I think it's really hard to get correct conclusions out of the G2 game. Sure. Because G2 made Vitality look very weak, rather very vulnerable. Flames got killed about 6 different times, 6 different ways. On the B side, we're talking about Execute, AK peak, AWP peak. So I'm wondering, is Vitality profoundly weak on Vertigo right now, or was it just a bad game against G2? And I guess we're about to find out how ENCE are here.
They better be prepared for some pious opening kills. They better have a game plan for how to negate that. I want to look at it from the ENCE angle, though, because there's 2 guys I want to point out. We just touched on Madden and having a little bit of weakness in that upper bomb site. Madden and Diha have not had their stereotypical game. They're never going to have the big numbers. And even though they've had some games, some maps in this series where they've done well, we're missing that typical impact you get out of Diha. We're missing those like round-changing plays from Diha and impact that he can provide. We're missing Madden create a lot of space and have impact pushing forward and creating opportunities for guys like Nerds and guys like Senpaius. So I'm looking at the role players events in this third map, and I'm saying I want to see them deliver, because that's going to activate the stars way more than we've seen.
Where are your eyes fixated then, Matthew, on the Vitality side of the equation on Vertigo?
I mean, honestly, I will go for Flames. I think his whole story just culminates into this moment, right? You've been placed into this Vitality team. Voices out there wondering whether it's the right choice or not. You're replacing a major winner. People think, what the hell is Vitality doing? Why would they be? And then suddenly you're being tested on Vertigo against G2. You look like a fool, and this is your moment, right? If you're Flames, you have an incredible opportunity to showcase that you've learned from that game, and you can bounce back and you can be a lockdown, because I guarantee you that ENCE is going to try to play the B side. They're going to try to play the B split. They're going
to see if it's weak.
They have the tools, and if it's weak, might just be it.
And he's played the part. He's done a really good job of being like, there's no real pressure. Look at this team I'm in. Look at all the experience. Look at the way that they're helping me. I don't really feel it's a different when the grand final's in reach. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you've got around you. He's going to be feeling that pressure.
Any other individuals from the side of Vitality that we know can be, solid rocks coming onto the ground of Vertigo?
Well, listen, I think Apex deserves a fair shout.
Sure.
Supposedly a liability individually. Many games we've had this whole refrain, this whole song about Apex being a free kill, being
Neither
lost
of these
in
in-game leaders have been a liability at all.
Oh my God. They've stepped up massively. The man we have on our screen, once again, on Nuke, I think he held his ground individually. He had maybe a couple of deaths that could have been avoidable, but we are way higher in what Apex is usually delivering in terms of Counter-Strike, and if he can remain at that level, combining with ZywOo on the A side, this could be just a factor that they need.
I'm looking at Magisk as well for Vitality. Good group stage out of him as well, and you'd like to see that continue on this third deciding map. And talk about experience. He's got all of it. He's won all the majors. And just as an individual, he can be such a rock for this team. So, I mean, you can go down the list of Vitality and call
There's
it
a list.
Yeah,
There's a list.
But you can do the same thing with ENCE, which is why this matchup has been so much fun for these first 2 maps.
Matthew, dare I even ask where you're predicting this one to be ending out? We come to the third map. Who's taking it?
I'll let you switch sides if you want. I got an ENCE jersey in the green room.
Listen, there's a couple of people I really like in the ENCE camp, but my heart belongs to Vitality, and I'm going to stick to my guns.
Going with your head or your heart, Jason?
I'm going with my heart all the time, baby. It's going to be ENCE.
You don't have a heart.
Well, we've got a split desk up here, and it's all been leading up to this one final map that separates one of these 2 teams from that coveted best of 5 grand final. It's going down on the grounds of Vertigo between ENCE and Vitality after this.
It's time. The ESEA League is now on Faceit to give you the best league experience. See how far you can go on your path to ESL Pro League. Join the world's most competitive league now on Faceit. Win your share of $214,000 in Season 46. Don't miss out. Register by August 10th. Sign up today at faceit.com/ESEA League.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy!
FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Garen, are you going to be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
things you can do in CSGO to never miss a guy in the back. It can cost you a lot.
Joining a game if you do not have the time or the internet connection for it, so you get like disconnected in the middle of the game, and your team has to play like 4 versus 5 or something, and they can't quit the game, and they're playing at such a disadvantage for like 40 minutes and just wasting their time.
Bait hard your teammates. Like sometimes you need to sacrifice for your team and just entry and just push before them, because you have to do it.
Overpicking on an eco round, giving the hope to the opponent guys.
People they don't want work a lot for a long distance, you know. They just want a result now and on this tournament, but that's not how it works. You have to put a lot of works in the future, so people don't like to work too much.
I hate whenever I'm getting team flash without knowing it. I had some examples right now in my team right now. Nilan, for example, threw a flash, calls, I'm throwing a flash, but whenever he calls it, that's the moment it pops it to my face and then I die.
Feeling that my teammate is giving up at some point. Like giving up, the giving up way. It's something that I've never done and I will never do. It's forbidden to give up. We showed that it's always possible. I think we did like 2 crazy comebacks this year against Cloud9. The giving up is something I don't know and we'll probably never know. I mean, we had like 2022, and let's be honest, I received a lot of criticism. It's always like that when you have like really good players. I think that if we win, it's because they're really good, and if you're bad, it's because you're bad in game leader. So I took a lot of criticism, but that's something that helped me and that will never let me give up. So I think that's something also it can get along in a lot of things in general in life and with a couple or whatever. It can make sense in a lot of things.
Made of the first man in, and now it's kept even. Shush runs out of ammo, he's going to get chased down here. Tessa has to do it, and Dia finds him. Kadia doesn't want to play too soon, he's giving room to Stout by the high highs that this ENCE squad have hit. Oh my God, Snappy trying to run his Cinderella story.
You better come correct. What? Oh, this what we doing? Well.
Arena, are you not entertained? We got a third map in front of us. Vertigo is where this one will be decided and where we will seat our first grand finalist. Vitality on one side, ENCE on the other. And surely we can expect more of the same.
Well, knife round's gone down. Vitality have picked that one up. They'll be starting on the CT side here. Opted for the defensive start in this one, but so far so good. All the players in the server delivering. Highlights from Sampayas, Flamesy not a fish out of water. Zywin Spix up to their regular tricks.
And so it begins. Nobody, not even the players, know what is in store for us here. A final map of Counter-Strike to have our first grand finalists of IEM Cologne 23 locked in. It's delivered. We've seen mental games tested. We've seen players thrive in this environment. To look no further than Sampayas and Team Vitality take their opponent's pick.
Apparently I've seen it all. 2 pairs of dual Berettas on the T side. This is another outside of the box pistol here.
They've just backed Sampayas and Diha and said go kill. Zywoo though, that is what he does best.
on these pistol rounds. D has gone. Oh, and that's the round. Oh, this might be the fastest round we've had. It's already over. 1 minute 30 on the clock unless Madden does something ridiculous. Well, don't think we'll be seeing that experiment again.
Two pairs of Julies running up short, got absolutely nothing done. The response time from Vitality there, that was the difference maker. You see all the bodies, and as you jump around the corner, D-House spots 4. You hope you can slow it down, but this snowball already halfway down the mountain, and head after head will roll. Some nice shots from Madden short, but a great way to kick things off here for Vitality. Of course, ENCE back with a force by their own. Let's see if this goes better than it did in the previous map of play. It was relatively flat. Limp smokes out towards the A ramp here to hold the defense at bay, but again, a gamble early from Vitality. 4 players to lock down this side of the map here. It's just Flamesy tasked with B and middle currently. Spinks will drop back in time, but stalled out now. Vitality were ready for another fast A.
It's an aesthetically pleasing combination of weaponry. MP9s if things get hectic, and M4s for longevity. And those long-range engagements.
They're going to swarm this here once they catch ZywOo on the jump. They don't have his smoke back here to be deployed as a one-way. So flashed off, Molly to slow, and they will have to give up the control of the ramp right now.
Yeah, but Snap, he's not stopping, and he's found Apex. So an opportunity for ENCE. And a weapon for ZywOo. Trying to support his teammates, but he's got Snappy to worry about. Now that's a team Molly. And that just gets sprayed out too. They just go swinging through, and oh, it's all flat. After that opening, nothing to be done. And Nertz, perhaps the exception. He's spotted out by Flamesy. No lethality. And a second round comes through.
And that's one name that we need to be screaming an awful lot here in map number 3 if you're an ENCE fan and you want to see this one go the distance. Nertz, bit of a non-starter for him on Nuke. And this is the player who has the opportunity to go up against his countrymen, Flamesy and Spinks on the other side of the server. And he said on multiple occasions, on multiple accounts, that this is the type of match that he wants to show that he is the best Israeli player. And so far, hasn't really gotten out the gates. This is a team game. They can still get it done. They can still get across the line here, but some early contributions from him would help settle him into this matchup early. He's an X-Factor player. He's an absolute monster, and we'd love to see it on the biggest of stages.
There's an early bit of info this time from Apex. He's not been caged. In fact, he actually aggresses. Just equipped with the Tech 9, and it gives him that bit of extra confidence to take an early engagement.
You see them doing that. Some of these occasions. Madden, that's a big shot for free. He should go down, mopped up by ZywOo. Madden's pistols, relatively lethal, but stalled out by this smoke. We'll have to play ahead. Flamesy have an easy task of this one. Sampaio's already gone, and Dihan noted as well. So shouldn't be too long for the world. Vitality be zipping up a 3-0 start here.
It seems only appropriate that this semi-final features our 2 most recent IEM champions. Dallas winners versus the Rio winners. Never mind, of course, victorious on their home soil for the French.
And we're in a snapshot in Counter-Strike history where the world #1 is up for debate. The conversation, Heroic and Vitality, were Heroic. They've fallen to the wayside already. Vitality now the front runners. But there's still some other names in the mix here. G2, later semi-final tonight against Astralis, and ENCE. If they're able to pick up the victory against Vitality here today, they can thrust their name to the tippy top of Counter-Strike. But this is where we get into the meat and potatoes. The guns around, the full buy, AWPs. Don't know if they're going to play as big of an impact in this map as the previous 2.
Yeah, 10 rifles.
And look at this, 3 out the gates here for Vitality for the B pressure. They're going to push. They're going to push awfully fast.
Interesting. He is posturing for it. They go looking and spotted. Likely 2, they say, as they spray through that smoke.
Look at how contained they are here. Right, they've really held them at bay, just locked them outside of the B lobby.
They weren't accounting for this.
And it's going to be arduous to get this back, but it makes sense when you have a player like Flamesy. He's going to want to be on the front foot and fight, right? This is cool. Very far forward for a B defender, and now if ENCE want to return late, they'll have to worry about clearing out all of these little nooks and crannies.
A good way to give Flames a leg up as that B anchor.
But look at what this allows. In Counter-Strike at the moment, it's so vogue to stay active across the map. We push back B, now let's search for fights together as a collective over towards A. Again, Vitality with the lion's share of their forces grouped up and looking for a fight. And setting up some util towards the second letter of the alphabet here.
It's very particular. Full set piece. Despite the early aggressions, Nertz will flash them through. They're going in. Flames unable to call upon the cavalry immediately. He's dead. Diha, good for the opening, and look what it's done. That util has completely locked out Vitality's defense. Now the question remains, is it better to save?
Yeah, the conversation immediately, right? It was the save. The fact that two players threw util from top mid meant that they were always going to be possible to help combine over towards the construction position, come in late, keep it jarring. So a good understanding of the situation there, and dealing with that aggressive lobby maneuver. Just one kill is all they needed. So a save out the gates here early, but if we start steady, we're going to finish strong. Both teams wanting to bring forward as many rifle rounds as possible, so you can understand why they don't want to get stuck into this one.
No, but this will make sense, and this will also feel great for ENCE. After that early move, that aggressive control of B stairs, to be able to just execute in, collect the round, it's at least going to be positive sign.
Especially in environments where they should be converting them on the T side. We all remember how Nuke went, right? On that T half, they could have done a whole lot better than 4. Having the bomb defused in front of their faces, ZywOo killed multiple bodies through a smoke. That one maybe still rattling around the head here. No timeout called early, weapons retained, and everybody into the buy. As I mentioned, AWPs might not play as big of a role here. Sampaius has had fantastic impact with opening kills. 17-3 is a mid-push. Madden tested, Spinks triumphs.
Oof, quick equalizer out of Nertz, but is he anticipating a second? Oh, Apex. He gives it a look in. You're already getting an idea as to the style of defense Vitality plan to employ.
Take a breather and a pause here for a moment. 4v4, util for both teams. This is where the in-game leaders get to work. Use your sentries on the CT side, the defense playing for info, gathering that, relaying it. Flames' reload would have been heard, slinking forward now, space taken, and surging forward in a moment's time will be Diha and co.
Nice response from Flames. I think they're going to push through it. Yeah, Diha wants to take the space. It's important. Extinguish required. Snappy low, even lower. Flames delivers on the defense. He's got help now. His leader in support. And ZywOo posted in mid. Nertz's crawl achieves nothing. And Vitality looking to immediately return to their winning ways. This save now justified. They're going to build extra cash in the coffers unless Sampaius and Diha can take some bodies. Just the one from the pole. And now overlooking Apex for a clean one. 3 alive and the Good Vibe Tribe back. Vitality 4. ENCE 1.
The difference maker right there, the util that Vitality held on to. It was a floor of flames that they had to run through. You saw the first one get extinguished by Diha after the fact to try and get his teammates through. The second was thrown by Apex, I believe, on rotation in. So that meant that they had to do a bit of Tony Robertson firewalking there to get in towards the site. You mentioned Snappy low, bowled over, and easy to scoop that one up for Vitality. Saw has called the first timeout here. And if there's one way, if there's anything you can say to get Nertz activated, because even with the fights, that second duel he took against Apex, you know, not steady as light. I'm not saying he should just win that, but you're seeing that he doesn't look as focused as you'd be hoping from a star player.
Said it before, I'll say it again. These stage matches, it's a completely different environment that you cut your teeth on in Counter-Strike.
Matches like these are the ones that can go by in a blink of an eye, especially if you feel like you're not having impact. Right? Every time you're just dead, you go to make a play, you die, you don't feel like you're really contributing an awful lot. And if that happens, it can just be over in the blink of an eye. So timeout called, the money's there, the buyback in, ENCE. What do you have to say?
Flames has aggression on the menu again.
He just has so much support with this as well. Spinks and Mad just making sure that if there is any fight, they can trade.
That's also putting a lot of faith on your A defenders. Counting on Apex and ZywOo to delay. Sampaius is on the crawl. Let's see if he can continue to find these openers in the absence of his AWP. As you said, 17-3. That's a pretty damn good haul for 2. Oh, he's done it again! Sampaius strikes and dumps his util. He knows he's forged a gap. But now ENCE have to convert this. They have to. All of his hard work could be for naught if they fumble.
Very heavy seesaw map as Vertigo here, so the decisions for ENCE, it might not be connected. I send one player out looking for info as a nade Rain's down on Flames. He chunked about 60 points of health, and the follow-up is even better. Walking wounded here.
Opportunities are plenty for their final finish.
Retake setup being deployed here by Vitality.
2 smokes. On Vertigo, you know what that often indicates for a T-side.
35 seconds. This will be fading in about 10. It's going to be a pressure moment here. Spinks is coming over.
And Magisk is a turret. He's been on these big stages time after time. He is not going to fluff his lines. He's trying to catch the timing. Runs them down. Madden, that's important. He hits the headshot. Nice nade out of Apex. If they can disrupt, they can win the round. Apex knows it. Oh, and he nearly adjusts. The spray was there. The bomb needs to be planted with 10 seconds left. They can't knock him off it. Nuts. Important. Gets it down. And the 2-man advantage converted. Some Pius thanking his lucky stars. That was what they wanted. ENCE find their second T round.
And what a great entry as well. He even stumbled making his way up the ramp. You heard him make a sound cue. Now this is the question, exactly what's being picked up here. Are the details as diligent from these players? Are they hearing every single miscue? Well, the flick of the wrist onto the side player was absolutely insane. So Pius, doesn't matter if it's the AWP or the rifle, still contributing in the opening kill department here. And ENCE will convert their second round. Again, we'll be talking about Vitality going for an awful lot of saves. It's quite difficult to retake without extra util on a map like this. So once they do concede the site, the best decision considered. Back and forth we go with these timeouts because the mental warfare of what we might see unfold here. If you are ENCE and they're pressuring B so much, you hit the nail on the head in the previous. It's putting more pressure on ZywOo, the man on your screen right here, and Apex over towards A. So if you're that of ENCE, you can wait out the crowd control utility, you can then go apply pressure elsewhere, and that means likely to leave Flames on his own.
Are there any indicators of Flames having the support on B? You know, how do they have the idea that that's
if you're seeing that early util, right, you're going to be expecting it more often than not. They're dropping a flash, they're sending him in, right? So far we've seen when he does go aggressive, he's not on his own. So they're not just going to throw him in, and there's tells because of the util, right? They actually want that control, and they want you to know that they have it. Vitality, what is the adjustment here at the back of the timeout from Zonic?
That's our first orb.
Yeah, and this here is a very curious AWP indeed. ZywOo, he gets to do what he wants. And right now, the AWP might be that factor. Yellow smoke deep, gap smoke out from ENCE here. So obscuring the vision both ways as ZywOo will not be able to see anything at all. Crowd control utility, and you can see the way that the meta is starting to take shape with the new smokes, right? This has been around for some time now, but this is the most recent iteration. Dropping the smokes under the board so that the T's from the forklift room can keep eyes and sight lines.
So many smokes invested for this opening exchange.
As you bleed these out, you count these back to your in-game leader, Snappy. 1, 2, 3 smokes now used over towards A. Speaking of smokes to the left, there's only 2 remaining, so ENCE with the util advantage here.
Yeah, Apex has shown the face of that forward ramp stance. Madden's not believing it.
It makes you scared that there's a B stack. If somebody's that far forward on A, you're worried about multiple bodies over towards the B site. And as they continue to lob out these smokes, there's nothing left for Vitality now in that department. Just flashes and a molly on Flamesy. Yeah, 50 seconds.
Flames spamming that smoke with his silence them 4. Oh, now he's hit it. They made the sound cue. They're starting to punish on the reload. Magisk goes for my God, Diha! He saves them there from a potential multi-kill, and now B site is theirs. ENCE boasting a 3rd round, and this one clean as a whistle.
Didn't even need the access in towards B. Madden just took down ZywOo's AWP over towards A in the interim here. Just waltz on in. Every kill they wanted, ENCE are able to scoop up. And money starting to become a bit of an issue for Vitality now. Spinks, far forward, no kit. Probably not going to attempt what Pius did on Nuke. But this AK is worth its weight in gold going into the next round of play. And Spinks has started hot here. 7-1 in the frag department. In a bit more of a chess game here, trying to outmaneuver each other across the map. And this time comes up ENCE, just a 1-round game. We just saw a Vitality timeout, so unlikely to see them go for another investment. That was Madden just coming through off the back of some well-placed flashes there, so great work from the combination of Madden being set up by Nertz's util, applying pressure on both sides of the map, and that one is going to sting. minimal investment from Vitality here. And again, this aggression towards the B lobby, wanting to take control of the stairs, and they have gotten it. Madden and Nerds, again in combination.
This is a massive gap.
They're going to walk into the AK here.
That's true. Spinks, poised, ready.
He's got the bomb. Look how overextended they are here.
That's a powerful position. Catches and clotheslines Magis, but maybe overlooking another. Apex catching timing with his P2K, and he has. Takes down Nerds. Another rifle up for debate. Grab now. ENCE, they should be able to stem this bleed.
But Snappy's still got to get over here. He's had to go the long way round. Oh, good molly. There's no util to get into the snipe here for ENCE. It's going to be difficult.
Those 3 AKs will make it 2. Good work from Diha. Now, with Spinks' AK, he's put the bomb on the floor, but Apex would have to do something ridiculous.
Got a molly for this.
Not bad. Hoping Diha gets a bit nervous, but it's not to be. Sampias gets away on 1 HP. 4 apiece.
An important, impactful 3K there from the pole. You know, quietly spoken man, you know, doesn't necessarily have the most energy in his voice, doesn't need to. He delivers consistently for this team. Some impactful kills there, and that was a round where, sure, there was just the AK and some USPs, but we saw how that almost got out of control. Quick tech issue called here. Classic FPS bug, everyone's favorite. Maybe we won't have that in CS2.
Not to be confused with FPS Doug.
Boom, headshot.
Everyone knows you run faster with a knife.
Oh, everyone chipping in with advice. You know, things are still decent in the mood between these two teams who are battling it out for this spot. The first team will be locking themselves in for the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023 Grand Finals.
Well, you started that conversation, and I'm going to continue it. You said that we don't know who the best team in the world is right now. We've had that player break, and of course, roster mania. You had Heroic and Vitality at the top of that list. Well, obviously, Vitality reigns supreme. Heroic no longer present in the tournament after their first bout in the Lanxess.
And a surprise to see Astralis topple them.
But if ENCE are pushing them, continue to push them here on Vertigo, you know, when do they become relevant in the conversation? 1 IEM, sure, and then immediately thrust into an 8-week break.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? That confidence going into the break was great for this team, but it was about bottling it and very difficult to do. But this squad, probably third on my list, right?
Okay.
G2 FaZe, they are very scary prospects when they're on their game.
And then
the question
Astralis,
is, when are they on their game?
Astralis already.
Again, a three-man opener. Like, Diha has all this information, right? He hears this. They really don't want to allow this B lobby control to be given up here.
And then my attention is drawn to Apex and ZywOo.
Madden is getting an awful lot of room here. He's doing a great job at creating space. It doesn't always come with kills from Madden, but look at this. Look at the risk. Look at the gap.
His read of the game. And ZywOo's got that too. Oh, caught out! Madden bests him. That is an important frag to post. Could be huge. He's been spotted. Apex noted. Magis got a barrage of util coming his way. Apex stubborn in the flames, pushing the issue. So many bodies around him. And he just walks into Sampias on that T side. Orb, Snappy punishes Magis through the elevator smoke, and now Flames is noted. Vitality's hopes wane as ENCE look to take the lead here.
That right there, Apex is going to be a bit miffed about that extinguish, isn't he? Looked like it fell through and dropped down, creating this weird smoke. Probably not what he was hoping for in that little duel. But Madden, again, we have to sing his praises here. One of the more supportive elements of this ENCE roster, but he is highly skilled. Right? He actually has taken a lot of these by choice, and he can keep delivering openings, especially onto ZywOo. Madden has gotten the better of ZywOo in 2 of these exchanges over towards A now. True. And maybe it's more, but it's 2 that I've definitely taken note of. And that is key. If he is controlling that A ramp, he's doing an awful lot of impact just with that one fight alone. Spinks and Flamesy will save. Get to hold on to 2 rifles here. The loss bonus maxed on out. Can drop 2 across here if they'd like, and another buy available. But you see ZywOo just not ready for that. Here's that weird smoke I was talking about. Easy as you like for Sampias, and even Snappy able to contribute. You can see suffocating the site, a deep elevator smoke, making things difficult for Vitality now, who have called their second tactical timeout here. The pressure just being turned up a notch.
Most definitely. Bear in mind that 4 rounds that Vitality boast, 3 of which came from pistol and conversions. We all remember that double Julie flop.
Yeah, the shenanigans that were.
But now 4 on the trot. ENCE in the driving seat of this one. And a lot of ENCE fans here in the Lanxess Arena hoping to see them continue to elevate as they look to claw their way to the highest echelons of Counter-Strike.
Hedging their bets with the buy off the back of this timeout, squirreling away enough cash here for the next. Vitality will be able to buy, but still a threat here with these 2 saved rifles. This time, no B-lobby aggression. How does that change the calls of Snappy here?
We saw what happened when ENCE fumbled a gimme.
Some Pius AWP, we asked the questions, is out now.
They disappeared after it. They have to remain vigilant in these rounds. Oh, and Diha dunks on Flames. No problems. And now they can stretch their legs and walk into that B site. He's calling it clear. I think Vitality going to be calling it quits.
Do they want to really risk the rifle of Spinks here? As mentioned, there'll be enough cash for the buy. There is a kit on Spinks. If they can cause a little bit of chaos here with this flash, Apex at the ready, the in-game leader. Can he make anything happen with this 5-7 in the hand? Being given the liberties, being allowed to search forward here.
Falling for the flash, pushing through, going to use it to hopefully discombobulate, and from behind he gets himself one.
Another!
Oh! Saves himself on the dual Berettas. And now Spinks in a 1v3. Maybe this is manageable after all. They have to hurry over to Madden's position.
The seesaw, it's happening.
Spinks is audible, he knows what's up.
But he didn't take the space. There's a chance for Spinks.
He's got an opportunity ahead of him. Looking to clutch up. 30 seconds on that clock now extended. Pius punches in the code. And Spinks, primed and ready, looking to punish. He's isolating the jewels. This would be stunning. 12-2. The man feels no pressure. And now up against Madden.
Sorry.
They did see him, surely. Smoke, Kit, it's a horrible combination. Madden, can he hold his nerve? Is he overthinking? And Spinks comes up clutch! Vitality given a gift! And his name is Spinks!
What a miraculous clutch that was. He had absolutely no idea where Madden had gotten off to. He expected that aggression, and that's another one of those rounds. You return to nuke. Remember the gimmies that ENCE gave up. This could have been a 2-0, but they dropped the ball. And this time it's happened again. I talk about Apex causing chaos. The man could have had 2. That 5-7 in the back was almost enough. And the smoke kick combo, perfect.
Oh, Nertz is going to be punching the air as well. That death through the smoke, they had the advantage. It was just one man left.
But Saw's job right now is to not let ENCE slink back into that mental hole that looked like they found themselves in on nuke. They could only manage 4 in total. We're about to see the ramifications of that live. Do ENCE now just go down the gurgler? Do we see Vitality mount the confidence off the back of that and start to ragdoll them around?
Everything you just said is the reason Saw took that timeout. It's rattling around in his too. He's trying to keep his troops on the straight and narrow. A 5-5 scoreline, a gift given. Spinks, a big game player. Ripped from their ranks, now sends ENCE down a peg. It's huge from Spinks, but can we see a recovery immediately from ENCE? Chip damage, unconfirmed. Apex is spammed through, trying to contain. Our 11th round of this 3rd map. Semi-final delivering once again. The twists and turns of a Counter-Strike game. The highs and the deflating lows. Apex, insane. He's given his team the opening kill through the smoke, stubborn as anything. And he wants more. You got 30 HP, you've got an advantage, Apex. You can't be serious. And some Pius onto Spinks, but maybe Apex can claw himself out of this one.
Got to be run down here, no one taking the risk, Nerfed. Usually he'd leap through that.
I think the reason was they wanted to be over. Oh! Sent off of the building! It's a big one from Nerds, but Snappy down, Flames spotted out on short side. ZywOo and Flames, maybe they can, especially with the flash. ZywOo sets up Flames.
30 seconds.
And he knocks Diha down. 30 seconds indeed, and very low HP. Nerds is on the move. Pius remains poised and playing wicked games, trying to find a gap. The hook is in Vitality's cheek.
There's util here. There's a chance to try and block some of these key points.
ZywOo posted, he's calling no one home. That's the util we were discussing. If some Pius can just hold this line, that bomb will go down fine.
Power position here for the AWP, but ZywOo has his as well.
And ZywOo
master of his craft. He's got the retake smoke. Flamesy has the kit. And the smart game continues. It forces Senpais to look at that option. Now worried about the headshot angle, but they're coming together, holding hands, working through. First contact on the bomb.
Just consider it.
He's just holding it.
He's just holding it. This is going to hurt. Oh, the spray! Nuts redemption in the Lanxess! There was half a second in it, but ENCE, they will recover. An answer to that question off of the back of the timeout, a 2-on-2. So up for debate right up until that final second spray. Nuts. He hit a banger. He hit a banger on Magisk.
That's a huge shot as well. Magisk got the dink off there. It was damage done to Senpais and Nerds, and then this is the final moment. You can see there, just hoping and praying. And they get that one done. They break the cache of Vitality here again. We're going to bring out one hero rifle in the hands of Spinx. He's going to try and search over towards B here. It's just been a continued fight for Vitality for that key territory. Enter in a strong position here to net up 7. But as mentioned, they've already given up in this series a few rounds like this. They can't let it happen again here if they want to find that destined grand final.
And it's on the man that's done it once already on this map. And they're setting him up for success. All these audio cues, he's licking his lips. Spinx knows he could do so much damage.
Spotted! And Senpais calls him off. Dinked him down. Lucky to be alive, but surely ENCE's hopes are. Yeah. Getting a whole lot better now.
Sticking out like a sore thumb.
Spotted out. Flames, not a power position at all. Keeping it clean. A clean sheet for their 7th.
Spinx is so lucky to even get away here. He was one of the individuals to take all that damage on top of the boosts. So the fact he can get away, the fact he can try and retain this, that is massive. But 7 rounds now converted for ENCE. What is the change-up going to be here for Vitality? They've tried a whole bunch of different looks. Zawu's AWP in middle, aggressive over towards B lobby, fighting and jousting down towards that A ramp aggressively here. But they found something they like, and this is huge because Senpais had to worry about the boost on both sides, so his teammates very aware. Apex not understanding just how far out of that smoke he was. He would have been completely caught in that gray screen trying to play in the fade.
A T-Hall they can be proud of already.
It is good that they've been able to reset though, right? To talk about that timeout from Saw after the round that they lost, they've been able to shrug that off. They've been able to control that mentality, and now it's about the championship mentality of Vitality. It's a lot of tality. Gearing up for another game that might go the distance here. With a close half, back into another buy. The kit available on Spinx, sure. Util light on in some departments, not going to be as many alley-oops with flashes available for Vitality here.
Yeah, and so far so good as well in taming the beast. Zawu just boasting 5. And Senpais, he's feeling himself. Bringing out that T-side AWP. Oh, and he's fed one! Takes down Zawu. Early answers might be provided. You can see Magic's position. He could call that there's not much else home.
That's an AWPer's call, Alex. He just went forward on his own volition, up a ramp. Snappy was behind him for very mild support, but that is huge. The fact that Senpais is feeling the game like this right now to make that type of a call, to waltz up the ramp, dry, and get that pick. He's ascending right now, Senpais, in this series.
Most definitely. That was his 3rd in this. That makes it total 20 opening kills in this series from the Spaniard. Snappy, dead to Flamesy. Oh, and a stunning second! It's like he's got X-ray vision as Senpais. ENCE's hero right now on the big stage under the bright lights. A 3-on-3 with 45 and counting.
Flashes available here to assist Magisk when he wants the pressure, right? When he feels them coming into the site, he will call for flashes from his support network of Apex.
He's only got 1.
It's a deep flash here. They want to search for info.
No one's home. Info required. Oh, and
spotted! Oh! Another banging headshot onto Magisk again, no less. Util implies another body close.
20 seconds. Apex, this molly could do a lot.
It could do a lot. Force an awkward plant. The bomb's still not planting. Oh, but through the smoke, Apex tries his luck and Madden spanks. And 8 locked in now for the ENCE side.
And if we could hear Snappy, this would be the moment he would be yelling at Spinx, yelling at his ex-teammate, letting him know, you can save again, but this is 8. We've won the half.
An arena divided. I think half want to see ENCE ascend and the others want to see Vitality on that grand final stage. ENCE, they have certainly demonstrated that that loss on their map pick was not the end of the story.
Difficult close to the half here for Vitality.
They've got so much cash, bro. 15 grand on some Pius.
This is what I'm talking about. It's going to be so difficult to put them away here. ENCE have an opportunity right now to be able to pick up 10 rounds going into halftime. Sure, loss bonus is in the favor of Vitality here, but that is telling of the story, telling of these last patch of rounds. Only one for Vitality since the pistol and those conversions. It hasn't been an awful lot here other than the start of the CT side.
But to reiterate, 20-3 in openers, and some Pius, he's still wielding it, not going to be going for anything first. It's actually Nerds! Oh, he gets away! Maybe not. Spinks onto Snappy, now they know Nerds is low. Tries to flash himself out and is given the honor and privilege to escape. Gaps are open though, and Apex is investigating.
Yeah, he wants a gun and he wants it now.
Nerds confirms. And Apex, evacuate, thank you very much, I'll take that.
Yeah, you see the confidence of Apex in some of these moments here. So manifesting another rifle. This defense got an awful lot stronger here, and once we know Nerds is low, still have to get past ZywOo.
Typically no easy task. Decisions to be made, committed now.
And his fellow Frenchman in support, baits the shot, knows that Pius is close.
Madden's in. On to be planted. Could be a safe one here. ZywOo the flash. It's no good. Madden needs to fight out of this.
Oh, Madden's in trouble as well. ZywOo fired off a couple of shots, but he still hits another Madden. Madden gets it all done. 2 on 2, but with 40 seconds, we're in no rush, no hurry. Molly on the bomb from Apex. It buys him time, as well as Flames. Cleared. Pius is on it. Another Pius. He cannot be stopped. The biggest game, the biggest stage, and he continues to rack them up. He's got max money. Anyone want a drop, says Pius.
And his leader knows what he has here. A player that gets buffed once he gets to the big stages. Pius putting on a show for everybody inside the LANXESS today. Round after round, this man's highlight reel is insane.
Sure, we talk about openers. How about 2 closers?
Man, coming alive in the perfect moment here. He has just been a monster all day. And Nerds, sure, we mentioned a bit of a non-issue over there on Nuke. Bullied, bludgeoned, but back with some big kills and big contributions. Doesn't have the most of frags here, but he's found impact with the ones he does. And now we move into round 15, a timeout called, an opportunity here for Vitality to try and snatch 6 before they go into the break. Or ENCE, will they hit double digits in the first half of play? The big red button has been hit and the double orbs are brought out here. Vitality, Spinks and ZywOo looking to wield those to great success.
Crunch time. A 6th. Sounds a whole lot better than a 10-5 half. 9-6 up for debate. ZywOo on his signature weapon.
And now to his signature perch here.
He knows these angles very well. He can peek through those tiny gaps. He's got Apex as well in support. Madden, so far, incredibly successful on his ventures. And ZywOo tested! He's done it again! Mincemeat! Madden gives them the opening they so desired.
He's got ZywOo's number right now.
He does.
Absolutely has ZywOo's number. ZywOo's going to leave this half with only 6 kills, 11 deaths, caged by Madden. He's doing it all on his own towards A. Sure, Pius is there, but he ain't scared.
He's on that 1-3-3-7. And he is elite! Apex dead. Anyone else, he says, backing away. Magis will catch him as he looks for more. His 5th fragged. He would need a whole lot more to try and turn the tables of this final round. Pius, he's always good for 1 minimum. As ENCE, they got that grand final in their sights, and they're looking to leave with double digits on the T side of Vertigo. Just the 2 of them. An elevated angle, hoping perhaps Spinks has got the AWPing prowess, but with good utility, diligence from ENCE. And an exposed back. Spinks set up for success on that first, but still 3 to find. It's against the odds, against all odds, and look at Snappy. He's ready to set them up for that final killing blow of the half. Flashed in, fragging good! 10 is in the bag! 6 away from the grand finals, looking to hit him with the back-to-back at IEM. Dallas, 8 weeks, and now 6 rounds away from the Lanxess grand final. Counter-Strike, and we will finally know our first grand finalists. Team Vitality, hot prospects, and an upgrade after winning the major. ENCE, successful in Dallas and doing it again in Cologne. A first for 4 of them in the Lanxess arena. And not being consumed by the moment, all having their moments. Sun Pius, a big stage player, and 10-5 the scoreline. A lot of utility for Vitality. Apex deploys his flashes, trying to cause a bit of a panic.
Forced a rotation here, it's worked.
Madden to be overlooked potentially. They're channeling into Snappy.
What's he got for us? Bounding through, Flames. Perfect to pull the crosshair. Messi on the USP, but Madden only the one. ZywOo solid, Magisk there, and hopes reignited for Vitality. Nertz and Diha, both with the dualies, set up for success. This would be both of the pistols going Vitality's way. Diha clearing on the tickle, ZywOo prominent, and it looks set for unless Nertz's time. ZywOo, has he got life? Running him down, round the corner, time and issue. ZywOo can clutch up, and Nertz, has he done enough?
It's going to be close. It's going to be real close.
Oh, he hasn't got it. 3 in the round, close, but no cigar. Vitality take the pistol.
Oh, Vitality are going to feel good about the pistol, sure. Apex just played them like a fiddle. 1 flash, 2 flash, everybody starts to rotate and you're in. But the way that that almost fell apart is going to bring back the doubts of the first half. You could see them shaking. You could see them worrying. They're wobbling. ZywOo has been caged in that first half of play. Comes alive here with 2 in the pistol. And almost, but almost, if there was a kit. And you can see here, Apex avoiding heart attacks is a sigh of relief. Get the buyback out. A juicy looking one. A Famas available in the hands of Nertz. Some pistol upgrades, and again, the conga line behind the leader. And into Madden, who has been deadly on the pistols.
That he has.
Not this time. Apex finds himself the first and long range. Hold on, hold on! Sunpias has mowed down 2 with a 5-7, and now Spinks. He knows it's up to him. He's got no help. It just has to be a one-man mission. As Sunpias up to 3. 18 frags for the Spaniard. And this second round, it was supposed to be a gimme. Magisk being run on down. Sunpias 4 and ENCE 11. Short-lived celebrations.
And that might be it. Feels way too early to call, sure, but at the moment, it's one-way traffic. This is perfect. You know that Apex wants to hit that go pedal once they get the opener. That smoke lands, and they're coming out of the gray screen into a 5-7. Sunpias continues to be an absolute delight to watch here today. As Vitality, this is what I'm talking about. This may be the end or the beginning of exactly that.
They counted on ZywOo and Spinks. They just called their stars and they said, we need you now. I don't care what happened before. I need you now. ZywOo's good for it. Mission accomplished on the opening. And he's taken down Madden, one of the very best so far in this map.
It's caused ZywOo some real issues within that first half of play, so that's going to feel good for ZywOo. Grabs 1 back here, but they still need to be able to convert this round.
Not going to be easy.
Especially without any util.
Snappy wants answers.
Flash through. Apex, if he hits that shot, he hasn't. ZywOo has. And they still have the advantage.
Not
Spinks has
anymore.
extended it. What's going on? Caught one elsewhere. Now they're heading out. Happy with what they've seen over on B. Spinks is already calling it clear. He's pushed up comfortable. And D is going to be upset about that one. He was responsible for the other side of the map. You can see his crippled remains over there.
They're not going to give this one a go, surely not. Forced by Waza on here in this second half of play. And that's all to ZywOo. 2 kills for him in this one. He's already come alive. In the first half, he only had 6 kills. He was 0 and 6 in terms of opening exchanges. He's just got 1 right there. He got kills on the pistol round, able to pick up kills in another impactful round. It's never too late for ZywOo. You don't rule this guy out, ever.
It's a solid save, though. They'll take it. To remain threatening. Or will they?
Nice angle. ZywOo down after 2. And the rifles will come through, but seems like our expectations irrelevant.
There's just so much that goes into that type of a force buy there for Vitality, right? If you go into that round and you lose it, and then you have to take the save into the next, we're talking about an ENCE that's up to 13-6, right? It's a completely different ball game. And then we start the conversation about the pressure, and then the fact that ZywOo's not online. But fortunately, him and Spinks in combination here rock up, secure a 7, fluster ENCE again. And once more, we need to remind everybody, this is not a team that has been in this situation too many times before. IEM Dallas, one of their first forays as far as the silverware is concerned. You put that one in the trophy cabinet, it feels great. But now under the pressure against Vitality, a monster roster housing the best team in the world, the reigning major champs. You're up against it, and Saw knows it. Again, another stabilizing timeout. He had to take 2 in the first half to deal with some of those worries. But ENCE, with 3 SMGs in the mix, will we see something aggressive out of these? Do they want to push the issue, take the fights, or are they happy to play at range? It is insane that we're about to go into a round where there is 5 MP9s on the board, 2 retained for Vitality here. And a bit of pace out the gates, pressuring Diha. Keeping him honest here, just with one of those pesky MP9s as we've highlighted. The rifles spread across the map here as the early exchange is just light damage.
God, there is so much variety in the buy. A little bit of everything. Variety of flavors. Chip damage. Solid haul. ENCE will be happy with that. And on the jiggle is Sunpius. He's having one hell of a game. But can he hold on to pull his team into the grand finals? Snappy, quiet, certainly not in the communications. The in-game leader has called a solid first half. And now he needs to dunk it through, re-smoke on the sandbag, constant threat of potential CT aggression.
They're just going to wait this out here. Looks like they are rerouting, but sure, they're just... Oh, Snappy, he didn't mean to do that. Fell off the ledge, didn't see anything.
Accidental info.
And it might be huge. They're rejigging the setup here. They're ahead of the play. If he meant to do that, Snappy's looking like a genius.
Regardless, it works wonders.
They're heading back and forth, so no
this
commitment
pendulum
here.
swinging. Snappy aggressing as Apex rounds the corner. What a headshot!
They're going to be in here. Flamesy, he's up fast.
And already quick adjust from Sunpius.
17 seconds, they have to commit.
They have to plant. This could be awkward as fudge. Sunpius dead. They need that bomb plant. That could be disrupted. Apex punching in the code. Clock extended.
Oh,
spray from Madden. Awkward now. It has to be Spinks.
There's a kit.
And there's a problem. Nerds is coming for the clear. Oh! He nails it onto Spinks, and Nerds saves them. 12 in the bank.
Madden's got some magic. 50 floors up. How does he keep getting away with plays like this? 2 through the smoke on the MP9. Without that, the option's so limited here. And you check this one out again. The bomb goes down to low HP. 2 evaporate. The Frenchman gone, and Nerds from the top rope.
Madden and Nerds combine.
These are the 2 that were bullied on Nuke, stepping up now. And again, the force buy wars back and forth. The bomb goes down. Another buy. Don't worry about the wall. This is on.
Vitality's economy, like their hopes of a grand final, tattered. They've already had to call upon Zywoo for Magic before. They may have to do it again. Magisk as well. Kept humble. Diha on this B defense. His fingertips spotted information of occupation on B stairs. Nade could be good. Softening him up, but he's lost his head. He could lose the sight. Can Nerds have another magical moment? Flashes are good. Information spotted. Magisk across, and that bomb plant guaranteed. One nade, not enough. And a retake that seems desperate, maybe not, with the loss of Zywoo. Magisk is gone too. Vitality only pistols. Apex finds a rifle on the floor, but he's gone. Madden another. 13 looms. ENCE one more kill. And Nerds secures it. 13. 3 away from the grand finals.
Pressure's not going to let up here. Defuse comes through, and that is another bomb plant. The finances of Vitality is the biggest question right now. We're talking about being bottom of the barrel, but finally, on this second half of play, ENCE will draw first blood as far as consecutive rounds are concerned. And Nerds finally finding some consistent impact here, 15 and 6. He's come alive right when the team needs him most, as the last timeout from Zonic has been burnt here. 30 seconds to discuss the finances down the home stretch. You take a save here, you can buy into the next. But if you think you can rumble the money, if you really think that you want to keep going with these buys, if you can get it done with some Galils, some Tech 9s, you shove all in right now. And we've been talking about Vitality throughout this tournament. These bailout bullshit rounds with a couple of upgraded AKs and some Tech 9s, they have been able to pull off before. But right now, they're missing in the star department. Spinks is the only one delivering, and, well, he's been saving an awful lot. So you tell me just how impactful those 17 kills have been, but they're going for it. Vitality are going for it. They will not let ENCE double the scoreline here for free. Round 21, Vitality's purchase. The two biggest names, the franchise players, Spinks and ZywOo, with all the work to do here. Snappy and Madden at the ready. Bullets through, and Snappy, more than tickled here. Needs to consider how he's going to follow through with the rest of this round. It's unconfirmed damage. Vitality, you do not know, but that's a whole lot of info.
He'll work with that. He'll work with that just fine. ZywOo on the warpath, but again, Sunpire's a problem. Perpetually in the feed. Vitality overlooking Madden. A power position. He's up. Hands in the air like he just don't care. Because the job is done, you'd think. You would think. They pushed the chips to the center of the table. It was all to play for, and Sunpires can't believe his luck. And you can see Apex, he's just accepting the cruel reality of this day of play.
How does he push the issue here? There is, as we can see, a completely empty bomb site, and he has the bomb on his back. Now, winning this round is one thing, but a plant is another. Finances a premium here as Apex parks the bus. This may be all she wrote for the next 30 seconds as Diha has responded to that previously stated gap here. 14 confirmed, 2,400 loss bonus into the next. There will not be another Vitality buy unless they just want to keep looking crippled in the purchases. They're not going to have all the guns. They're not going to have all the util. They're not going to have all the goodies. And right now, they don't have the stars showing up, contributing here in the most pressure of moments. Apex, no choice but to hold on to this AK. A long save and a long time to allow this sinking feeling. Doing this one in Star. We'll check it again. Madden has just been a phenom in this map. Doesn't want to give the kill over. He'll offer himself up here inside the Cathedral, but putting on a show are ENCE. And this is a team that you cannot sleep on anymore. How many questions have to be asked and answered as the smile on the face of Snappy? That tells you everything you need to know.
And after the shortcomings on their map pick, mental fortitude was tested.
Look who's home. And look where they're coming to knock.
Peculiar. A premonition, perhaps. Madden's in the right spot. And it could be the knockout blow. Botted. ZywOo, motivated, pushing forward. Smoke, flash, look at the response. ENCE, they've locked it down. Vitality, a must-win round.
But return to A. Come to the player who's been an absolute beast today. If you want to knock elsewhere, if you want to try A, you have to get past this big green. It is posted at the ready, the longest of sight lines. Vertigo doesn't get much better than that for an AWPer.
Yeah, this is a gift for Sunpires if they dare. ZywOo's still alive, and he's well aware of what an AWPer would do. Smoke gap held. Sunpires says it's all clear.
But for ENCE, they're not sweating right now. A 2-1-2 division of labor here, pretty comfy, and especially considering the purchases on the other side, it's just this AK they really have to worry about.
Finds a nice little edge of the smoke. Boost perhaps required. They call upon ZywOo yet again. Vision of Diha. Okay, one looking for Madden. Will he be overlooked? Look at them line up! Madden makes mincemeat of everyone in his wake. The Montenegrin monster secures 15, and the grand final right at their fingertips now. One round, 1 round the difference, 1 round separating them from the grand finals on their first time of asking, 4 of them. The first visit to the Lanxess up against reigning major champions.
Now to Snappy, want to give them the knockout blow. Finished in style on Mirage and wants to do it by the book here in the final. ZywOo forward needs to be accounted for right now. The superstar, the best in the world, has been kept quiet here, has been caged by ENCE. All 30 in the first 2, but this is about to be domination.
And Nertz, he found his form. He found his form when he needed to. And he can be the one
They're boosting.
to throw that knockout blow, spots him on the boost, tames the spray, takes down his countryman as the opening kill of what could be our final round of our semi-final.
One-man advantage, everything they need and more as they live forward. Sampaius, he wants to step forward, he's grabbed another. The AWP, line them up, knocking them down, and it's just 1 left.
Vitality, they need a lifeline. Apex, helpless, and it's done. ENCE replicate. They show us Dallas was no fluke. They are a contender, and they are to be feared.
Doubt this team at your own peril. ENCE are not to be trifled with, and a statement made today. Vitality with a change, a young gun in the ranks, hopes for the future, but ENCE, no changes, and another grand final awaits.
Sampaius, the Spanish Counter-Strike master, the only member of ENCE to have been here before, and it shows.
A moment for Nertz as he greets his countrymen here. Nothing more he wanted than to beat his friends on the biggest of stage, and he has accomplished that here today. A hard-fought for grand final berth. What a showing.
And what a feeling it must be to know that on the final day of Cologne, you will be playing.
Do you know, that was tiring just watching. I mean, to play in it, talk me through the match.
I mean, I think both of the two first maps was neck and neck, essentially. Small mistakes decided the outcome for both teams, but I think on Vertigo we were the better team, and I'm super proud because we've been working on it in secret after the last few maps. We struggled a little bit, so yeah, I'm proud of the boys, and everyone kept their cool, so yeah, a happy captain.
Very much so, fixed those weaknesses, and you were a happy captain even after the second map, which you lost. You had a smile on your face, pure confidence, even after taking that loss.
Yeah, it was because I knew on the T side on Nuke, we had a round where we didn't stick to the agreement. I think it was 4-3 where we went under, and because of that we lost to Pistols, and that kind of made the half in general very rough. We would have broken the economy, and then the T half would have been different. But I knew that we played good, and the only thing that's important for me is that nobody loses faith when we play, and everyone support each other. If everyone does that, then I'm a happy man.
Just a word as well, when you've got a player like Sampaius playing the way he was, everything he touched turned to frags. What do you say within the chat when you're trying to talk about things? Because he was unreal.
Well, you just try to support him, but Alvaro is a guy who loves the stage. Time and time again, when I've played with him, he accelerates as soon as he gets into an arena like this. So yeah, kudos to him for that.
Grand final tomorrow, what do you do between now and then?
Now we go eat, we relax, we watch the game of the opponent, and then we prepare like we always do.
Do you know what? I can't wait for tomorrow. Fabulous, fabulous work. Snappy, ladies and gentlemen, your first grand finalist here. It's ENCE!
ENCE part the waves and ascend all the way to the grand finals here in Cologne. Their baptism in the Lanxess, nothing short of miraculous, not letting their map loss get the better of them, completely bouncing back on Vertigo. And that has got to come down to one man in particular. Sampaius joins us up here to be living in the glory here in the arena. First of all, huge congratulations. You must be feeling on fire right now.
Well, for me, just one more game until tomorrow.
Just what? How can you be so humble after that performance? You were head and shoulders of anybody else on the server.
I mean, I'm performing good because my team is performing good. That's it.
Okay, yeah.
No.
You make it
that
sound
cannot be
Actually,
it.
I got no more questions. I'm out.
The interview is out. You have to take a little bit of credit. The way you were behaving in this match, the way you were taking risks, putting your team in good positions, you have to give it to yourself. That was an incredible performance.
No, I mean, yeah, I played good, but I think the credits are mostly for my coach and Marco. I think Marco is calling insanely. Like, for me, he is the best single leader in the world by far right now.
So maybe you can tell us, for you to perform like this, what does Snappy do for you? The good call, the position, how do we come with that performance?
I mean, he just set up me really well, and he's just there. Like, whatever I call Marco, I want to do this. He says, go for it. Every time, every time. If he wants to stop me, it happens 1 out of 10 times. And that's it, I think.
That's what it looked like today. Just out of curiosity, I mean, not only you guys, you had obviously wonderful numbers as an individual, but what blew me away, most of it was across all 3 maps, how many opening kills you won and how many picks you had and how you came on top of those opening fights. So is that team prep? Is that you noticing something? Is that you feeling it and them supporting? Like, is there preparation before the game for you to say, I can find opening kills here, I can find a pick at this part of the map?
Well, I normally feel the game more likely. And for sure with the preparation I have like more clear picks, right? Yeah. I want to have more impact. But for example on this side, if I have a spawn, I just ask Marco, I have a spawn, do you want to do something? He says, what do you want to do? Then I say, I want to do this. Then he says yes or no. But on city side, I have, like, I'm actually like a big caller in the team, right? Like, if I have a spawn and I want to use it, I just say it and everyone knows what they have to do.
Defense playing around your up. What's it like for you? You've jumped up, sorry, Matt. You jumped up to a crazy level on the stage. We saw it last year with Movistar as well. The difference between you and a studio in the group stage versus the playoff stage and on this stage is a massive difference. So for you, when you step onto there, what is that motivating emotion that you've got going on?
Well, first of all, I think I was in another mental point from last year with Movistar here and now. Yeah. So I think my mental is really much better, right? So when I get to the stage, I just feel lucky to play in front of such a crowd. So yeah, I just try to enjoy the moment and be in the moment and just fucking
absolutely
play.
We talk about mental. I think it's an important word for this game. Map 1 and 2 were crazy. We were losing our minds just watching it. Can you tell us what were the words moving in from map 2 to map 3? What did you guys focus on at that moment?
Well, we were trying to reset from the map 2 because I think we fucked it up on this one strat.
Yes.
So there were some people like a bit frustrated, right? But we just talk about it, guys. It's a new map. We need to focus. It's semi-finals of Cologne. We don't need to discuss anything. Just keep going, right? So I think that is what we talk about.
Sampayas, maybe if you look at some of the clips from our perspective, you'll see how incredible you were in this game. Let's bring up the quad kill on Nuke. I know it was a map you lost out on, but this moment was just unholy. Can you walk us through your perspective?
This is not Snappy doing that for you. It's not Snappy,
it's
right?
I mean, this round, I was on ground and I listened to all the flashes going up on inner, right? And they said, nothing in, nothing in. I just start rotate because I understand there is one guy bench. Then I hold single because normally people try to go out single, right? He's dead, and then I listen, they are out drum. So it's a fast strat, 1-4. And then I was in a splitter and I just tried to get as much kills as I could.
You make it sound so simple.
Basically just logic, right? It's just logic. Hey, I'm curious about the evolution of ENCE as a team. It feels like what happened in Dallas changed something for you. That crazy semi-final, lifting the trophy, you're coming here with a different attitude. Is that something that you feel more self-confident, secure about what you can do with ENCE?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I have said this already, but after the major prep on Paris, we have a lot of talks about like how to improve our life, right? Like outside the server. And we are doing it every day. So as you can see, we are better in the server now.
Can you let us know a little bit what that's about? A couple of ideas. What is it you're doing?
Eating healthy, doing sport, and for sure like fixing some mental like working on our brain, doing mindfulness and all this stuff is really good.
I spoke to Snappy ahead of this semi-final. You guys coming off the groups looking really, really hot. He said you guys hadn't reached peak ENCE form yet. Do you feel like you're almost there?
No, I don't think we are even close to it. I think we have to improve a lot of communication, a lot of city sites on a lot of maps. So I think it is quite far away still.
Okay. Do you think we'll be getting closer to it?
Maybe tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Yeah.
tomorrow would be a great time.
Yeah.
I hope tomorrow it gets closer.
When we talk about the grand finals tomorrow, because you guys are the first ones in there, it's it switches to a best of 5 after a best of 3. So how comfortable do you feel in your map pool to be able to go the distance toe to toe with whoever you meet?
I mean, I think we have a really good map pool. In terms of being a best of 5, right now I'm full energy, so I don't think it's gonna be any problem.
Do you have any preference who we would face? G2, Astralis?
I would like to play against Astralis because I want to face the Vice.
Oh, fighting talk.
There we go.
I absolutely love that. Sunpius, huge congratulations to yourself and the team. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing you guys in the grand final. Unfortunately, that does come at the expense of Vitality here at IEM Cologne 2023. So let's get a few departing words, courtesy of Apex and Shots.
Apex, ENCE, once again a hurdle here, and the end of Cologne. What are your first reactions to what didn't work out?
I guess they play better than us. We came here not really prepared. We play with our heart the whole tournament, but sometimes that's not enough. We need some time off and some time to think about what we have to work on. There's a ton of things to work on, but with such a small preparation, I'm proud of my guys.
At the beginning of the day, you told me it was going to be so much about the mental game. Do you feel like you lost it today?
No, they've been together for longer than us. When you change one player, you have a lot of things. I think just we didn't play that well on Vertigo. Mirage, we should have closed it out, I guess, but it's how it is. They played well and they deserve the credit today.
This being Cologne, does that hurt just that much more?
Well, yes, I lost 2 finals here, 2 semi. I will not be able to win once Cologne in CSGO, so that's how it is. But we knew when he came here that if we would win, it will be with our heart and with a lot of headshots. On the third map, we didn't show up, as I said, and that's how it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Apex. They're not a situation that he is unfamiliar with here in the Lanxess, and it was a shame that we couldn't see them, bringing a little bit more fire to the end of Vertigo there.
Yeah, listen, it is crushing. If you're Vitality, it was crushing for me to watch them, but there is a reality that just kicks in, which is this Vitality wasn't ready fully to challenge a team like ENCE on a full map pool. You had your way in, you had your chance, you had the opportunity. I'm not going to take anything away from it. You could have won 2-0. Mirage was right there for the taking. You've lost it a couple of clutches, and then you live to regret it. We knew, we prefaced it, Vertigo would be dangerous. Flamesy got tested a couple of times. ZywOo never got in the rhythm of that third map, and no matter how much of a fanboy I am, I'm not going to deny it. He went through it like a ghost. But I still think the regrets stop at map 2, because map 3 was always going to be very complicated for them.
Yeah, it's hard. I was thinking the same thing with ZywOo, because that is one of the final criticisms you can really levy at him, because otherwise he seems like a pretty complete player, but that tendency to kind of sometimes fade away in that third or deciding map, which he's largely solved over the years, crept back in today. But you also have to give it over to the other side as well, because it's not just a matter of ZywOo kind of disappearing or players shutting down, right? Players on the other side of the server are playing excellent, as we saw with Sunpius, who we spoke to. Yes. But then you also had Madden, who had an incredible third map. I mean, you had the ENCE team rising up. Diha had some good rounds in there. So ENCE delivered in a way that made ZywOo and the rest of Vitality feel really uncomfortable on Vertigo.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think obviously a whole lot of people would love to jump on this opportunity to shit on ZywOo, and that's a reality. Yeah. They'll go and they'll look at the stats of map 3 and they will say, ha, you messed up, you choked again. And I would think you're taking away so much from ENCE. You're taking away so much from them and what they were able to do at this time. Some of these opening kills that Sunpius was finding, Madden as well, huge reconversion from map 1, 2, moving on to 3. There is also a reason why it was so struggling, and ENCE did beautiful at shutting him down. It's just a fact.
Well, from the lows of Vitality elimination to the highs in our DHL MVP. Yes, you guys know the drill by now. Make sure you put in those Twitch channel points to use and voting for your potential DHL MVP candidate at the end of this. I think there's going to be a hell of a lot
we can
of
stop it
points
here.
going Sunpius' way. Yeah, do we even need any more?
I don't think we could have stopped at Sunpius. I mean, I think the debate has probably been settled. Well, according to him, it's Snappy, but I call BS on that. You are an actual MVP, man, for real.
On some weird poetic way, I actually thought it was great he mentioned that, because it was a Vitality in-game leader who once said that ZywOo's killing killing everyone because we set them up. And then you get the other side of the equation.
Alex.
Then you get the other side of the equation. You get the offer coming in and say, I'm being set up, and that's the way it's done.
How is Alex catching strays right now?
I didn't say his name. Matthew said his name.
You're not going to put it on my doorstep.
Madden is our 5th and final potential candidate.
Hey, the reaction is great.
He had a great trajectory on that third map.
Absolutely. Oh my God, so many times on the CT side. You have to imagine, it's a very vast and one-sided scoreline, but it's an 11-7 at some point, and the game is right there. It's right for the open, and then Madden a couple times have these multi-kills. The double kill with the MP9, where Apex jumps, gives away the audio cue, gets that double kill. These are moments that change the course of a game, and I think Madden, every single time, was right there to write history to make sure that no comeback was ever even mentioned.
I'm so glad he had a good game and D had some impact as well, because in my mind, when I look at ENCE, like you can't, like it's easy to underestimate how valuable those two guys are as role players to this team. When you think, you know, ENCE had the 2019 Cinderella run with the Finnish lineup that then blew up, and then they brought in and created a new ENCE lineup that was extremely dangerous, and then Spinks got picked away, and all the stars got picked away. But the two constants have been D-HUD, Madden, and Snappy, obviously. Those role players are massively important to be able to bring in new star players and build back up to this level. Not once, not twice, but now a third time.
And Snappy called a beautiful game.
Oh, yeah. Props the in-game leader with that one. I just want to get your takes on how they'll be going into the grand final tomorrow. Of course, we've seen them lifting the trophy in Dallas, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. We're talking an arena of this scale, and we're talking a best of 5. Do they have the stamina match?
That is the only question for you. I have to be honest with you. I have to level with you. If that was a best of 3, I would have a different tone to my voice, and I would have a different enthusiasm. What we don't know is if whether ENCE have it in themselves to survive the trials of a best of 5. We've seen them get absolutely smacked at some point, but this ENCE, Jason, they feel different. They feel different today.
I ain't doubting it at all. Between Dallas, between this semifinal match they just played, they've got it. They've got the fortitude needed. And if you even look at the map pool in a best of 5,
they have it.
100% win rate on Anubis. What is it, like 95% now on Nuke? They just lost it for the first time in 3 months. They've got 2 maps that they got to be feeling very comfortable on. Vertigo is probably a surge of confidence after this win today.
And honestly, you look at the way Sampais is playing, and nothing in his behavior leads me to believe that it's a one-off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you get this sense of certitude in what he's doing, the risks he's taking, the duels he's taking. He's not overcompensating. He's not pushing the envelope. He's not taking risks that don't make sense.
Yeah.
He's just knowing when to be aggressive, when not to be. He was right on the money. He was measured in his approach. Nothing leads me to believe he's not going to be able to do it tomorrow.
Well, gentlemen, they're sounding pretty scary, but we have got to find them an opponent. And man, is this going to be a banger set to ensue in our second semi-final here in Cologne. G2 ready to make their debut in the LANXES in 2023 versus none other than Astralis. That's going to be going down very shortly indeed. But first, it's time to check in with the DHL squad.
Right, we're in now. The rest is easy. Let's discuss the plan.
We can't discuss here. You'll hear everything we say.
These walls are solid concrete, at least 6 feet thick. There's no way anyone's hearing you down here, unless they're right on top of you.
Still, he's right. We should keep the talking to a minimum. Let's just stick together.
Nah, we should split up. I fucking hate this guy's voice. Other guy, you're with me.
Me?
No, him.
I've known you for 4 years. I'm other guy.
Listen, it's no hard feelings. It's just when you've seen what I've seen and done what I've done, remembering the names of randoms is not something you prioritize.
Oh, okay.
Hugo, with me. Hank, rush, radio silence till you find that trophy. Clear?
Clear.
Clear.
Hugo, deflated. Fine. You're not supposed to say the bit in brackets. Fine. This is a shitload of weapons crates, boss. This is maybe more than I've ever seen. Why do you think he's doing all this?
What is this junk? Some cheap toy?
Could it be some sort of physical NFT?
I don't like this. Let's go find the others.
Psst, Hank. I've got 3 targets ahead. We'll take them out sneaky beaky like. I'll take the one on the right. You take the 2 on the left.
Suppressing fire! Relax, kid. Probably best if you just sit this one out. You are not cut out for this.
presume?
Most of it.
I'd think twice about doing that if I were you. That is, if you ever want to see your friends alive.
Sorry, Hank.
Drop it, Hank. Please, man. Drop the gun.
Yes, Hank. Drop the gun.
When I get up there, I'll kill you. What are you planning? Tell me!
Oh, I'd love to stand here and do comic book villain monologue about my evil plan and how great and awesome it is and how much effort and time it's taken. Do you think this is some sort of fantasy land? Why do all that when I could do this? Oh! Call an ambulance! But not for me!
we're very happy because I think we can be proud of what we've shown so far. So for us, it's not about like getting that good result on the stage. For us, it's more about are we doing the stuff that we talked about, and you know, did we do the things that we agreed upon before the game? And if we do that and we lose, then the better team won, and we can just go home happy. But it's an experience, right? But also know as soon as you sit behind that screen, like you don't feel the crowd. Like I've been not on many stages before, but I've been on some, and yeah, when you go out and stand in front of a lot of people, you get a little bit nervous. But as soon as the first couple rounds are over, then you start thinking about Counter-Strike all the time, and it honestly doesn't matter, I think.
Beautiful. You think that's going to be the case? Counter-Strike all the time, not 10,000 people in front of you? Mr. Burrow? I see you there. You just visualizing the 10,000 people.
It's going to be... well, the only stages I've ever been on is like DreamHack stages, and this is probably with Juice even.
No, we were in Epicenter, right?
Oh yeah, actually,
there you go.
That was a good one.
You just unlocked the memory here
but the crowd was on our side, I even remember, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think so. Well, I think it's going to be one hell of an experience. I don't. I do tend to get nervous in a good fashion. I think everyone gets a bit nervous, right?
Yeah, if you're not, I'm probably not human. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think it fuels me up in a good way. I think I get very focused, and I really want to do better when it comes to it, right? So I don't know how to put it. I think it's going to be very good for me.
Versus ASTRALIS, as he mentioned, I think there's a lot of inexperience on that team, and I think it can go both ways. Either they are gonna get a bit afraid, or they're gonna be having fun out there and just like enjoying. But yeah, definitely easier time versus Astralis.
Since we're talking about Astralis, and obviously we don't know if they'll make it to that semifinal, but just out of curiosity, when you guys saw the news that like Device was coming back, were you guys pretty confident that he was going to find his old form, that he was going to come back in this kind of a fashion, or were you kind of thinking that maybe he just would come back and not have it? And
I actually expect him to do as good, but he's even doing better than I think everyone expected.
Yeah,
he's pretty insane.
Zanik told me that he would do that because he knows him pretty well, I guess.
Yeah.
So I told me that he will be really good.
He's changed. Like, he's so fired up. I haven't seen him like shout so much,
happened.
and like I don't know what happened to him, but he's
he was
he's
their
hungry.
opponent's
He was in
pick.
Vegas. Yeah.
be sick. I just want to just enjoy, because it's gonna be like the last biggest tournament in CSGO, and yeah, I'll put everything what I can, and yeah.
There's a first time for everything. Thank you very much, Manasi. Good luck, man.
Thank you,
Blame, hello, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Great day yesterday. We have to just stand still. And great day yesterday, of course, for you and the troops. So as a captain, what did you think about the way your group reacted to everything that was thrown at them, the fact that it's so loud in there and that it's really a very stressful situation?
I mean, it didn't feel very stressful for us. I think everyone was pretty calm, and yeah, like I think we had the crowd with us a lot yesterday as well, and we had some not easy maps, but it wasn't that hard to play against them yesterday, so I don't think we got tested too much, honestly. So for us, we just enjoyed the day yesterday and were happy that we had it together.
Yeah, it seemed like the game plan, the anti-stratting, it just all worked out. And indeed, it was pretty straightforward. Now, G2 is a team that last time I talked to you after you said I wasn't happy with us mostly. So what's going to be the key to taking them down today?
Just what you said there, like focusing on ourselves and making sure that we play good Counter-Strike, and then we don't really care if we win or lose as long as we can look ourselves in the eyes after and say that we did what we agreed on.
Okay. Final note, Buzz keeps turning heads. Were you surprised at all at how he went off yesterday?
No, I think Buzz is insane, and I know he can pop off, and yeah, he does it sometimes. And in this tournament, he's done it at some very important moments, so we're very happy about that. But he's a good player, so I'm not surprised.
Have fun out there.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure the goal is to have fun, but guess what? It's a rematch and no holds bars in this one. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Cologne 2023, and by God, it's a semi-final appearance for Astralis. By some lucky stars, they've done that. And then we have the Red Hot G2, which we're going to dive into all things Cologne here in this moment. Of course, joining me, I'm not by myself, never would want to be, and now would definitely not be the time to be by yourself. I'm talking about that of YNK in the middle and a little bit of Cassad action down on the end. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, guys. Look at this place.
Yeah, it's great to be back. It's a rematch race, but a slightly different environment, I think it's safe to say, in which these two teams have to play each other. And, you know, that's where we get into the whole thing. Is it better to just start off in the semi-final or have to play that quarterfinal game? It was Nico himself who said, yeah, it's better to start in the quarterfinal if you don't end up losing it.
Pretty fair. Like, it's a pretty fair assessment. I mean, there was a way to approach a tournament, and it looks like Astralis just took the hard mode. Is that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, you said it at the beginning, like, we all need to have fun. Yes, we're going to have fun. Them, they're not allowed to have fun. No. They need to win at any cost, right? We have G2, we have Astralis, both teams that met each other in the group stage. G2 kind of managed to win after that, losing that Ancient, and then coming into this semi-final ready. I would not want to play quarterfinals. If I'm any team, I would just go to the straight. I think it's much, much better because you have time to prepare. But Astralis, we saw them yesterday, they kind of demolished Heroic and got themselves a spot in the playoffs, in the semifinals of these playoffs.
Well, let's grab on to what we just heard from Monacy, right? He said, hey, I wake up and I feel like a rock star, right? That's a good way to approach game day, isn't that right? I mean, we see this throughout traditional sports, and I love that mentality.
Yeah, definitely. And also for him, yes, he's played in Katowice on a big stage, a couple of other places, but Cologne is specific, it is unique, it is special. And I think, though, at this point, he has enough experience where sort of knows what to expect, and I think Blame also put it nicely. After the first couple of rounds, it comes down to Counter-Strike, you know, like at that point, everything else sort of shuts itself out, and you get to focus on the game.
It really does. Like after a few rounds, you get like to kind of get deep into Counter-Strike. Everything that you see is Counter-Strike at that point. Even if maybe you're in the coaching role before, you kind of, you know, turns down for you, but you know, it's still entertaining for everyone else.
So imagine a world where you win both Katowice and Cologne in the same year, right? It got to be a feat by itself, but obviously for G2 this year, what does it spell out for you?
Yeah, I think inconsistency is probably the word, right? Because we've seen their highs the end of last year, the beginning of this year, right, with that great win in Katowice, and then from that point on, it's been shaky. It hasn't been what they wanted. It hasn't been what anyone wants to see out of them, with obviously the performance at the major really standing out.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can see the Katowice in first place just standing alone there. Every other, you know, it's not a bad placement if you are like a tier 2, tier 1 team, but if you are G2, if you have Nico, if you have Monacy, if you have Hunter, you know, you are going for those wins every single time. They managed to get only one this year. They're super close now. If they overcome Astralis, they're going to be the favorites tomorrow against ENCE.
I couldn't help but to notice, yeah, there was not necessarily the greatest showing in Paris, but there's a whole city missing. Is there a major they didn't make? Is that what happened?
Yeah, well, I think one is the one that they didn't get, like maybe Brazil?
Yeah, that one.
Oh,
yeah, there it is. That one. Yeah, definitely no G2 there, fully absent. But you talk about a roller coaster, Janko.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's for them was about finding consistency. And listen, it's about also some of the members of the team sort of finding themselves and going through some things. We all seen Huxi and his demeanor in Dallas, right? He obviously took that loss in Paris very close to his heart, right? Blamed himself for a lot of it, even though the team didn't. He had the confidence and the trust of the team. So towards the end of last season, that was sort of the problem for G2. It was they weren't really that same unit. Some of the failures really got to some of the players. They went into the player break, came out of the player break fresh. Everything's been cleared out. There's no doubts anymore within the team, and they've used Blaster sort of a boot camp to get into the right form for this tournament. They've been playing incredibly well in Cologne.
You guys probably know better than just about anybody, but when it comes down to Nico, when it comes down to a guy that's got a tenured sort of history about himself in there, and then trying to lift a trophy here in Cologne, surely on a personal level, he's explained that to you guys.
Listen, this is not his first rodeo here in Cologne. Of course, he has been here for a very, very long time, and you can see definitely on your screen. A couple of years back in 2021, he was second last year. It was the 9th or 12th place, and kind of a little bit different outlook for the different placings, and you can see all the way at the bottom 2016 it was even with Mouse Sports he managed to go to the first time to Cologne in that team. So
who's that?
You can see this.
You have a doppelganger? That's crazy.
Oh
bro.
my god, look at that handsome devil.
If we could just pause that right there and kind of do a side by side, that would be.
You had like 50 kilos last year.
Oh my god.
And I was
easy now.
A small man back then.
You're getting hyped. Oh yeah.
I mean, look at some of the familiar faces in this, right? Obviously
Dennis,
Nico.
Chris J was back then. Look at Nico.
Speedy and Dennis.
And Nex as well. He was also a part of that team. It was a lovely time, but
So who do you think hurt Nico's career more, Speedy and Dennis or Huxi?
Or you?
Oh my god, that is a really hot take right now.
Well, I mean, grab it if you have to, right? Do you have an answer or no?
Yeah, I do. I think it's Huxi.
Of course.
No, but talking about Nico as well, he's a guy that will do everything in its power and in his power for his team to win, right? But I think over the years, he's had to also realize what that means. Like, how do you help your team win? And sometimes also doing too much, right, and taking the game completely into your hands. He's had to learn how to trust his teammates. To be fair, he's also had to have some teammates who are worth trusting around him, and I feel that's the case in this G2 lineup.
Yeah, Mones is absolutely like a young superstar in the making, still super young. For me, he's like a little level above rookie at this point. Hunter, obviously, it's a great rating too. All of them are playing super well this year, and they're the main contenders right now out of this, well, 3 teams.
And you can see in this tournament, I mean, they have 3 guys in the top 5. And I think especially Hunter is a player that elevates his game come playoff time. I think JKS is one of those guys too. And I mean, this is where you get scared if you're anyone else, right?
Yeah, I mean, you put the 3 of them on the same team, and then you obviously, look at the numbers. It's not even that far off. That's 3 power hitters in one place.
Yeah, that's super, super scary for any team to face them, right? Because you don't know how to make your game plan according to that. Usually when a player is on fire, you want to attack the other side. You want to do something different. You want to avoid giving those players very easy frags or high numbers. But they have nowhere to go right
And for Astralis, G2 is a completely different beast compared to Heroic, right? Like, they have the big individuals. They have guys who will pull rounds out of their ass. I mean, they witnessed it themselves when they play in the group stages, right? So it's a completely different opponent that Astralis is facing today on this stage.
Yeah, Astralis, man, we're gonna dive into that shortly. But I have to look at G2 and say, what did they get out of yesterday watching Astralis, right? If you think from their camp, obviously they might have learned, they might have picked up something there, or you can run it all the way back to the group stage, in which did they learn anything there?
Listen, I think the main, the focus of their eyes went to Ancient, because they know Astralis is going to go for it. There is no other map they will go for. I think the main focus is that if you stop them on Ancient, maybe you kill their confidence of the young players. You're not going to kill the confidence of Device, but of the young players, maybe you put some fear into their bones, right? And then you finish them off on the second map.
Yeah, I think you also need to look back on Inferno, because that Inferno was too close to comfort, right? Like, there was a lot of close games, especially close rounds, especially on Inferno, force buys and whatnot. We all remember the Monacy ace, all that sort of a thing. So Yeah, I think G2 can't take this lightly. I think absolutely, yeah. Like if we go back to that game, look at this buy, you know, like there was a couple of, it was very much early back and forth. You have Nico on the Deagle, and then what do you get out of him, right? Entry kill with the Deagle, like only he knows. Now great utility usage, throwing down the smoke, anticipating the B hit, ends up with getting 2 more kills here and saves G2 in this round. But they couldn't win these rounds consecutively. That was the problem, right? Like you can see that Astralis manages to bounce back. Now the buy is even worse. I mean, they only have 1 M4, a lot of Deagles, but now it's Monesi who steps up with his individual play, right? 1 dig here, Huxi pushes through. Now it's up to Nico to get next contact, and here G2 does a... I mean, I can't say they do a very good job. They had some good reads, but they just hit the shots. Yeah. And that's the problem. Like, that's the devil you have to deal with. Sometimes you might even make the correct call, but they're just so skilled, and that takes a toll on you. Like, losing rounds like that, it takes a toll on you mentally, and that's going to be a struggle for Astralis today.
It will be, and it is Astralis that we need to hear from in this moment. I'm talking a little about the buzz side of things. He's been the buzz of the town. He was yesterday, and he might just be today. Let's go ahead and hear from him before we jump in the matchup.
Buzz, you gave us an incredible show yesterday. What can we expect today?
I mean, I'm not sure. You can expect I will try to play my best. Yeah, we're gonna do our best. No expectations from us. We're just here to have fun and compete. So we're gonna do our best.
That's what I keep hearing from all of you. It almost feels like it's a little drilled, and I understand you need to focus on the job at hand. But how awesome was it to just show what you're capable of to a lot of people who maybe hadn't expected that from you?
Obviously, it was very nice to have a great match, especially on the arena in front of all the fans. But yeah, today's a new day. We're going to have full focus on this match. So.
Now have to focus on G2, the team that knocked you down back at the beginning of this tournament. So what to you is going to be the key? What do you have to do differently in order to make sure to beat them?
I feel like last time we played them, we had pretty good chances of closing the match out on Inferno. So yeah, we just have to not doing those mistakes again, and I think we have a great chance of winning.
Finally, you're now the last Danish hope, representing everything. So how much motivation does that give you to keep up that honor?
I mean, it's a lot of motivation. Hopefully we can keep the fans proud and go all the way.
Have fun.
Oh, we talk about roller coasters, but imagine this as being your most dominant performance that you needed to have so far. You got it yesterday, and you got it on the stage in Cologne in front of all these folks.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this graphic, and, well, it doesn't really look that impressive. It's because it's been a little bit inconsistent for Buzz, but yesterday he was the highest-rated player on his first stage match in the Lanxess. Also, you have to go back to the game to book themselves a spot in the Lanxess against Navi. That's where he also had 30-plus kills on the last map. Another great serious performance from him, so really looks like he's grown into this role in Astralis.
The thing is that he needs to perform similar to this or just like this, because obviously all eyes are going to be on Device and Blame and everything else, but they need a little bit of this supporting cast to help out against, you know, the trio in G2 and even the quartet in G2 that can be delivering high numbers. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them, but I am impressed with this kid, right? Nobody expected anything coming from, you know, from the Astralis' past in the last whatever year or so. Nobody expected him to kind of perform on this way. And Janko said as well, the highest rated player on this quarterfinals, you know, in the arena. It's a massive thing. A big hope for Astralis.
Yeah, definitely is something you like to see, especially when we think about, you know, getting the confines of a competitive matchup, which is exactly what we're lined up to do. If you're just joining us, it's a semifinal. Maps are going to be crucial.
Yeah, and I think they'll be exactly the same. I think only Astralis, if they really want to, like if you don't want to give G2 Inferno and Nuke in the same series, maybe they veto it out and sort of test G2 if they're willing to let it go on Vertigo, or maybe G2 then has to decide and go for Anubis, which they haven't played in a long time, right? So we'll see. That's the Astralis' decision to make. Anything else, it's going to be the same vetoes with Mirage and Overpass, same pick of Ancient, same pick of Inferno for G2.
It does look that way. Obviously, Ancient that we knew, everybody knew in the arena, behind the screen, everybody knew it's going to be, you know, Ancient. Inferno picked the best map for G2. Anubis is the second stage, and then Vertigo ban from G2, which leaves us with the exact same veto like the last time. It is a dangerous thing for Astralis to leave that nuke in, because in a sense that G2 is getting 2 out of, you know, 3 their best maps.
Yes, but people will look now and say, well, their nuke isn't as good as it has been. But I think you also didn't see the G2 that we've seen at the start of the year. You go back at the start of the year and you tell someone G2 has Inferno and nuke in the pool, I think you just call it for G2 at that point, right? So I think Astralis, it tells you of their confidence that they believe, even though that nuke wasn't close, that they still think they can compete with G2 or nuke. Like, you like that from that side of things, but I would have liked it more if they found confidence to veto it and then put it to Anubis, right? Like, you just need to have enough for Anubis for that one time if they decided to go there.
I feel like, you know, they need to win this Ancient.
Absolutely.
And then maybe they get like somewhat sort of a little bit of a better game and not like economy fight in the like on Inferno like they did in the group stage. So if that something like that happens, they have a chance, but G2 is also on the server.
You know, it also feels like not too long ago we were holding a vigil for G2's nuke. You know, that was just kind of something that happened, right? So think about that, and then you put in context, well, you have to get studied up to that point, right, against who you're playing against. And there had to have been plenty of homework to be done there.
Yeah, there has been. I think also I always look at my players and which map are they most comfortable on. And you look at Nuke, and it's a signature map for at least Nico, for JKS on ramp, right? For Hunter on the T side in some sense, and
Device,
and for Hooksy for calling. Yeah, absolutely, for Device too. And Device is going to be a big part of this series. Absolutely had great moments yesterday, especially on the first map against Heroic. I think this is going to be a really good game. Astralis, it's impressive how good they look in such a short amount of time. And we were talking about it yesterday, Trace. Everything else is now gravy for them. Everything else is just a bonus. They managed to get into the arena, but they beat Heroic yesterday. Now, maybe they're starting to think, shit, maybe we can take this. Maybe we can take this all the way, right? Like, why? Yeah. I mean, why not? Like, if we could take down Heroic, we had a close game against G2. Maybe they're starting to get some of that confidence of sorts. Hey, we're better than everyone thinks.
They've exceeded their own expectations.
That's what we think, right? They matched the last year's result where they lost in the semis. But the thing is, like, Device is not going to be scared of the crowd or G2. Blame as well. You know, you have to look at these young guys and how they will, you know, but how they will perform. But they did play against Heroic yesterday, and they did play well. So there is no reason for us to think that G2 is some sort of an absolute, you know, David against Goliath type of situation.
So
right?
instead of a Goliath v Goliath, it is an actual David Goliath, but maybe not at the same time. Hey, look, check this out. We've got, you know, just a few more minutes. We get the ceremony started, but I'm going to be hard-pressed in pulling any other prediction out of you guys than what I think it's going to be. However, I'll ask you first, Kassad. Who wins this?
I'm saying 2-1 G2 simply because, like, I watched the whole tournament. We all did. We remember the first, you know, the first matchup in the group stage. I think Astralis is again going to be super confident on Ancient. They might take this one because I don't see an answer from G2 on that map, because we looked at them as well. They keep losing and they're playing like really, you know, up and down. But when it comes to Inferno, especially Nuke, I think G2 has the upper hand. It's just about the mindset. They like feel super confident. This is the first game on the stage for them here, and it's the second for Astralis.
Yeah, that's sort of the way in for Astralis, a little bit of a snowball, but I mean, we're also just giving Ancient to Astralis. I don't think that's a given. I don't think any map is a given versus a G2 that's playing really well on the stage. We're saying how these guys become even better when they're in the arena. Okay, they didn't get to play yesterday, but still they've been here before in a similar environment or whatnot. And I think also if you go back to that Ancient, there's some very clear adjustments for G2 that they can make, and some very clear issues, especially with their T side. Too timid, in my opinion, too slow, too limp, something. But I think if they put some pace on it, if they put some aggression on that, they will be more dangerous also on their T side.
Which is, you know, a wild thing, to be able to isolate things like that amidst the flurry of stuff that's going on in the server. Yesterday, I want to say that it's pretty handedly Astralis taking Heroic, taking them out of the competition. Yes, there were some competitive moments, but that was an Astralis series through and through, right?
So they read them like a book yesterday, completely. Like in the first map, it was a one-way traffic. In the second map, you know, Heroic put some resistance, but it was not enough. You saw the second half, the T side of Astralis was on point. The calls were on point. We discussed that, and even the players kind of admitted that the Blame F is the one who kind of led them to this victory through these calls. I don't see why they can do it again.
Yeah, I think it was Device that actually said that towards the end of the game yesterday.
Yes, so absolutely.
It holds a lot of weight, Yenko.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell the whole team has trust in Blame F, right? And we hear from everyone how hard of a worker he is. He's constantly paying attention to what the meta is, right, and how the teams are playing, and you can tell that, I think it was that G2 gaming groups that really sold me on Astralis. Like in the play-ins, okay, these guys look actually good, and then even despite the loss, they played some really good Counter-Strike, and it took really for G2 to almost pull out all the stops, as we saw with the Nico, Deagle rounds, Monesi had that incredible ace, so all these sorts of rounds for them to just scrape through in that series. So yeah, absolutely, Astralis very much in this game.
On top of that, G2 is the only team that beat Astralis on this event. Can you imagine that, saying that before the event? With all these teams, with cutthroat tournament, right?
Yeah.
Everything that's going on, teams that are out, like Liquid, you know, it's just, you wouldn't imagine Astralis coming out of the reform they had in the past few months to come in and fight for the title in the Lanxess arena.
Yeah, the Lanxess, man, this place is starting to get packed out just more and more. We got people lining up over here. We were just
This
moments
is
away.
insane.
Yeah, it's an atmosphere. Like, there's a vibe check to be done in here, but I promise you it doesn't do it any justice unless you are standing here face to face with it.
And I think also you look at some of the other, I mean, it was only Nico who played on the stage. Right?
That's true.
Like
yeah.
the rest of the players didn't make it. Then we had COVID and whatnot. And yeah, you have Katowice. You had some of the other stages, even for guys like Hunter, right? If you go back to Stockholm and that major and the playoffs there and that whole thing. But we'll see how they adapt to it. I don't think they'll have too many issues, right? I think similar to Astralis, G2 has also found that vibe again, that atmosphere in the team, and that's incredibly important. Like we talked about with Blame F, it's incredibly important for you to trust your in-game leader, to believe the calls, to hype each other up. That's where you're going to play your best CS.
Buy into the system. Something about drinking Kool-Aid. I don't know. Nonetheless, thank you very much, gentlemen. We have to get this matchup underway. It is a semi-final day here in Cologne. We're going to check on with Shock. She's backstage. She's got Astralis. Let's hear from him.
Borup, it's about that time again. Yesterday, fantastic out of you guys. What's for you is going to be the key? Because I think you want to show something more than you did last time versus G2.
Yeah, definitely. I think the last G2 game we had, it was the one we learned the most of. It's the one that kickstarted our whole lower bracket run. And I don't think we played to our necessarily best, and we didn't play our own game. We focused too much on them, and since then we've just been focusing on ourselves, and I think that's going to be very key today as well.
It's been amazing to watch. I hear people say that you are the person who keeps a lot of the atmosphere up in the team. So what do you do in these last moments before you're about to take to the stage?
I think I'm getting a lot of help in these last moments because I'm very new to the stage games, obviously. I think Device and Blame F and everyone else is helping a lot with it. But yeah, we're just helping each other with keeping the atmosphere up, so it makes all the nerves go away as well. We're just having a lot of fun.
All right. I can see it. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Check, test, 1, 2, 1,
2. Uxie is really smart, and when he watches the opponents, he's trying always to find the gaps, what we can abuse against some opponents.
Once you get to arena, it's always a different game, different atmosphere. So I'm just hoping that we're gonna stay as calm as we were in the group stage.
Beforehand, we kind of tried to do a lot of anti-strat and new strategies day by day, whereas now I think we like to play our game.
I think the biggest difference is going to be that this time we hopefully play some better Counter-Strike, because last time we just played awful Counter-Strike, honestly. Like, we couldn't hit our smokes and we couldn't remember execution, just everything was completely off, so...
We played against them first game, it wasn't easy to play at all, because they're shooting really good. You need to give your best in front of that crowd, like, he's just pushing you to do the best version of yourself.
Back to pistols, back to pace, into B, in your face, Monesi! The Yami could bail them out!
time to take a moment, Cologne, a moment of silent contemplation. As we finish another sentence, we turn another page in this most magnificent book. Moments written by masters, witnessed by millions. And what a place to relive it all, here in the cathedral of Counter-Strike. The energy in here right now is electric. It is electric. Who's ready for a semi-final? Oh, baby, and you know, I think this one is gonna be one for the ages. Two teams that wants their name on that trophy. They wanna be back here tomorrow. They don't wanna go home, they wanna be at the sharp end. Two teams that want to win the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. And the first team to come out here, well, they're a team that are back, baby. Cologne, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Please welcome ASTRALIS. They won the Battle of Denmark yesterday, and you know, they made heroic look ordinary. Worryingly for everyone else in Device, they've got a man, one of the greatest players of his time, and he is playing with freedom. And they want it. They want it bad. But you know, they have to beat a team the big bad wolves of Counter-Strike. Please welcome to the cathedral, it's G2! It feels like they're a team that needs the biggest of stages, and they don't get bigger than this. They are an absolute roster of rock stars, and in their midst they have a man they call the king of Counter-Strike, but without a crown. But you know, winning Katowice and Cologne in 1 year, that'll do nicely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's G2! If you're here, you'll know it already. If you're watching around the world, this is an absolute coliseum. A place in the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. Grand final is on the line for one of these two teams. Cologne, are we ready? And this is the moment I want to know in the floor, in this room right now, who you think is going to get that place in the final. Is it G2? Is it Astralis? One more time so they can hear wherever they are. Is it G2? Is it Astralis? Let's go!
Electrifying atmosphere in here. I don't think that does it much justice. OJ definitely does, and obviously puts everything we need to know into perspective. This is a do or die time within Cologne, within the Intel Extreme Masters at this point. For both of these teams, they're looking at for a championship, and that's tomorrow. But they've just got to get through today as is, Janko.
Absolutely, Trace. Listen, there's a certain swagger about this new Astralis lineup, man. Like, they shouldn't be this good. They just shouldn't be this good already, Trace, but they are. They are. And on the other side, you have probably the biggest boss of them all. You have G2 in form on a big stage, a team that's already beating you in this tournament. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you know, Kasab, what about the inertia of G2?
Listen, once you get to this place, you don't look back whatsoever. You go for it. You know, you are not scared. You go for the win. No matter who is in front of you, you just keep hitting them.
Just keep going.
Yes.
Pedal to the metal. No chances here. And especially if you think about individual performances, we could go over the numbers all damn day long, but you could throw some of that out the window when you show up on this stage. Things change when you get on this stage. Players play differently. It is a different environment.
Absolutely. When the game starts, all bets are off, Trace.
Absolutely. And will this Cinderella run continue? Or does G2 put a stop to it? Guess we're going to have to find out.
No, you are damn right, gentlemen. As always, thank you so much for your time and efforts. Now, the only thing left to do is to get this semi-final underway. That's right, Astralis just ready to take their seats. One final huddle coming from the G2 side. And boy, oh boy, are we ready for a best of three to remember. Let's kick it off. Let's do it with Harry and Hugo.
A legendary day, a legendary arena, and a legendary matchup here between G2 Esports and Astralis in the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023 semi-finals. We already have our finalists, ENCE making it through earlier on today, and finally tonight we must crown one more roster, one more match. On one side, G2, a titan of a roster, superstars across the board, belief in a Danish in-game leader as many roster has, and on the other side, a Cinderella story, and the shoes certainly fit. Astralis coming through with a ludicrous pace inside the group stage, into the playoffs, and now into the semi-finals.
Something has just been hitting about this Astralis squad, the nostalgia, the embrace of seeing this legendary organization now with only one fiber left of that golden generation. Then you see the youngsters, the folks that old Astralis squad went on to inspire, stepping up and delivering on the biggest stages. It's been monumental, and a team of superstars on the other side. G2, this is their shot at redemption. When we started our journey together in the Lanxess this weekend, there were near infinite stories, infinite possibilities. Nothing was guaranteed, and we embraced the unknown. But in a few hours' time, that will no longer be the case. We will know the 10 players, the 2 teams destined for a shot at true greatness. And greatness must be earned. ENCE wait in that grand final. And now we get to find out the team that will meet them there. Cologne, one last time tonight. Let me hear you!
And we're in Ancient Map 1, Inferno Map 2, Nuke to close, and I sure hope we get it. We've got Astralis on the T side, and this has been the most exciting part about this roster. Blame F's leading into T halves has been immaculate this tournament. Time to put it to the test.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was crediting him after that win yesterday, and I think it was present in the gameplay that Heroic looked uncomfortable. They didn't look like their usual selves. But you've got to say, it's a whole different task here, because sure, you can beat G2's system. It's all about beating the individuals here. And so that's going to be the big question for Astralis. Will Buzz be able to offer up another heart-stopping game? Ancient has been this team's bread and butter. They put up a fantastic streak on it. They refused to fall to Heroic here yesterday. So we're going to wait on anxiously to see how they open up to begin their run in the semis. They're going to go on a m0NESY here with the dual Berettas. 1 kill from the man. That's the bomb away, and m0NESY starting strong. In his debut at the Lanxess, he's in for 2 right now. Any more for m0NESY? This bomb, they've got to get it. So m0NESY's going to keep getting fed.
Smoke, that will lock off his teammate. m0NESY's got to fight alone, but that's where he does his best work. 3 shots come through off the dual Berettas, and the bomb gets retrieved. They don't have to commit. Nico lost in the mist. Astralis look elsewhere. They look back. Donut wrap. And Nico pounces. He strikes from behind. No one's looking right now. There's a timing. There's a chance. Device shot in the back of the head and back behind the site. Hunter waits to surprise. Buzz is a dead man planting, and G2 take the pistol round.
What a debut from m0NESY. What a first round to play.
Well, a debut for m0NESY, that's no surprise. This kid's first arena match all the way back in Katowice in 2022. 45 kills in his opening map, Harry. He was not shy to the stage. And G2 needed this guy's fire more than ever in a matchup like this.
Pretty conservative to open up here for Astralis. They're just going to play with pistols, looking to bring out the big guns in the next. So G2 should get gifted this 2-0 start.
Even the fact that Buzz has a deagle in this round is interesting. Obviously, with 2 kills on the pistol, it allows it. Let's see if he can put it to work. It's the only way Astralis will get their leg in this round. But they're taking a breather, adjusting, climatizing to this set stage.
Astralis still want to try and milk this round for all they can, and they're putting a lot of faith in the Buzzed Eagle. They're just letting him face first. They're going to juggle that around, but yeah, never worried here. Not for G2. They've got a lot of control. They take mid early to open this up. And JKS might have a chance to make some serious money here. So let's see what Justin can do. Astralis looking to move in through main, and the MP9 should just shred them. This should be the nice clean conversion. Everything looking to come together. Devices, Deagle, sure, 1 kill. Oh, a little awkward. But Hunter holds on, he handles it well.
G2 contain it, but it's all about the buy round. That's what we're waiting for. Astralis coming through with their first. We saw some slow-paced T-side executes coming out from Blame yesterday. Lots of defaulting. Buzz on Lurks was incredible on Inferno. That is our second map, but let's check out what he's doing as well on the T-side here. Blame and Buzz heading A-Wood and mid. Astralis focus 3B. G2 take mid back.
Try and take the lane, but Hunter might have something to say about it instead. It's Borup locking him out of the round. Didn't get too many eyeballs on Borup yesterday. A lot of the talking point was Buzz, so let's see if he's got something to prove as a result. 5v4 for Astralis, but they're under no rush here. BlameF does like to call a pretty slow round. He really likes to use the full width of the timer here.
Honestly's chucked his util over to Nico. It's allowed the rifle to stay in mid. It will be required. Smoke comes down, but spams are common, consistent, and dangerous as Nico downs Buzz to 2 points of health. G2, they lose eyes, they lose sight of the middle. Astralis edge their way closer. That bomb's still outside of B at 45 seconds. It's not quite committed, but it does seem to be that late split of the second site. And look at what G2 is staring at right now, the lane.
They're triple set up. They're all looking down towards red. They know that Astralis want to try and use this room, and so they're ready to deal with it. Nico and m0NESY on the angle. Don't let Astralis in. BlameF going to try his hand at it, but m0NESY on a tear to open up this series. Even more wanted from m0NESY in the round, but it's Device to reply. That will keep this even. Astralis, we say they like to use a lot of the clock here, but they don't have a lot of time left. That bomb's going to go down now, and flashes start to rain over long. G2 are pressuring this. They won't be able to deny that plant, but Borup's going to cook up something special here. JKS will not let him have it. And HooXi rises up to his feet.
Yeah, say what you want about the in-game leader of G2. He certainly brings energy. One of the few rosters not to change any players coming in off the player break, and there's something to be said to that considering the commiserations G2 experienced falling short of the major in that Legend stage. But G2, they vouched for him. They fought for their in-game leader, and he's here for a reason. The question is, can he prove it today? Flame's already taken down Cadian. He needs to add another Danish in-game leader to that category. Astralis with an early timeout, not the rip-roaring start that they experienced yesterday against Heroic at least.
Yeah, one thing that's wild from the get-go is that I think it's clear from how these first few rounds have looked that m0NESY's come into this wanting to cement himself as a big stage player. He's come in looking so confident, and to think, you know, there's to some extent parallels to be drawn between him and Nico, you know, knowing about as these insane stars. When Nico first moved over to FaZe, they make back-to-back finals in Katowice, but fall short both times. With m0NESY, that turnaround time was 1 year.
Yeah.
Finals of Katowice, falls short, falls second, but then goes back around a year later, a year wiser, and ends up lifting the trophy.
Not the same for Nico in FaZe, right? 2017 finals, 2018 same situation, second. Not good enough. G2 want trophies. That's why this roster was built. Couple already in the pocket, but consistency is the key. Can they accomplish it? Right now, yet to drop around. Playing very reactive on the CT side. Jiggles on both sides of B. Information gathering. Allows them to drop utility, fall back safe. But Astralis want to bring the heat, bring the punch up to B.
Gonna try get in with the pistols here. 3 players for G2 on this side of the map ready to respond, and as Nico is jiggling down towards the ramp, that first swing, well, that's the signal to go now if you're Astralis. HooXi's got his work cut out for him, can't find a thing. Borup with that scavenged gun from ramp puts it to work. G2, this is not what they wanted. This was pistols on the other side.
And they might have to save. They might not have a say in this round, right? 2 instant kills into a bomb site and already money on the line. This early in the game, G2 throw in the towel. Bloodied and sweating already. Astralis get out with seemingly 5 alive, or at least the opportunity to do so. So we didn't have to wait long.
Yeah, very promising as well that it was Buzz to kind of throw the hammer down, right, and open up that round. You know, he now is someone that we have to pay very close attention to in this series.
And that's just a crazy statement to make, right? Not just when you consider the lack of stage experience, even though some players can lean into that. We've already talked about m0NESY. Even just general experience. This guy's only been playing on professional teams for 2 years now. He's only been on Astralis 7 months. But he's been doing all he can to get Astralis all the way. And Swanee getting some cheers as well. Of course, the only German left in the Lanxess, at least on the stage.
Makes him a bit of a fan favorite.
Yeah, he's been talking about his recent experience and trying to become a harsher coach. Was just a yes man for a while, but keeps his boys in check. And I think that's what G2 need. That championship mentality, never taking no for an answer. Device's AWP makes an appearance.
Well, let's see if he's going to be able to find impact with that right away. You want Device firing on all cylinders. You're going to need him to. You're Astralis in this matchup. Borup is the man to break the silence, spamming JKS through a smoke. That's going to give him a nice position over here in Donut. And now Astralis can look to play around this. I know they've got good real estate. m0NESY going to fire off with the AWP, and Stare is on the receiving end. m0NESY has come into this game with a point to prove. Now he's looking to be mobile on that AWP, moving over towards A. He's going to be here in good timing, will m0NESY. So even though Hunter's dead, you've still got this AWP to worry about. And this guy's been hitting different. m0NESY moves in, looking to level the playing field. Borup is up close. Is he ready for this? m0NESY's got to be lightning fast. It's just the tag. The quick reactions betray him. He wallbangs Borup down to 18 HP. And that should write the story of this round. Borup, 3 kills to the good. Doing it all for Astralis.
Just incredible space taking for Borup, right? Sure, he gets a fortunate spam through the smoke onto JKS, but he was so sure of the room that gave him. He pulled his pistol out, he ran through that smoke, and that space just leads Astralis into the site. They take it clean. Device and Buzz finish the job, and they break G2's money into pieces. It's a little awkward. Astralis even saved the double AWP. But in a round like this, you could even justify throwing it out and playing MAC-10, playing the pistol.
I hope they do. Yeah, it's gone.
Nice.
So they'll get that second AWP out of there. The last thing you want is to have that taken out of a round by USPs. So probably for the best here, G2. Going to try and push up through the cave. Stare has been overwhelmed here across the last couple of rounds. So let's see if he's got it.
Well, they don't know. I don't think. Oh, good check. Must have heard the burn in the molly. The nade helps as well. Stares on for 3, and why not make it 4?
All right. Go get the ace there. Go on, may as well. May as well give it a try. They're only on pistols. We'll blame F Steal it. That's the big question.
He's been known to love an eco frag. Eco's tucked
No. They're letting Stare get it. They're letting Stare get it.
Yeah.
Oh! All of them for Stare. And I love that from Blame F. He just says, don't worry, man. I know where he is. You come collect. You come and get all 5 kills in the anti-eco. And so that's how Astralis find their equalizer. Nice way to try and boost Stare's confidence early on.
Snappy aim, right? Of course, everyone picks it up against pistols. You have a lot more confidence. You have a lot more freedom. But yeah, we know this guy can be a star. We saw it on Sprout. We've seen glimmers in Astralis. A twinkle in his eye. And so the depth of this T side and this team undefined for now. The Device taking a cheeky peek, that's one way to do it. Meanwhile, Monacy gets naded back at B. Oh, but you don't give him an inch because he'll take a mile. Stare with a wiggle, and G2 with a 5-on-4.
Monacy's rotating around with the AWP. Hunter holds the line, and one kill out of him would have been enough here. He goes back in for a little bit more, and that's when BlameF finds him. We might get a clash of these AWPers.
They've still got options out. You know, they've got Borup all the way in the back line. They don't have to commit here. Device is just trying to draw them back, but footsteps will be heard. He's got to be cautious. JKS listening in, and Hooksy starting to regain lost ground as Astralis wrap around the world. The mid lurk is crucial.
One from Device's AWP. A step in the right direction. Now they want to join up with Borup. No one inside of the B site for G2. They've completely conceded it, leaning into a bit of a retake setup here. Nico is aggressive out through middle, but he shouldn't be able to catch this timing onto Device, and so that will just slide right by G2. Monacy's very far removed. The spam is nearly there for Hooksy. Enough to buy time, but not enough to deal with BlameF. There's Nico on the wraparound. Suddenly it is all eyes on Device, as it was meant to be. 1v3 from the ramp, flanked from behind. Nico is closing the net right now, so Device has got to hit every fight, every shot, every chance they give him, and the backstab comes through. Nico locks Device out of it. G2 leave nothing to chance.
That's a very scary round for G2. The fact that they even win it when Device finds that mid-pick, when Hooksy is giving them all the room in the world on the B-bomb site, and G2 never had a kit. Not in the round, no chance. But they find all the kills in the nick of time. Rebuys will be allowed on either side for now. Money less established for G2, though. They are the ones on the chopping block.
BlameF has not got to be super involved to open up this map, and he's normally paramount to the success of this Astralis squad. He very much is a fragging IGL.
Oh, they're doing it again.
Honestly, gonna have to be quick with the flick here, and Device is a little bit faster.
That's some demo watching for Device, paying off some homework, knowing the likely angles Monacy takes. We've been seeing nades over B long from safe positions for Astralis. That peak to catch an AWP close. The Danes have done their homework.
As they often had. I mean, they said that was paramount to taking down Heroic, so you know they put the grind in.
Nico, though, known for a headshot or two, and that's the bomb loose. He even escapes, but you know he wants more. Back for a second bite. Nico won't commit. But fear around every corner for Borup as Buzz tries to fake out the A site.
In that matchup yesterday, it felt like Astralis kept catching Heroic on the re-aggress. G2 are playing a safer game by comparison right now. It feels like they've done some learning of their own. Buzz out here and towards the A site. He put up an incredible round here yesterday. Looking to relive that. Device over here in middle. Applies even more pressure. Device is getting flanked, and Hunter's left in the site alone. Hunter's got the bomb away, and now it's just BlameF.
Wow.
Hunter lives up to his name. He tracks down that bomb, and at the perfect timing, he strikes and takes the round away from Astralis. It was never even in their hands.
This is a guy who's always, hidden behind the shadow of his cousin, but Hunter is a big game player, a stage player, a guy whose rating rarely drops off, whether it's top 30 to top 5. He keeps it so clean, and he makes the right move at the right time. G2 answer the call, spam in mid as well, and Blame's been getting bullied here. Hunter gets bullied back. Grenades go flying through, and Borup once again looks to take that space. It's a lot of space. They're not even looking. Nico on the second door. Hoping that no one is this brazen, but he fights Device and comes out better.
As he rotates back into the window, the big question is he ready for Borup? He has HooXi nearby. Borup even holds the shot there. Odyssey out in middle loves these donuts fight. Loves to try and be involved from this position, but isn't going to get to in the round, not yet.
It's super awkward for Blame. He's so out of position. They may have B, but if HooXi keeps the pressure on, Blame was going to be so late to this round. They're flanking this.
Oh, HooXi with the spam again, but what's that from Stare? Never even sees him, no traces, nothing to clue Stare in. Honestly, and JKS left up in this. They've got a 2v2 over inside of the site, and BlameS flank is negligible right now. He's not going to discover this, so sure, he'll be able to play in, try to play around this bomb a little later in the round, but if G2 still want to attempt this, it's not off the table, and now JKS brings them back into the fold. Bit of spam, forces a reposition out of Buzz. Gets him out in the open. BlameF on that wraparound though. Will make the AK sing for Justin Savage as he moves in. He's got a volley first man. Oh, now can look to get on this bomb. He's sticking it. Molly short. JKS gets all the kills, but none of the glory. As BlameF snipes that round, return to sender. It's a bit of revenge for Hunter's antics in that last round. Another buzzer beater. Only this one comes up in favor of the Danes.
You could not have called that at any point, right? BlameF with a big flank on a Molotov, despite the bomb not being for him. JKS with a smoke for it, uses it on short. It is so up in the air, but it's the lack of kit that kills him, forces him to swing despite the fire. And Astralis come out all the better. Terrifying round. And it's going to get worse before it gets better. G2 in the bin, back on money. 1,700 for HooXi, forced to buy. And so G2 in for a penny, in for a pound.
As far as force buys goes, this is a pretty big one for G2. They've even got an M4 in the hands of JKS. Had a bit of a strugglesome time throughout the groups. We know what he's capable of on the big stages, so let's see what he can offer up with this M4. Last time he found himself over in Donut, Borup spammed him out. JKS never even got a chance to fight here. And once more, Borup looks to challenge him. Once more, JKS is the one under the pressure right now. And he's just conceded Donut. That's fine. But if he tries crossing back, if he doesn't live or die on this main fight, then he will be walking in to the waiting Borup down in Donut.
But Nico's got his back. And I feel safe with Nico with the Deagle. Smokes are going to start to come down. JKS flashed forward for a fight and re-smoked as well. This is a spanner in the works for Astralis. They're getting held back. Borup has to make an active play, and JKS deals with it very well. 3 CTs on the site. Astralis know they're walking into danger. HooXi buying time on B. Perfect stall. And Astralis given no options here, no route. 40 seconds. G2 are even retaking space, and Astralis have 1 belt of util left.
3v3 over towards the donut, and it's one that G2 look to win out. The bomb gets away from Astralis. 30 seconds stare. Might have looked good to open this up, might have aced him round 2, but this is not a clutch you can expect him to win. This is not a clutch he can even expect to attempt. G2 don't have to give him the fights. They don't have to give him a path to win this. And so Stare can't do anything here. These are the worst types of rounds. Everyone's just looking at you as you try to navigate your way to a save, and not even that's guaranteed.
Yeah,
G2 are looking to punish, and they will come in, boxing him in from all sides. Stare, with nowhere to go, is iced out. And so G2, a hero M4, a bunch of pistols, that's all it takes.
I'm loving how mobile G2 are looking right now, and they feel absolutely free to just give HooXi sole dominion over the B-bomb site in late rounds. He's playing retake setups, he's spamming smokes, he's doing a lot of damage on those bomb planters as we've seen, and even there, he just locks the door on Astralis, drops a smoke, says go back into the stack. G2 playing an effective trade game on CT side right now, and Astralis are the ones now back to broken by.
Going to be interesting to see what Astralis try to do to reignite the T side as this one continues down the stretch, because There's one thing we noted, is that Blame F, he's always been a guy who likes to play with the idea of pacing, and he quite likes a slow round, a slow burner. But as we saw towards the tail end of both of those heroic games, it's kind of down the stretch. That's where the rounds get a little bit faster, a little more hectic. And I think that might actually serve them well right now, because as you're saying, this B site is being entrusted to a one-man hold in a lot of these rounds. HooXi just being left there to his own devices, and so that feels like your route in, that feels like your way to break through if you're Astralis. It's just a question now of will they realize that?
And Astralis have been fine at respecting smokes at times, but this is quite a take back for G2 of space. 3 players in the lane, 3 smokes at the door available. And just a delay game. Make Astralis sit and sweat.
See one from him over on the lane. Nico tapping away, tapping and tapping some more. 1 kill from the AK, but he's running low on ammo here. Doesn't feel worth it. Nico put down low, but he's got so much support. He's not alone in this fight. He's got HooXi and Hunter backing him up every step of the way, and so even though they get out through the double doors, if they try to punish HooXi in the cave, that's where Hunter can look to get involved. G2 at this point in the round have completely uprooted and left the A site open. They're eventually starting to consider that Astralis could have found this gap, and so JKS leaves the B defense now. This is the best shot that Astralis might have, but the backstab from Hunter couldn't come at a better timing. Stare dead, holding on into the cave. It's Hunter with another, and this bomb plant will not get to come through for Astralis. Buzz attempting to plug in the digits. He might get it, but just stolen away.
Before the clock expired, at least. Money is not the issue, but yeah, G2 say, you want to wait? You want to waste your time? You want to sit in T-spawn blame? You go right ahead. The fallback protocols are perfect there for G2. No hurry to force fights. No chasing on the anti-eco. And Hunter has certainly come to play today, right? m0NESY out of the gate swinging, but Hunter now winning rounds.
Yeah, I think something that's scary here for Astralis is G2 often a team. You even hear this in interviews. We even heard it before this game. But the stance is sometimes it does come down to the individuals, and when the individuals are switched on, this team is damn near unstoppable. And like I think right now the individuals are very much there. But to make matters worse, I think it's been a very well-called game so far out of HooXi. Very measured, never overstepping. JKS will get tested here. 1 kill from the man, but the Glocks tap him out of the round. You don't want to lose to Glocks here if you're G2. That might take the wind out of their sails, and so m0NESY slams the hammer down. It's just Borup left. There's no love for Borup here, not from G2 anyhow.
A very reassuring G2 on the stage, right? We want this team on stages. We want this team in arenas. It's where they do their best work. It's getting there that's often been the problem for G2. But such a solid group stage here at Cologne, with a run-through vitality even. A stopover phase. And of course, against Astralis, we're getting more of the same. 8-4 now. A rock-hard CT side for G2. Can Astralis break through?
This is a huge test for Blame F. Because sure, it's one thing when all your plans are going accordingly, when everything you've envisioned is happening right there in front of you, you really go through the motions and you feel the groove of the game. And I think that's what we saw from Blame F yesterday, but this is one that is more competitive from the get-go. G2 have come out swinging.
Yeah, for the young players as well, right? We saw them with fantastic form. They only felt what it was like to win. Now they're feeling what it's like to lose. How do they deal with that pressure? How do they deal with these problems? JKS smoked out behind the site. Astralis coming through with 2. The bomb's very delayed on this one. Looking to double pump the execute perhaps. And letting Stare lurk out late. Device up on top, and JKS trying to one-way use Astralis' utility against them. We have this late mid-take. HooXi finally relieved of B, jump spotting for information. Astralis are leading this down to the wire.
As a lot of their rounds off and go. They really try to use every single second that is made available.
Hunter has to be the hero. This must end A.
They're gonna try and take red off of Hootsy, but he doesn't let them in, and now he's got support. Now he's got Nico set up to cover him, and with JKS winning these fights out through main, things are really heating up for Astralis. There's 10 seconds left. Even as they wrap through the spawn, even as they get close to the site, they've still got to get past this donut hole, and even the shots connecting there is enough to rob this round away. Blame F can't do a thing, and he might even fall off the time here. Hunter can't find him.
How does Blame do it? Cheeky bugger. Lives with seconds to spare with no shots in his AK, but Hunter does what he has to. The heavy lifting back in Donut. That was a really late exec for Astralis. You can see they're getting pinched right now. G2 are not giving Astralis the picks that they so desperately demand. Blame getting boosted for a mid kill at 30 seconds. Trying to smoke off CT to B and wrap through at 14 on the clock. Leaves almost no room for error, and G2 are fine to provide problems. Sink or swim, Astralis. It's time to decide.
Already saw these teams match up back in the group stage. And Ancient was the map that Astralis were able to take. It was another tally on the Astralis streak here on what has become their home map. But G2 look to change that. Blame F with the saved AK at 4 and 9. In this round, he can't afford to be at the back of the pack. He's got to be the guy cracking open the round. JKS has been very tricky to get past at the best of times. And sure, he got glocked out a couple ago, but he's not looking to repeat that here. Looking to shut out his old IGL from the Complexity days is JKS.
Oh.
Blame F goes up, goes over, finds Justin, and so now the site opens up. Monacy will rain out with one. That's the AK removed. Borup's quick with the deagle, and Monacy's getting wrapped. Borup's right here. Monacy's got to be real quick if he wants to hold on, and he doesn't like these angles with the AWP. Doesn't want to occupy them, trying to make life as easy as he can. One from Monacy, but another man didn't know that Borup was still alive. And so now he's armed with the AWP. Now Astralis teed up in this post-plant 3v2. Guns retrieved. Nico and Hunter. Oh, they found a way back in. Borup tapped out. It's a family matter here, but time's getting away from G2. Hunter and Nico have got to be switched on. What? And from nowhere, they'll manage it.
Heads will roll as the cousins go bowling. How do they sneak that through?
That's madness. I think every bone in Astralis' body told them that they'd done enough to have won that round.
Yeah, the swing out main, you think it's fine. You think you've got nothing wrong. But that gives G2 just what they desire.
It's the fact that it comes in so late as well, right? And that's very much by design, right? You kind of can't believe that if you're Astralis. In the final, 10 seconds of that round, that's when G2 make a bold move in a 2v3.
Yeah, Stair swings out preemptively. Wasn't required, trying to save his teammate, but could have and should have played for the plant. For the longest time, it was Astralis over 5 and now 6 Intel Extreme Master Colognes with 4 different team rosters making it to the semi-finals. Is that all it will be for this organization? Because for G2, for a while, these were the kings of second place. And that's at least better than top 4.
Astralis is certainly feeling pressure to open up. I mean, it's in these moments that you're really hoping that Device can be the guy to bring them back in, right? He is that experienced voice. He has been there. He has done that. And believe me, he's got the t-shirt.
Even Astralis, these younger players talking in interviews about how Device pumps them up. He gives them energy. He gives them confidence. They're going to need it. B-pop at 40 seconds. Entry into A. They were leaving. They were trying to bail. They wanted to go back to the other bomb site, and JKS has remained a rock inside of main. This is going to be a problem for Astralis.
Yeah, Flash is going over, but he knows this push is out of Donut, and this crossfire is set up already. JKS doesn't need a helping hand yet, but it's going to move in just the right time for Hunter.
Nice shot.
Cancelled out by Borup. JKS is left to his own devices, and there is the man ringing out with one. Odyssey moves up, but it's Device with the reply. And Astralis are looking for a way back in right at the end of this half. Device, we were waiting for that round to show us why he is so great. And out with the swing, the King's back in the building. Device, 3 kills in the round. Why not make it 4?
You're getting yourself ready. Now, it's been a pretty crazy few months for G2, but I want to ask you what feels different here in Cologne?
What feels different? I mean, this is probably the most special arena in the whole season. It's one of the most prestigious events, and you always want to win Katowice and Cologne. We have won Katowice, and now we're aiming for Cologne.
Now, you're playing against Astralis again in a rematch. What have you been able to learn from the last time we faced against each other? It was incredibly close.
Yeah, they're playing super well this event. Obviously, they have a Device as well, who's very experienced, and he's leading the team, not in the game, but he's obviously like a guy that they're looking up to, and he's doing amazing. But we are ready. We have beaten them once. We can definitely, and we should do it again.
Now, for you, Cologne, it's very special if you can try and grab the trophy, right? Make up for the issues of before. How badly do you want this?
Yeah, this event and this trophy will definitely make my career look a bit better.
Well, hopefully you can grab it, Nico. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Astralis might be the team shooting to the stars, but it's G2 the one that's full of them. The individuals looking great out of the gate for the G2 squad. Astralis, it's a late activation from Device. The $1 million man put up a round right at the end to find 5 for Astralis. It's not the best T-side they've ever had. It's not the most that they could have hoped for here, but it's what they've got. So now they've got to dust themselves off and look to bounce back in this second half, or else G2 will run them down in this opening map of the semi-final.
And pace may appear as they creep through main. We've got a double setup here. Blame on a weird angle. Julie's fight back. Monacy bears the brunt as Blame finds 3 from the front. He's looking for every single one. Where did this come from? Big Benjamin! He's back!
And he knows that that round re-energizes Astralis. He stands up, he savors that moment. An ace in the pistol with the dualies looking clean. BlameF has struggled to find a lot of impact in this game so far, but that one, that is big for Astralis, for the morale of this team when you look down the line and you see BlameF shoot out of his chair. So maybe that's what it takes. Maybe that round brings the pep back to the step of Astralis. Lets them find their rhythm.
They're going to need it on CT side, right? It was a micro of Blame. They did a lot of work against Heroic. Some of the B lane aggression we saw was just painful. Heroic had to deal with it. Astralis, off the back of their stand-up, have had to call a tactical timeout. They have now used every single one. There will be no breathers for Astralis in this second half as they mount and attempt a 10-round comeback.
G2 with the pistols. Astralis like to play a slow game. G2 do not. Nico running amok. Oh, wow! What an opening. Device with the reply. One bullet from the Tech 9 gets them in, but it's Device looking to shut them out. Not for long as Monacy finds it.
Oh, dear.
That's nearly something for Monacy, but Stare takes some real confidence to make a play like that when it's Monacy left up in the 1v2 with your teammates so far away, but Stare does what he has to keep that round contained.
Yeah, that just shows, I feel like we have some energy injected into Astralis off of the in-game leader success in the pistol round. A pacey push from G2. Device handles it well, and they hunt down the kid. It's not clean, but it's enough for Astralis to establish some stake in this CT side. Nico burning to death.
Hooksy's just trying to keep attention over here on this side of the map. If that's the metric you judge this one by, he's done a great job. He's kept 4 players for Astralis, paranoid about the B doors, leaving Borup all alone here over towards A. 1 kill from the man, dinked immediately, but he will still find his footing, getting chased down now by Hunter. He's getting closer. However, he's bought enough time for the rotates to come in. Astralis should be able to contain this, and BlameF looking to be the bouncer of this A site. He will not let G2 in.
No ID, no entry. G2 need to show their faces on this T side soon before Astralis pick up steam. We've got the AWP coming into the first gun round in this second half. And Monacy has been a monster. He's been hitting some heroic shots. But easier said than done on the attacking half of Ancient. Fast out mid, G2 challenging it like Astralis never did in that first half. The second molly is a problem. It forces G2 out into the open with a perfect flash. Borup is hung out to dry and to die. 5-on-4 for G2 as Astralis descend back into the bomb site. They have nothing to show for this mid-take.
Astralis regrouping over in red. They want to try and retake middle, but that leaves B open. That leaves this huge gap across the map. And so even though Astralis are clearing out mid, the timing is very much there for G2 to waltz into B.
Oh, you can see
Buzz, there was a head spotted over there. Stair tries climbing up, but is locked out by Hooksy, and they don't catch him on the cross. That's awkward. You kind of needed that kill to even entice you into giving this round a go. They've certainly had chances, but only damage done.
This is a save, right? Surely you've had ample opportunity, missed timings. Buzz staring at his crosshair, doesn't see the player on the top. And G2 just escalate the pace and take the empty bomb site. Nice reaction on a silver platter for G2. And hey, Hooksy's 5 and 12, but he gets the influential kill that essentially guarantees the round. And at the end of the day, he was never an in-game leader brought into FRAG. He was brought in to let his superstars off the leash, to put them in the right positions. And while that was a huge question mark coming into a capable and fragging in-game leader we're playing right now, the answer's coming up for G2.
And there's really not been a weak link for the G2 squad. I mean, I know Hooksy sits down bottom of the board, but as you were just saying, that's where we expect to see him. On the other side of things, Astralis have had that huge pistol round from BlameF, that late closer in round 15 with the device 4K. Borup started this game off strong, but it's not to that same level just yet. So either that hero figure needs to emerge. The Blame's got to get to outcooling the G2 squad, and that's hard. They'll use Brawn. Stair fights his way in, but it's swiftly cancelled out. JKS from down in mid returns this to even odds. Hooksy dead on the push up over to the lane. Hunter now takes his steed and will respond with one. It is a brawl for this lane control. And even though m0NESY returns that 2v2, he's making moves here. This is a confident display to go pushing into the red room with this AWP, but he controls a lot of the map now.
I mean, the entire round rests solely on him, and the longer he waits, the more JKS's position is not really going to be able to help him, save him, retrieve that bomb. m0NESY must survive the cross. JKS waits for reaggression that won't appear. Stair gets curious. Checking his back on timings. m0NESY, ooh.
Stair did miss the info. m0NESY's got a bit of a gap here. m0NESY's got a chance. If he can find this long kill, the round opens up. Suddenly G2 are in pole position, but it's Stair to swing out and deny it. m0NESY had too much on his plate. And so now JKS has got to do it alone, and Stair will not let that happen.
What a round from the star of Astralis. These B pushes, a lane take, Device staying in spawn for a late smoke, and Blame just flashes them in. Stair finds 2 kills off the entry. What's up, NATO?
Great to see the Stair's got rounds like this in him. Because even as we were looking down the line yesterday, you know, it was Device and Buzz that really made that series happen. Stair, we saw little moments of brilliance, but you wanted more, especially with how talked about this guy's been. So seeing him lift the level, play harder, play smarter, it's great signs for Astralis. G2 slow it down. And waiting to see if Astralis give them anything.
Yeah, m0NESY's been crippled in mid. That's a huge amount of your opening power potentially ruffled. Nico looks to clear B late. He's got the bomb behind him in Hooksy. Device awaits on an off angle. This is going to be a late full execute to the second site as G2 go back through the spawn. It's relatively undefended, sure. Probably the players you'd want in this position, in Stair and Device. But right now with no info as to how close G2 are getting. Jaguar taken, spam through the smoke. And Device, so patient, so focused. They need a really good flash to get him off this one. Oh no.
Oh my God, he's full blind but gets out with one. Device has to now concede a little bit of room. Suddenly Buzz is under a lot of pressure, but Buzz responds to it well with a bit of help from his friends. Device, another in the round, and now he goes hunting for Monacy. The big green looks to elude capture. Monacy looks to get away. Blame F might deny that fact. This AWP is right there.
Oh dear.
Monacy might be spotted. But Blame does not go back in to try remove that AWP. Still, stellar round out of Device and Buzz, especially Buzz, who's left in a wild position. All out on his lonesome, exposed to the entirety of the front of ramp, but Device gets there just at the right moment.
Yeah, Astralis have one smoke left on the entire CT side, and they get it down to top B as G2 is scaling, forcing Device's reposition, but boy, it wasn't it perfect. And G2, a bit of a lifeless T side, lacking ways in, lacking opening kills, getting picked apart even on a full execute. They need an answer stat. Can Monacy be that man? In this round, he'll have to. Surrounded by pistols, the AWP sits alone.
Great to see this recovery from Device. It's giving you a lot more faith, and I mean, with Vitality knocked out of the equation earlier on today, Device is now in this position where he's vying for that chance to lift the trophy in Cologne. A chance that Magisk will no longer have.
It's a cheeky insta-boost at the bottom of mid, just off the rubble. No crouch and jump and stand needed. Just straight up for an entry kill on Blame. G2.
Oh, that's quick. Well, you all saw that, right? You can kind of feel when Monacy's looking to get the ball rolling, and this is one of those moments. One kill from the hero, AWP already. Gonna be hard pressed to sweeten the deal. Nico dies outside of B.
Now they just gotta commit.
Now they do have to follow through with this A play. This is where we look at Monacy. This is where he's got to be the guy to open up. If he can arm his teammates around him, if he can deal some blows to get them in, they find this timing. They've threaded the needle here. Monacy drops the bomb across. Bomb swinging out is dealt with by JKS, and Monacy falls, but JKS continues to deliver. Going back in, Device! Divine intervention. He's got it. He'll hold on, but Hunters are getting out of there. Bomb on his back. This is a crazy play from Hunter. He disappears through the donut smoke. A bomb plant in the round. That tees him up for something.
The pennies drop quick though. Astralis up ahead of this one. Knives out. They know what's coming in. He's planting open.
Oh, he's planting open, and Hunter gets punished. He thinks he's fast.
But Astralis, Blame's brain works quick. And we level the playing field. This was a dominant first half. This was a 10-5. It felt like a G2 that could do no wrong with their CT rotations. Right now, they're barely getting bomb plants and staying afloat in Astralis' map pick. This is getting uncomfortable very quick.
G2 needs someone to start opening these rounds for them. And usually, you look down the line, you're kind of full of people to choose from in the G2 squad, but I always love when Nico's just let off the leash, allowed to do whatever he wants. Seen some ludicrous openers where he'll just run through smokes, no flashes, no nothing. He'll get it done.
Oh, again, he almost went for it. They were full blind at the bottom of mid. Astralis setting him up for success, but G2 lived to fight another round. Re-smoked. Again, G2 spending a lot of time in their spawn, dilly-dallying, getting a regroup going. One smoke left on this T side does not leave you a lot of options. Double setup here are Astralis. Orb doesn't even have to commit with this spray. Stair can flick back. G2 smoke off the short side, they're coming through.
Borup and Stair have got to hold on, and that flash wrecks Borup. It left Stair hung out to dry, up on top of the boost. Monacy missed shot on the AWP, but do Astralis even want to try and contest this? It looks like they're already writing it off. With JKS spotted down in middle, you know that that path to rotate onto the lane is locked in. Astralis do not even want to attempt this round. This one is won on a handful of kills in the cave. That double setup dismantled by G2. And so it's back to the drawing board now, Astralis. G2 find their way back in, break that 3-round streak. And even though they've given over room, they will not yet give up the lead.
A reassuring round for G2 on a redemption here on the T side. And a redemption in the tournament as well. Skipping straight to the semis. And having to prove their worth in the Lanxess for the first time for Monacy. But they can't get comfortable. This has still been a lackluster T-half so far. They need to propel off of that full 5-alive gun round, and they look to bring some pace into this.
Looks he's the guy with the mid-spawn, so he's going to have the honor of going first. The sacrificial lamb. Fed through the mid-smoke, but no one here for Astralis. Gives G2 this mid-control.
Oh dear, Buzz. Oh, he's cooking. Do they realize? Have they cleared it? He swings out early, and even though a dink is found, Hunter lives. A jump of the gun for young Buzz. It's Hunter light years ahead, back to B. And a gamble rotation made for Astralis, an information play attempted in middle. It's all come too late. And once again, G2 might just find that empty site.
This is great knowledge of your opponent's protocols here for G2. The fact that Hunter up and leaves mid, he knows that Astralis now are likely going to waste time going to clear dead air.
Uh-oh.
Astralis will group back up over towards B. They're even moving device around. Blame F is heard leaving this A-bomb site. G2 right now, there's still time to reconsider. They don't have to commit to this. Are they going to give a bit of room to Hunter? He's all the way through the A site. They might change their mind here. They're going to try and join back up with him. G2 have left this one down to the wire, but if Hunter can get another kill over in this, and he might just look to win the whole damn thing. Hunter smoking their way. He denies the rotate. Hunter has single-handedly looked to win this round for G2. That kill throws it all into question. So suddenly the game's afoot again. Fuxi with the plant. Borup's on a big wrap round, but Nico's holding this, and not the man you want to face. One tap from Nico. And Astralis write it off in the 2-on-3. That doesn't convince them to give this one a go.
So nice to see G2 just give faith to Hunter and his call and his position. They don't overthink it. They don't run into the B stack. They go all the way out. And that's a call that's burned G2 in this game already, but they go back to it. Hunter has so much room, and he wins that crucial fight to blame, picks up a smoke off his body, and locks out Astralis from ever attempting this round. Massive moment for G2 here, as it felt like T-side rounds were not reproducible. Hunter hears all. And remember, that's the fight that got him in, the fight that never even needed to happen.
Even though Astralis have looked to recover towards like the start of this second half, this is the dream scenario for G2 fans. You've got your trifecta, you've got these three players that are lights out, and Hunter's very much a part of that conversation. Over here in mid, him and Fuxi look to open up. They try to battle for this mid control. It's hanging in the balance. The nades rain in. They claim the life. The Borup will get hounded down. JKS takes middle under his wing. Device, hello.
Through the B doors.
Honestly, never even knew what hit him, and Device once more out of the round. Never knowing when to quit. That's this guy's whole story, and now it's just JKS. Sure, he finds that one on a blame F, but look at the minimap, look at the bomb. It's a long way away.
They've read it, they know exactly, it wasn't seen on the minimap, they know it must be back in T-spawn. Device knifes out, he knows exactly what JKS is running for. And even though his timing's good, Device's is better. Device waits, and he will get spotted. JKS, time wasted. Molotov deployed, 50 seconds. Device actually has to decide to give it up. JKS relieved for a moment and retrieved that plant. But where does he go from there?
Astralis have been really smart here, though. They weren't looking to end the round on this fight. Instead, they've taken a lot of time away from JKS in the clutch. And even now, no corner is safe. The backstab is coming in. And Stair has got the round in the palm of his hand. Puts a leash back on JKS. And that is some real smarts from Astralis.
Yeah, Stair's shown some great moves on this CT side. Some very aggressive reactivations, whether it's early in taking B lane, these re-pushes into mid for Astralis that, yes, at times have given G2 empty B bomb sites. But right there, he knows it's a game of timings. From Device locking out JKS to getting the bomb, to him flanking back through JKS's routing. You can't wait forever. And this game is going the distance.
Oh, Device is on his off angle over towards B, but G2 are coming his way, and they're not waiting. That's a collateral out of Device, but he can't find any more. It's just damage onto Nico. Will that be the one that gets away? Stair's got support over in cave, but for now, they're trapped here. They're locked in.
And look at the plant. Look at the post-farm more so. G2 have taken long. They've taken Spore back. They've forced a full flank for Astralis. Buzz is living on borrowed time. And while there are kits in this round, G2, they just have so much position, so much utility, locking Astralis out of ever attempting it till the clock's already half gone.
Oh, the timing. Oh! Hunter's back on it. And now for Astralis, usually they would look to save here, but they're so deep, they're so committed, they've got to get out alive. And now Hunter is not letting that happen. They are the prey, hunted down and mercilessly executed. Astralis sent packing, running for the hills. It's G2. Edging ever closer to picking up Ancient, Astralis' home map.
Yeah, finally finding form at the end of the T side. That is relieving for G2. Fearful that this would just slip through their fingers, but poised and prepared for a 2-0, and look at these timings. That's the make or break, right? Felt like Hunter's been in so many of these swing fights. You kill him, you have an opportunity, you die. The round's already lost in that 3-on-3. And he has been good for the job. 24 kills from Hunter. Monacy not far behind. Device in between. But now just back down to MP9s on 3. And G2, why doubt yourself? Do it again.
And this time Device doesn't have the ult. This time he's only got the MP9. Him and his teammate just locked out over in cave. G2 keep running this back. It's so fruitful, it keeps working. Why bother stopping till Astralis can fix it?
Again, it's just trying to get out. Astralis surrendering after a single kill. They would double cave side. G2 making the perfect read once more. Popping into it, essentially empty B.
And as we've gone down the stretch, those rounds where it is just Nico being allowed to run up the B ramp, being supported by Util from Hooksy. When they let him have that much freedom, that much space, he'll give you the results. Both times he's opened up in these B plays and they've gone on to win the round. Now they stand just 5 kills away from moving a map up in this semi-final, and with their map coming down the pipeline next.
It's quite an interesting and unlikely duo, isn't it, right? Nico and Hooksy often playing sites together, B on this map as well. An entry pack on T-halves. Hooksy setting up Nico and vice versa. But if it works, it works. And right now the result's almost locked in for G2. 3 shots to end this map. And Blame is the first to fall. Hunter, invincible, invulnerable in middle. And Hooksy hounds them down towards B, pushing Astralis even further back. Device goes forward, but into his demise. Monacy waits. And G2, they can feel it now. It's within reach.
Got to give credit to the G2 game that's been played here. Not only have they had their stars shining bright, but I think it's been a fantastically called game. Never refusing to give in to the Astralis squad, always keeping them guessing. Great knowledge of the protocols. G2 have looked stellar. And now Nico gets the easiest kill to close this out. Nico rising to the occasion. Hunter and Monacy in fantastic form. And even with a few glimmers from Device on the other side, it's not enough. G2 go into their map. Inferno coming up next, looking great.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in.
Wow, what a display, what a performance. You look at G2 on the map pick of Astralis, and well, I guess that one's just going to be all she wrote. It is Astralis conceding the first map in this series, and we begin to go a little bit deeper down the rabbit hole. It is a semifinal. Welcome back, everybody. Intel Extreme Masters, and we are freaking live.
G2 in the playoffs on the stage just hits a little bit different, Trace. We were talking about it in the pregame, right? Ancient, sure, Astralis, very good on it, but it's not a sure thing that they're going to win on Ancient, right? Because G2 can also look back, watch that game, see what they could change. We were talking about pace, how that was the problem, and I think they had much better pace here because it came down again to the T side. They had an excellent CT side. We switch over, Blame opens with an ace, with the dualies. Yep. They start coming back, Device is starting to turn up, and you're thinking, wow, again, G2 is not going to be able to get it done on the T side, but not this time.
Couple of individual plays, couple of calls that went the other, that went G2's way. It was pretty good towards the end. It's a little bit different than the group stage game when they were struggling a little bit with the calls and the moves on the individual side, like from Hunter and Hooksy and JKS and all of that. Nico was still together with Hunter, who had like many important kills on top of this assignment. Because the thing is, like, they needed 70% of the work to be done on Ancient and 30% on Inferno. I think think they did it, and they're just now in the driver's seat to win this game and go to the finals.
You know, we've talked about our Monashis, we've talked about our Hunters, we always talk about Nico. Even JKS probably deserves some praise in this for some of the stuff he was doing, even though sometimes it didn't go his way.
Yeah, it didn't go his way, but hey, we have to talk about Hunter. We say it time and time again, like this guy becomes a different beast when it comes to games on stage, and we could see it, the whole package trace in this particular map, right? First, it kicked off on the CT side. You know, he was a guy who in the rotator position, like mid is his department, so he makes a lot of calls there. He had an incredibly important 3K in the first half on the CT side in a swing round, right? That was to break Astralis' economy, and G2 was able to do that a couple of times. The reason why Astralis couldn't win more rounds on T side was because they never had money. Device had the op like 2 rounds or 3 rounds or something ridiculous like that, and then of course when you switch over to the T side, if it weren't for Hunter, G2's not winning this game.
Well, that's one big package.
That's a humongous, that might be the biggest package ever.
Yeah, shout out to DHL one time, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, we saw like him helping out Nico in this, you know, important games before in Kato, in Blast, in all these events they played well. Right now he delivered again with 25 frags, I believe. The round that we saw right here with the flanks and all, like the double kills and everything, especially on the T side, like you mentioned, Yanko. I think that kind of was like an instrumental for their victory today on Astralis' pick.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to the series, I don't know, obviously the big picture here is what? Astralis has lost the first map of the series. G2, we're getting tasted, glimpses of what we saw in group stage of sort of dominance asserted.
Yeah, I think definitely G2 things clicked for him. We had that 2v3 from Hunter and Nico towards the end where you're thinking, oh, maybe they should save now, and they somehow even managed to bring that round back. So it was really impressive, the type of stuff that G2 was able to do in the first half.
The negative side of the things I think Yanko mentioned in the green room, we were kind of pissed off together about that one, because they're like, calls towards B were fine, the flashes weren't, there were somehow people never blind on the B side. So you can see just very small things that can deliver or like lose you the game.
I think this round was really important in the first half. First you saw the preparation from Astralis with the boost that countered Monesi, he's immediately dead. Then you have Nico in a forward position, right, going to be able to get the kill here, even out the numbers as the round slowly develops for Astralis, right, they're taking their time. We've seen this happen a number of times in the first half, you know, they really like to milk that clock, and here they seem a little bit, you know, out of position, like they're trying to fake, but then Buzz doesn't see anyone. They're coming into the side. I think here they'll even find the kill onto JKS, but look at Hunter, look where he is. He's been lurking there. Right now he's all alone in this side. They're out of money. If they lose this round, they have to eco again. He finds timing to push through the smoke, finds 2 kills. He's going to get the last guy as well. And this was just such an important swing round for them. 2 rounds later, similar thing, right? They couldn't build on that Hunter round. Look at them. They're back to pistols, right? But then again, we'll see great team play from G2 in this one and great anchor play from JKS. He had a couple of unfortunate rounds where he missed some timings and couldn't win a couple of clutches. He was in a tough spot, but here you could see the re-aggress in the mid round from G2. That's probably Hunter's call, and they just have the perfect timing. They run into Astralis, mow them down, and this is what enabled them to stabilize the half, finish it off by having a 10-5 CT side.
Well, the call right there to kind of swarm on middle and kind of re-clear it, right? That's really important mid round, especially like in these rounds where you have no money. This is one of the deciding rounds for the half, right? If you lose this, it's probably going to be 5-10. If you win it, you get to 10-5.
And you saw this from both team trades. Both teams play good CS. Astralis played good CS in the second half. Like, they were also proactive. Device, man, like we're sitting, we're watching the game. It's like, this guy is always at the right place in the right time. Like, his game sense is incredible, was getting some really good reads, but in the end, it was just a little bit too much for them to come back from.
Sometimes it can be freakish almost. You're like, wait a minute, sure, okay, well, there he is, right place, right time again. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and head backstage. Let's see what's been said, what the vibe is as we go into the second map of the series. It's going to be FBI and Banks.
So we got some information again. Maybe I'll start. You know, yesterday I got to talk to Cass after they won the first map, and then he said, I feel we figured him out. This time I asked, this is the Ancient you lost, an Ancient that you've not lost in ages. How are you going to bounce back? And he said, well, it came down a lot to our mistakes, like not playing our game. But then he said, I love how he always has this final quote. He said, Shucks, I can promise you we're going to bounce back on Inferno. So nothing of their confidence is knocked that much.
I sound like he's just waffling, to be honest, because when I heard from someone,
telephone
saying
about?
that this guy was basically in a situation where they could have won 12-3. This half was theirs no matter what. They said that down to G2, they were riding high on confidence. They're feeling good on the stage. And I said, okay, in Inferno, this is your best map. You know it's inside and out. It was close last time. What do you learn from this? And he goes, we're just a better team right now. So I think confidence is in the camp of G2 100%. And really, this Astralis, they were playing the team. You saw them smiling. What we saw it on the cameras, we know what they're doing. But they shouldn't have lost to Ancient, and they did.
But you know what they are now? Complete underdogs, and you know how dangerous they are.
Yeah, back against the walls where Astralis find themselves. Interesting tidbits right there. Let's go ahead and shift this focus into Inferno, second, potentially last map of the series, and also a pick of G2. Talk about comfort levels.
It's good to see confidence exuding from the G2 camp, right? But don't fall into the trap of becoming arrogant. This series is not over yet. Astralis is a very good team. They're playing with confidence at the moment. They took down Heroic yesterday on Inferno relatively comfortably as well. So the job's not done. Keep your head in at 100%.
The key is on their CT side, if they're going to be able to stop Nico and Banana, right? If Nico takes control of Banana without too much help, without too much utility used to control that part of the map, it's going to be a problem for Astralis if they allow that space. If they fight and win that space, there it's going to be much easier for them. Coming onto the T side for Astralis, I assume they have some sort of a plan because they know it's going to be a pick from G2, but the problem right now for them is stopping Banana, just controlling as much as they can because they start on the CT side, and also the confidence from losing, like actually losing confidence from losing Ancient can be a factor there in like some swinging rounds, in some important rounds.
Yeah, and you know, guys, I guess you had both predicted maybe a 2-1, a 2-0 maybe here for G2, but man, it's hard to see the bounce back, but it's very much possible. This has been the wheelhouse of Device, is that not right?
It's possible, but it's going to be difficult, right? With the way some of the individuals on the side of G2 are playing as well, I expect JKS to have an even better map than he had on Nation, be a little bit more comfortable, maybe on Inferno. I think this is going to end on right here, Trace.
Right here?
Right here.
Right here.
Right here.
He's just calling it as is.
No, the thing is, I'm not going to backpedal right here. I said 2-1, but I still go for G2 win, so it does really look like that everything points out to that.
Right there.
Right there.
Outstanding. Where did we get this guy? He's a treasure. He is something, a real treat. Yeah, we're going to
call
sit
it
back.
that way.
Yeah,
a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, a rough in the rough.
Like the roughest diamond you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, just
in the mud.
Nonetheless,
underwater.
Thank you so much. Yes, underwater basket weaving will be coming back to the stage. I'm joking. I don't know what y'all guys are talking about. What I do know is a semifinal encapsulating G2 and Astralis could be coming to an end here in a second map, but we're going to be keeping our eyes to the streets, as are you. It's hashtag IEM across your socials. We'll be right back after this.
It can cost you a lot.
Joining a game if you do not have the time or the internet connection for it, so you get like disconnected in the middle of the game and then your team has to play like 4 versus 5 or something, and they can't quit the game and they're playing at such a disadvantage for like 40 minutes and just wasting their time.
Bait hard your teammates, like sometimes you need to sacrifice for your team and just entry and just push before them, because you have to do it.
Overpicking on a Nico round, giving the hope to the opponent guys.
People they don't want work a lot for a long distance, you know. They just want a result now, and on this tournament, but that's not how it works. You have to put a lot of works in the future, so people don't like to work too much.
I hate whenever I'm getting team flash without knowing it. I had some examples right now in my team right now. Nilan, for example, threw a flash, calls, I'm throwing a flash, but whenever he calls it, that's the moment it pops it to my face and then I die.
Feeling that my teammate is giving up at some point. Like giving up, the giving up way. Something that I've never done and I will never do. It's forbidden to give up. We showed that it's always possible. I think we did like 2 crazy comebacks this year against Cloud9. The giving up is something I don't know and we'll probably never know. I mean, we had like 2022, and let's be honest, I received a lot of criticism. It's always like that when you have like really good players. I think that if we win, it's because they're really good, and if you're bad, it's because you're bad in game leader. So I took a lot of criticism, but that's something that helped me and that will never let me give up. So I think that's something also it can get along in a lot of things in general in life and with a couple or whatever. It can make sense in a lot of things.
That could be quite important, especially if the Vice gets a kill here. That's a great advantage. Big trade from Simple though. Trying to control the space there, goes forward, down goes the bomb. JL in the clutch. 1 on 3 then, denied! Astralis make it to access!
What is your calling?
G2 trying to build up this redemption arc right at the closing chapters of Global Offensive. Stand 1 map away from a grand final in Cologne. If they could take both landmarks events this year, that's a nice way for this to close out for a squad who have faced their fair share of disappointments at these types of tournaments, at the majors. They're looking to show us why this is such an exciting team, that they live for the big stages, these big moments, and that the stars can provide when it counts.
Yeah, under heavy criticism, under scrutiny, and maybe rightly so with some of the results G2 have posted with this roster. But this Mount Rushmore of a roster towers over Astralis right now, stealing the Danes' home map of Ancient and goes into Inferno. Such a strong map for G2, such a heavily played map. They've got it, played more times in the bottom half of their map pool, for crying out loud. So Astralis have to dig deep and show tenacity tonight if they want to fight on for a decider on Nuke. One where the Danes have proven their prowess over years of play.
One thing's for certain, Nico, Hunter, and Monacy are all in championship form right now. Hooksy was clearly calling to counter Blame F on the other side. When the plan isn't working, when the ideas are falling short of expectation, that is when you are truly tested, and that is where Astralis find themselves right now. Maybe for the last time tonight, I'm going to ask this. Cologne, are you with us? Then let's get it on!
of all the maps in G2's pool, Inferno is where these T-sides come through, so it's right that they start right there on the attacking half. Those 3 stars you mentioned, Harry, they are here to play today. m0NESY on his first time on this stage. The debuts have been beautiful for Ilya. He looks to keep them coming, as does NiKo. The head-to-head removes devices. A powerful tool for Astralis gone, and only the Julies remain.
With device knocked out early, that is some serious power removed from Astralis. Consistent voice, the experienced member of this team. Instead, Borup has got to deliver a miracle, and he's not set up to win this. He's been spotted out in the apartments. Astralis rotate in, but NiKo's already taken space away, dealt with in the library. As looks to bring Astralis back into the fold here. Blamev taking his time. Astralis are not moving quickly. They're clearing everything. G2 could be anywhere. As they've nullified these options, they know they've got them trapped in the site. G2 have had a lot of time to set up these post plants, to set up these crossfires, and so Astralis have got their work cut out for them. Hunter and JKS ring out with the first couple, and they know that on the back of that, they've won this pistol round. JKS looks to drive that home, and Blamev is left saving dual Berettas to open up this second map. It's G2 pick it up right where they left off.
And how many rounds did G2 win off of that T side just by finding 1 kill, 2 kills in the right place on Ancient? Well, we are on the map for that right now. So HooXi's head put to the test on what can be a very potent T side indeed. Fantastic to see NiKo starting off with fighting form, finishing where he left off. And Astralis realizing this may be their final time on this stage if they don't start soon. A force buy comes through. Device on a mag, trying to make some money. G2 avoid it entirely, they stay grouped. The Wolf Pack up to B.
HooXi leads the charge. Ooh, digged out. 1 kill from Stare. The rest of G2 are a little slow to arrive, and he's been allowed to reposition. Oh dear. Oh no! Stare him with a double, and now he's got support. Now he's got his friends. They've all moved in, and they take the line, take these firing lines to lend a helping hand to Stare. Borup just in the nick of time. 1 out of NiKo, sure. Him and JKS have got to cook up the impossible. NiKo doing all he can. NiKo from nowhere. 3 kills in the round as he tries to battle back, and he gets it down in the 1v1.
No
just
way!
Device, missed shot from the man. NiKo! First they knew his name in the LAN cafes, then in the Balkans, and now they know it worldwide. The ace in the second round to keep G2 in this.
Where did that come from? From nowhere. In the mist, in the madness, and a Glock to close a 1v2. You don't see that every day. Decking Device in the final frag. The stars align, but not for Astralis this time. G2, they won that grand final.
Safe to say that NiKo is switched on.
That's a word for it. And he'll be at the forefront of not just the attack, but Astralis' minds as well, in their head.
Man, even the way he's looking to open here, he's playing with real confidence right now. Woo! Blamev gonna make him down everything. They made it close with the pistols in the last round. They're looking to do it again. So with NiKo, that hero of the last round, taken out, the first to fall here. Surely G2 can get past just a couple of deagles.
Yeah.
Surely they can, and HooXi looks to make that a matter of fact. Blamev swinging, can't win, and so m0NESY and HooXi will safeguard the round. All that worry dissipates. And so G2 get off to that 3-0 start they were looking for. It probably took a few more heroics than they were expecting to get there. But they've done well to save themselves here.
All par for the course. not falling into fear of the stack. A nice double molly executes. And Astralis' pistols burnt out of position. G2 look to close it and clean it up, and Spawn as well. And even Hootsy's hitting 1 Deegs, so Astralis will not sleep good now. Empty round for the Danes. And G2 in fighting form, perhaps in finals form as well. ENCE better watch out.
Snake's getting pretty long. With the form he's shown so far, I've wagered to bet that Hunters is bigger. 3-0 for the G2 squad to open, and Astralis, now they come in with their first proper buy here. AWP for Device, brought to the table early.
He has to be the big ticket item here for Astralis, right? If there were ever a man who's been in this position more than once, but not to the betterment of Astralis. Under TSM, under Dignitas, Device has fallen in the semis many times, and it may happen again if Nico keeps unleashing this beast, this raw aggression back to B, looking for a second. Fortunately, Starecross is in just in time. The smokes come down, locking him alone in the bomb site. Hootsy gets a spot, and he gets a shot. G2 end the round in 2 kills. It's going swimmingly by the script, by the book. And Astralis must play by the numbers as they leave the site.
Device trying to save the AWP from Spawn.
Seen this one before.
Will knock Hootsy out as he attempted to go hunting, and I don't think G2 really feel the urge to even need to take it further than this right now. They can focus on building up their own status in this matchup right now by solidifying the money early on. You'll take a 4 alive, so Astralis going to get out with these guns. And here's the thing, Astralis often play these retake rounds very safely, very much by the numbers. That's the style that BlameF likes to call, and that's even more par for the course here on Inferno. But as we go down the stretch, eventually Astralis might need to attempt some of these rounds where they're on the back foot.
Hootsy can be relentless on these D sides, right, though. If you're not going to be able to block G2 out of these B hits, he will keep calling them. He will keep coming back for more, letting Nico off the leash. And once again, first spawn for Nico, who's certainly going to take it. Can someone test him? Can someone stop him? Nico crawls through the smoke. Success every time so far. So it's up to Astralis using strong retake utility or anchoring down with multi-kills. It's a good grenade. And Device awaits that opener.
Ooh, missed shot. Gonna try and play through this.
Yes.
Throws himself into the fight, but can't elude Nico. Oh my God, this is so wild. Through the molly, through the flames, not respecting the util, playing with fire, but it might be Astralis getting burned as Nico puts another on the tally. And that's it, that's the round. 2 kills from Nico on the entry. And G2 keep it flawless to open up this T side.
Why would they ever relent? Why would they respect? If Astralis are not going to make G2 doubt themselves. And this team is feeling invincible right now. Not just 3 stars showing up on map 1, but Nico, the guy you require, the guy you desire to perform for G2, playing out of his mind. And now G2, now they go hunting, now they go fishing. Rods out, re-execing back into the A site, Astralis on the clock.
I know this is the full save. No one's even on the bomb. No one was on the bomb for a solid 20 seconds. They want to remove all these guns. They move in right at the end and they knock out 2 of them. That is a big problem for Astralis. They're still going to be able to stomach it. But now they've got to make concessions, and you don't want to make concessions with G2 in this form. With G2 looking this good, with Nico brimming with confidence.
And the storyline for Astralis, at least it was yesterday, was it felt like they were destined to go straight into those semi-finals as Device sat there so many times, but Nico is no exception to that rule. Twice under FaZe, finding himself in the semis of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. All it took was G2 to drag him all the way to the grand final. And not only is that the goal once again for this legendary roster, I'd say they want a little bit more. Astralis being put through the ringer right now. Shaken and startled for the start of this T-half.
Is that semi-final curse in Cologne might not be broken. Not unless Astralis can turn this around soon. Look at how paranoid they've gotten about B. Look at how scared they are. They know they need to put a stop to G2's run on this side of the map, but this is going to give Hooksy such a big degree of freedom elsewhere. There is one man defending A right now, and that man is Device. Sure, he has his AWP, he has his signature gun, but if the play ends up here, Device is going to have to do it all alone. And if you can't hold B now, if G2 do hit the B bomb site and go into this four-man stack and still come out the victors, what does that mean for this series? If four players can't stop it, nothing will.
But now it's still an if. Even Stair won't swing out early and give Nico a way in. He beckons, he baits Nico into the crossfire. Will Nico bite? Maybe that smoke is an invitation. Oh! A taste of your own medicine, perhaps. Blind fire from Stair takes out the hard hitter of G2, and they must go back to what is now essentially an empty site.
Just Device here. Been here since the start of the round. Has to stand the test of time. Device with the orb. Oh, finds the man up in the apartments. Go Device on! Finds more! And he just keeps on giving. Only Hunter left now. 1v4 and the tides change. Astralis finally cook up the winning solution. Device gets switched on. And that's what it takes for Astralis to find their first. They didn't have a lot to work with in that round there. So an important timing for it.
Yeah, G2 never knew what they were running into, right? They only saw that deagle on the B-bomb site. Device, all on his lonesome, puts up every kill required to guarantee the round for Astralis. And you gotta laugh it off. The Device is just relief. Astralis don't wait forever. They won't have that orb this time. No one in position to pick it up. G2 go back to pace into this A site.
They're coming quickly. Device is tucked into a corner here. AK primed and ready to go, but only one kill from Device. Borup in the pit is going to be the guy who's got to rise to the occasion, and he can't. Cancelled out. Nico making plays, making moves. Astralis at 2v3. And a lot of times they would look to save here. But this might not be one of them. JKS not destined to meet them in middle. Astralis look like they've written this one off, just playing by the numbers again. Blame F. A very conservative game being called here, but he knows the 2v3 is so unlikely, it's not worth attempting.
You're believing in your long game. You're believing in your late half, right? That you can suddenly activate, you can put these guns to good use. That you can win rounds you shouldn't, but you need the guns to do it. Blame an important surviving kill. Still, G2 hold their heads high. They can buy around this. That's why the save made sense. They can drop Device in AWP. But once again, required to crack open this can of G2.
And I mean, this was the big worry coming into this series. It's one thing when it's all going according to plan. It's one thing when you can cancel the game plan of the other team, but sometimes That all goes out the window when someone is just having one of those games. And for G2, there's so many candidates that embody that. Nico is very much the guy here. On this second map.
They're getting locked out of mid, but G2 just say bye-bye. They go back to Banana. Funneled into the scope.
Nice, that final fiber. The legendary Astralis roster. Most experienced man, and so we look at him to be the one to bring Astralis back into this game. There's one kill from his AWP, but gonna need more before all is said and done, because G2, they're unrelenting. They're coming through this smoke. Up into Banana now. Device is trying to make a play. Gonna rely on Stare, drawing some attention off of him. Device and Stare combined for a killer piece. They will spam out Device. BlameF gets down off the boost. That gets awkward. They're gonna force them wide, and now G2 are on their way to a bomb plant here.
Hunter's gone hunting.
He wants to get involved. In a 2-on-3, you can't play scared, and so he's trying to make moves to win them the round. He gets into this corner. He knows they've made it all the way through the ruins. That's what JKS has got to try and keep held down. Got to hold his nerve here. Hunter with one, and JKS alongside him, looking to lock it for G2. Just Buzz left in this, and Hunter washes over him. G2 are on a tear. Nothing feels impossible. Nothing feels like too much of a big ask for this squad right now. A 2v3 delivered, and they look like the favorites the whole damn time.
These cousins are killers. The Kovac is stepping up massive in this matchup. In a required match for G2 to return to fame, to return to glory, to return to form that we have seen at their peak, at the end of last year, at the start of this one. World Finals into Katowice, and maybe Cologne as well. That is the goal, nothing short for G2. And in this form, they are cracking Cinderella's shoes. That Astralis dream run dying in front of us.
It's in this pressure, it's in this need to dig deep and put a stop to the beasts on the other side. First time of asking for a lot of these Astralis players. It's only recently come to adorn the uniform. This is a test of resilience, your ability to rise from the ashes. Astralis might never be given that chance. G2 set up for an apps pop here. Nothing complex, but they make it look so easy. Mac 10 to open, down into the pit. BlameF stands the test of time. Gonna need a bit more out of him before all is said and done.
This is the bomb.
This is rotating in. Bomb looking to get out now on the back of JKS, and he finds that pit player. Deagle up through the short side. Buzz, one kill to his name, and Stare finds one in the meantime. Nico versus Stare. Astralis hunting desperately for their second round here. And to do that, they've got to take down the big bad wolf of G2, the man looking to end this fairy tale run.
Stare with the read, the hide, and Nico with the long flank, but will he climb over the graveyard? 30 seconds to find a player or find a bomb. He knows he's here. Nico huffs, Nico puffs, but it's Stare who blows his house down. Astralis survive once again. They do it with pistols. Just barely.
At this point in the game, man, you got to take whatever you can get if you're Astralis, and it's in those rounds where you often feel a little freer, the pressure's a little more eased, and so everything just feels weirdly more comfortable, even though you're on the back foot. You play with a sort of blind confidence, and that round showcases it for Astralis. Nico even baited in. I love that Stare peeked with the deagle first, got his attention, made Nico bloodthirsty for that kill. And it was only then that he decided to strike with the AWP. very well played clutch in a tense moment. Would have been very easy to get in your head if you're Stair.
Yeah, we saw some oversteps from Stair, or at least one back on the T side of Ancient. That crucial round near the end of the half where a 2v2, he swings out, he gives it away. And even though Stair put on a fantastic map at the end of Ancient, we need more. We need everyone on Astralis. G2 almost destined to go back to B with the way this game started. Astralis have read it well. 3-star strong. Hooksy leads the charge. The flashes completely blind Astralis. They must surrender. Oh! Not like that. That's not supposed to happen.
With shots like that, you just feel destined. You feel blessed. In this, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, NiKo looking to leave his mark.
He's back for more.
Through the volley, tries his hand at more aggression, but now you've just seen NiKo, the guy at B, all the way up long. Astralis, they don't crumble, they don't falter, and they don't take the bait. They find their way into this 3-on-3, but G2 are constantly moving, flowing like water. Borat miss spray, and it's ugly. That's given them a route in. G2 are all the way down the short side. They're going to have that route to the bomb plant, and there's not a lot that Astralis can look to do. They will be retaking here in the 3-on-3. Oh, Device brings the numbers back into Astralis' favor.
JKS, he knows he's got Borat blocked in here, very low as well. Not opting to finish the kill, he waits, and that gives Borat time to group with Blame in middle. Device is waiting patiently on the long side, and Hooksy does not have the gun for the job. It's got to be up to Justin. JKS on short porch hits one, Blame trades it out, and now Hooksy hiding out back at the bomb site. Nade lands to perfection, and Blame will finish the job. Astralis again combine for a close and keep themselves in this CT side. It's what the saves were made for.
That's also a bit of a turning point because this marks the first time that Astralis have been successfully able to retake a bomb site in the game so far. Everything else has either been winning to kills straight up, you deny them at that first push, or they were left saving. That's how the bulk of these rounds have gone down. That bomb gets planted and Astralis can't even justify attempting it, but something changes there. They win it on the retake. Device tipped the scales and gave them the confidence to move in.
But with the game we've seen and the way it's played out, this fight doesn't even feel weak for G2 because one gun can do it, and definitely two. Back up B. Bloodthirsty as ever. Blame with a full belt, waits for a fight. Will he force it?
Got to pick and choose your battles carefully here if you're G2. They're trying to get as much of the util out as they can over towards B.
Second nade. They're going to put both these riflers very low. He spotted him, he saw him right below the smoke.
NiKo.
Stairs calling into the unknown, and NiKo bites back. Oh, he's lost him. Blame swaps sides in the smoke, and Monacy comes through with the kill. Is it enough? Astralis are here at the door.
Buzz from Spawn, spamming away, one kill. And that's enough to bring Astralis back into this round. A lengthy flank up through Banana can start to come into fruition now. Device moving in. Astralis on all ends of this site. Look to close the net now, and with JKS dead, Hunter's got to do it alone. This is not easy. They see him, and Device goes hunting. A second successful retake for Astralis. And the nature of the game starts to change now as they close this gap.
You've got to give it to them for staying in this map with the way it began, with the devastation that NiKo delivered, how clean these opening few rounds were from G2, how lost in the source Astralis looked. The job is far from done. But the necessities are in place. The foundation for a recovery is here. Can Astralis build upon it? Pistols for G2, no hero gun to save them today. But maybe a hero instead.
NiKo with the deagle and a point to prove. Won't find his way in over towards B. Blame F. constantly harassing the top of Banana, refuses to let G2 in. Ooh, Hoopsy gonna get chased down. Blame F, a lot of damage on the spray. And G2 are not able to punish this. Not able to get a trade. JKS could find something here, but it's gonna hinge on timings he is not aware of. He'll just hold his ground over in the apartments. It's a fight for Device to win out and close, and now you don't have to worry about this bomb coming back to A. Pistols might accomplish very little for G2 here, as Astralis look to build back in. They take a flawless round, spearheaded by the captain.
Yeah. And a representation of the recovery that Astralis have shown in these last couple, right? It has been the two heavy hitters, the two old boys, experienced players of Blame and Device that have put up multi-kills to keep Astralis in their CT side. Device funneling them away with the AWP. Blame locking them out of B with another multi-kill. G2 have still got a very strong half on this T side, but the momentum is shifting. It is swinging. They don't want to give away a streak this hefty. 4 in a row for Astralis. G2 burn a lot of util at the top of B, and they get limited space from it. So back to greener pastures. JKS not hyperactive in the apartments. Set up to succeed by Hooksy in middle. JKS looks for a way in, but he's smoked on both fronts. It must come down to, once again, this B-bomb site hit for G2.
And in rounds gone by, Astralis have been padding out this side of the map. They don't have a third man here this time. They don't have that third gun to offer up answers.
Careful!
Yes, tagged in that smoke. His teammates have already started to go, moving in. Hooksy leads the charge. In behind him, the rest of the team. Hooksy falls flat, but it's Monacy.
Boom.
Two open, Nico taking space at spawn in mid. JKS dies, and now Nico's got to do this alone. This is where he does his best work. He gets it down to the 1v1. Borup is shaking in his boots right now. When you see the name you're up against, you know what this guy is capable of, and so Borup cannot doubt himself for even a second here. Nico cuts off all the info. Falls silent. Borup on the bomb. Borup on the bomb. What if you never gave Nico the chance? He sticks it! And so that's how Astralis look to level this game up. What if you never give Nico the fight?
The balls on this kid to go for the stick in an arena, his first against one of the best to ever do it with a rifle.
And dude, for Nico there, I think it's such fair game that he doesn't peek. You're thinking Borup is in his head. You're thinking he feels that pressure. There is no way he sticks a bomb. There is no way he holds that defuse. Nico was counting on Borup doubting himself, and Borup never did.
In just a few rounds in a row, Astralis changed the nature of the map we're watching.
The precedent set early on was if G2 got a bomb site, if G2 got the bomb planted, they won the round. But that precedent has changed.
G2 with bombs. It's never let them down before.
3 retakes in the last 5 on this streak for Astralis.
Oh, of course. And that's the most passive opener for Nico as well, right? He's been moving up into that cubby on Banana every single round, or chasing top with a deep smoke. This time he waits, he reads the swing, and Stare gives it to him. So another relief of pressure for G2 in a 5-on-4, and Borup maybe the next fall, because Monacy's found him with a pixel shot. One of the first orbs we've seen in this T side. He goes flying out into the site, and Monacy doesn't need it as he takes down Device.
What a time for Monacy to find his impact in this series, right? You could kind of feel that Nico started to get cancelled out across these last few rounds, wasn't finding those same openings, wasn't winning the same clutches. So that's when you have to go down the roster. A star-studded roster for G2, and the timing couldn't be better right as Astralis are having this second wind. Monacy comes out with a big round, and no scope onto device. And now for G2, at bare minimum, they've won out the half, but they're looking to sweeten the deal here. They want to try and remove these guns right at the end. One goes off, one gun out, just Buzz left. He looks good to get away. They might just find him, but he's going to survive with that M4 intact. That's something for Astralis here in the final round of this first half.
Yeah, it certainly has consequences here. There's going to be max 3 M4s. Buzz can't drop one over, so suboptimal for Astralis. No AWP for device. And Monacy finally makes his sing. Not every day you do that to device. So G2, a moment where it felt like they were lost, lacking, but now picking back up the pace.
Molly forces Nico to take a swing here.
He's fine with that.
And he likes it, he thanks them for it. That Molly pushed him forward. That Molly beckoned him in. And it nets the 5v4 for G2. They pump the brakes, they slow it down. We're gonna give Astralis a taste of their own medicine here as they go back to the drawing board, grouping up over in middle. Hunter, he was fantastic on the opening map for this semi-final. He can find something over towards long. He's looking to make this happen for G2. One man still to beat in the A-hold. It's Borup tucked in. Smoked off at Moto. He tries to get ahead of it, but this gives more room to Hunter, more opportunities for Hunter to get involved. And as he moves through this smoke, that one's free!
Can't save today, Astralis, but too far away to even consider the possibility. A moment of doubt, a moment of opportunity for the Danes, but G2 still come in swinging at the end of the half. They've just got to put a lid on it. 2 frags away. And as Astralis group back up in middle, Monacy hears the footsteps, come hunting, come hounding, and come knifing, but it's denied by Device. It won't cost them a thing. Nico's here to ensure the round cannot get weird, and Device will not be given the opportunity nor satisfaction. Right at the end of the half, pollution in the night sky blocks out the stars of Astralis, and G2 are only rounds away from the grand finals of Cologne.
How we doing, Cologne? I'm here with a critical sideline update because the Beer Snake is reaching critical mass here in the Lanxess Arena. Look at this monstrosity. Woo! There may be some structural integrity issues here. There may be some questions about how large it can go. But I see it self-sustaining right now. New cups are being introduced into the fold all the time. Now I know you're an Astralis fan here. You think they can still do it?
I'm hurt, man. I'm really hurt.
He's hurting.
But there's something of solace here in the cup, Snake. We got the G2 on the hat. What's the counter up to?
It's my beer counter.
Is that today?
It's yesterday as well.
Okay, we got the 2-day total. 25 though, putting up good numbers. How much of this cup, Snake, is just you?
I think like 10 or 12.
10 or 12. There we go. Moving through, moving on by the Snake. It just keeps going, folks. There's no end in sight. Cologne, can we hear it for the Snake? It just doesn't end. It just doesn't end. Who started the Snake? Who started it? This man right there is signaling to me. No? Over there? Oh my God, this thing is ridiculous. All right. You started it? Right here, hold on. We're going back. You're the progenitor of the Snake over here, right? What inspired this beautiful art creation?
It all started with a sleeping guy, and we wanted to know how high we can get this tower, and it escalated quickly.
Turns out pretty high is the answer. Who are you pulling for in this match?
For G2.
Pulling for G2? You want to lead one cheer? Can I get a let's go G2?
Let's go G2!
Let's go G2! What about Astralis? Are the faithful still there? Let's hear it one more time for the Beer Snake!
What is your calling?
Nico believes his calling is to be in that grand final tomorrow. He sits top in the charts right now, 20 kills deep and spearheading this run for G2 through the semi-final. Astralis, there were a couple of glimmers in there towards the end. They embarked on a 5-round streak, but cut down and cut short in its prime, leaves them wanting. They've got a big T-side ahead of them, and Blame F better have some serious ideas cooked up here on how to save the day.
His performance has been there, no doubt, across the entire playoff run. Device right by his side, and Buzz silent in comparison to his performance against the Danes of Heroic. Was it a flash in the pan? Was it a one-trick pony? Or can Astralis ride their way back into this BO3? It relies on a pistol.
I feel like the dual Berettas have often fared well, but not in this round.
Okay.
Borup and Buzz are the ones to kickstart this for Astralis. But as is often the case, Blame F is not like to keep it as simple as just go on the back of these openers. Now comes the trickery. Now comes the tomfoolery from Blame F.
Despite Danish in-game leaders clashing back at B, Astralis don't seem interested in returning to that early site. Buzz drops in, and Monacy drops in loud and deadly.
Blame can't die here. He's like their only thing that gives them any stake over this B site, and so he won't. Rings out with a kill on a Hooksy back at the spawn. Just like that, Astralis are on their way to a pistol round. Bomb planted and a 2v4. Nico and Monacy are the ones still left in this, though.
It's not impossible.
The stars that burn the brightest, going out the quickest. Monacy falls, and now Nico left up in it alone. Wow. Blame F silences him, and it's another big pistol to open up the second half for the captain of Astralis.
Yeah, you say he needs the calls, but what if he's got the kills? Blame, unforgiving impact in that pistol round. And we talk inexperience on stages for Astralis. That is also in Blame's pocket. He may be HLTV top 20 player 3 years running, but this is only his third stage of this size. G2 denied and forced by.
Well-timed nades, but just dodged by Stare as he sees them fly in over the top of the half wall. There's another one. Blame F all the way down the long side. Hunter just underhands this smoke, but they've thrown one in for him, and now he realizes they weren't looking to punish him. So he's going to play behind this. Now, usually Astralis like to roam around the map, but they kind of have to follow through with this A play, and that's not the start they wanted. They've given up all the real estate over at Banana, so all they have is A. All they have is the hope of this A play, and m0NESY's extinguishing that right now. 2 from his Deagle. Astralis can't go back. It's uncharted waters. This is going to take too long to clear. Stairs starting to make those moves now. This all hinges on finding a wrap through the spawn. Nico lies in wait. His Deagle, a thing of legend. Tag onto device. This is so quickly going awry for Astralis.
Gotta go.
Stairs going to have to come through this. And Nico lies in wait.
And look what happens when you don't. The crossfire's established, the rotate is in, and Astralis have to call it off. Surely this is done, dead before it even begins. The Deagles of G2 bite back.
This is a heartbreaking call to even have to make if you're Astralis. Every bone in your body wants to say that there's a chance here, but there's not.
Sinking into your seats.
And so it's m0NESY with his Deagle, rising through the rankings already. Since getting onto the CT side, this is where he's going to look to do his best work. This is where he's going to be the most involved. He wasn't required to step up early on. So Astralis take a timeout. But they've been served some early problems here. That gets in the way of this momentum they were trying to build on the back of the pistol, the momentum that they need. They want to make a comeback happen here. It's always blues.
Yeah. A desperate force. Relying on an opening kill more often than not on a map like Inferno. Who can deliver the good news? Or is it a horrific horoscope here for Astralis? Device trying to take matters into his own hands right behind the Molotov boost. Just in time. And Device eats the smoke, he can't commit. Not only stopping him in his tracks, but a loud audible for G2. They know what Astralis were attempting in this round, and as a flash gets set up for Blame, maybe a pop right at the end.
Double set up in the right place, right time, and m0NESY will hold the line. Looking to make this round his, looking to leave his mark. m0NESY! 4 kills from the short side, leaves it all on Blame F. And m0NESY sure knows how to leave an impression here. What's Blame supposed to do in this 1-on-3? Astralis were all in on this round, so he still wants to give it a go. The G2 have pulled nearly everyone over. Hunter's still down in the pit here, lies in wait, and that's free. Blame F doesn't check it. m0NESY does the heavy lifting. And then it's Hunter to close that force buy for Astralis, the one that they were hoping could ignite this early back and forth in the game, could give them something to hold as hope. It's snuffed out by m0NESY. So what a time he's having in this second half. That second round with the Deagle, he's the one that shut Astralis down. Then when they force buy up, he locks them out with a 4K. There is no doubt that m0NESY is a big game player.
He does not feel the pressure one bit, does he? From Academy to Tier 1 in a matter of months. A trajectory incomparable with any player. And the performance to back it up on the biggest of stages. For this, it's just eco, it's just an ease for G2. Keep it clean and keep them coming.
For Astralis, this means that they've got to find success in their first rifle round. If they don't, when the guns come out now, if this one falls short of the mark, falls short of expectation, G2 have got that grand final teed up. It's right there, and it's ripe for the taking.
And frankly, that's exactly what we want right now if G2 are going to keep up this form into tomorrow. ENCE a complete threat inside of the group stage into the playoffs against Vitality. A worthy opponent. And a Nico in fighting form. Two teams with notches already on the Intel Grand Slam.
Fight over towards Banana. Stare. Good time for him to find the opener, but can he get any more? The nades rain in. They make life awkward for him. Things are heating up for Stare. Drops the smoke, but tries to play ahead of it with the flashbang, and that's when Nico gets his revenge. 4-on-4 now, and Astralis, the only real estate they're left with is this presence over in top mid. Last time we saw them in this position, it forced them into an A play, and they ended up running out of time in the 2v4. m0NESY once again repels this play out through the long side.
And Nico's back just in time. Even getting curious, this could break Astralis. The drop is loud, Buzz, inexperienced, caught out as Hunter re-aggresses for the lurker. He saw what he did to Heroic, and Hunter will allow none of it. Device needs to break back onto Nico. He is all that stands in this site. Blame nowhere to be seen, back in spawn, waiting for a mistake. G2 won't give it over. Even Nico won't make a move. He waits for his teammate, and they strike together. That might be the round. Said, done. But Blame
doesn't attempt these. Blame doesn't like attempting these. He's not going to. 15 seconds and he'll call the save. So for Astralis, this is all they're left with to try and stop an unstoppable force. G2. Finger to the pulse. Finger on the trigger, and they're not slowing down. They're building, they're getting better the longer this goes on. The deeper we get. The only round they've dropped in this second half was the pistol, and they immediately picked up the second. Since then, it's been all G2. And so the semi-finals curse for Device. Looking to remain consistent.
It would be great form for G2 to close this out cleaner than Ancient. That got hairy at the end. Their T-side was lacking at the start. Astralis with steam, but G2 have not let them into this half. That's all at the benefit of m0NESY starting this CT side strong. Post pistol. And back for more in Banana on the smoke fade. Retakes the entire angle. Astralis want it back. They're going to have to fight for it. It might cost them their life. And so they renege on their deal and regroup back in ult.
But these slow burning rounds right now are not uncomfortable for G2. They've got all the info. m0NESY is posted with this AWP at Banana, and sure, they flash him off the angle. They know that he's there.
They gotta go.
This now means you've got to start reacting to that info. You've got to pick up the pace out into middle. Astralis fixate their sights on the A play. JKS down in the pit. Sees them on the short side, lights up the first man in. JKS might be blind, but Hooksy delivers. Hunter from the site backs him up, and now it's just Blame F. This hero gun thrust into the clutch, and on the cross, m0NESY locks out Blame F. You will not be the hero today.
He makes the most of every moment on this stage, doesn't m0NESY? In no hurry to end it, but end it with ease he shall.
And what's so wild is just how this series has flowed, how in the first half it was all Nico. He sat 20 kills deep where his teammates were still lagging behind in single digits. Now you have m0NESY uplifting G2 on this CT half. Nico's barely even had to lift a finger.
And doesn't that feel good for a change? He was a monster in the group stages. Not a map in the red. Stare on a smoke spam. It gets interesting, but Hooksy still creeps through. Oh, trading nades. Could be signing your own death warrant. Hooksy escapes before the spam comes back. G2 abandon banana. The final attempt, the final hit for Astralis on a 4-buy. Without a bomb plant, they'll be left to scraps in the next. They must make the most of this opportunity.
Something's got to give. Someone's got to get this opener. Slow, it's measured. The bomb's still back at T-Ramp. BlameF's going to go grab that now.
40 seconds. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Bottom of the barrel.
This is playing it down to the wire, man. This is leaving yourself no margin for error.
What a massive re-aggression. Nico's clearing out the entirety of it at 30 seconds. You peek banana, you win the round. You know what's going on. Astralis are funneled into the death.
Honestly, he is the death. He is the guy. He is that man. 1 kill from the AWP. And Monacy waits for more. Astralis, it's not just time they're up against, it's this beast at the back of the site with the AWP. JKS and Hunter finish the deal, and G2 1 round away. Astralis have got nothing left, and we're finally seeing the limits of BlameF. You're seeing the limits of this Astralis squad unfurl right before your very eyes. Every move that G2 has made here, as we've continued down the stretch, has seemingly perfectly countered Astralis. The flash, the re-aggro back in a top banana with just under 30 seconds left, and G2 knew everything.
And the silence of these stars is deafening for Astralis. The hero of yesterday in Buzz, 6 and 15 on a new look team for Astralis. And no one expected them to make it this far, but this will be the end of the line. Device destined for semis and Lanxess and no further. Never able to beat the brunt of the stage.
G2 just want to go for the throat. As far as they're concerned, this has been a long time coming. It's been a long time calling. Their destiny's always been in the grand finals at Cologne. So now's the time to realize that dream. Nico flashed in for a fight at top banana. Once again, this guy, the info he's been getting, sure, they've not been fighting and they've been largely dodging Nico. But in staying out of his line of fire, they find themselves in Monacy's, in Hunters, in JKS, who finds one. Monacy pushing through, silenced by BlameF. And so now it is just Hunter. The bomb is away from Astralis, but they're going to be allowed to grab it. G2 opposing for a retake right now.
They've got everything they need to go for it. Players in position, time delayed as Astralis yet to retrieve this bomb. And fights available still in mid. Stare out on an island on his lonesome. Nades come in. Still this bomb yet to go down for Astralis. They desperately want to kill. G2 dunk their util in. Stare awaits. And as the smoke is down, so is the bomb.
Util out for Hunter. He's got one flash and a smoke to try and make this play happen. They're going to assemble the boost. They let Nico be that first incision. Stare looks to make a play. Hunter cancels it out. Is he really believing in the 1v2? Well, Device doesn't seem to think so.
Their first round since a pistol. Their first taste of success in this T side. The question is, will it be their last?
It's a long road ahead of Astralis. If they ever wanted to come back here for G2, it's a short walk into the grand finals. And this is the scariest scoreline to have versus a team like G2. Sure, these impossible comebacks, they've happened before, but you know that one star-studded performance, one moment of brilliance from a Nico, from a Monacy, and that's it. Your time in the Cathedral is ripped out of your hands. Stare moves in, deals with Nico, But it's Hooksy to trade, and just like that, B is no longer a problem. G2 are starting to siphon players around, but they realize Astralis have loved this A site. Astralis keep doing this, faking out over towards Banana early and then finishing on A. And so Hooksy makes the decision in the freedom of a 15-8 scoreline. He says, I have B. So he gets left there alone. But Astralis are now changing their tune, and in this moment, Hunter re-aggresses middle. He gets that info that top mid is clear. Bit by bit, G2 are painting a picture of this round. There's not many options left anymore, and as the util reigns in, Hooksy is that only line of defense over towards B.
Even 1-for-1's not enough, but Hunter, he picks up the lurk. The first to fall. Astralis make their way into the site. Hooksy allows it, he spams back through the smoke, he stays alive for the retake, and this is one that G2 certainly should consider. No late lurks, JKS assures them of that. But they're on the clock, that's a fact. Smoke goes over, Monacy can set up the rifles.
That's going to cut out Device. He kind of has to go play ahead of that now. And so that's going to force him into these awkward engagements as G2 move through the spawn. Device scoped up, can't see the close player, but he flicks back in time. BlameF has got his back. Astralis might be able to hold on. BlameF deleted. It's going to fall to Device, trying to make this happen. He gets him off the bomb. And one more round, Astralis will stay alive.
It was done. It was dead in the water. They were defusing. And Device creeps through the mist.
That's a play where he forgets about the glory. He plays for the round win. He plays to deny that bomb, and he plays it to perfection. Astralis lose everything. That's the material cost of that round. It brings them back into the game mentally. But they don't have a lot to work with. Looking to the future for G2. They're facing their own money problems. This is going to be a scrappy round for both teams. This is set to be a brawl, a handful of weapons for G2. They're going to be teed up, trying to make plays early. It's Hunter, Monacy, and Nico, that terrifying triangle of the G2 squad.
And you're not short of playmakers. The late re-aggressions, G2 have had info, they've had opportunity. They just need one more. Hooksy takes the hit. And Monacy takes mid. One misstep can cost you everything. And Hunter is here to provide. That sinking feeling of realization for Astralis creeping through the brains of two. They rely on their team to get back into B. And G2 close the door. It's just about not making a mistake.
I think this was the worst possible way the round could have started for Astralis. That doomsday clock ticks closer and closer to midnight for Astralis. Stair tries to make a play. Stair, at this point, all you've got is plays to make. And as he roots through the ruins, coming in on this backstab, he might get there just in time. Hooksy dies, sure, but it's Nico, the man that was teed up to try and win this. And Nico will! The clock strikes midnight on Astralis' Cinderella story. For Device, lifting the trophy in Cologne will always be a fairy tale. The big bad wolf in Nico on the other side moves into the grand final. G2 slam Astralis back down to reality.
And that triple threat of Monacy, Hunter, and Nico, they are in fighting form. They are in final form. Redemption arc off the back of major commiserations. Hooksy, the Herald delivers a harrowing message to Astralis, outcalls BlameF, who takes down Cadian, and G2, the big bad wolf, look to run on against ENCE tomorrow in the grand final for Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
Well, he keeps being called the big bad wolf, and he's howled and he's blown the house down, and a final now waits for you here in Cologne.
Yeah, my first final in this arena. I'm really happy to be here in front of this amazing crowd. Thank you all for coming. And yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed the show today. Tomorrow it's going to be even better.
What is it about you and this G2 team that likes the big stages? We saw you win in Katowice. It's not been the greatest run, and then you come back here to this big stadium, and you guys are firing again.
Yeah, we feel very confident right now. We are playing really well CS. Obviously, I think the group stage performance helped us carry it on to the playoffs as well. We are not stressed, we are not under the pressure. We know what we are capable of, and we just need to execute the things that we have.
What are you capable of?
We are capable of winning this event.
What do you see in ENCE tomorrow? Here, big old stadium, it's going to be packed to the rafters again. What do you see as the final?
Well, they're no joke. They're playing really good CS. Some Pios is on point, it seems like. I just want to have fun like we did today and enjoy playing in front of this crowd, and I guess the better team will win.
You look so relaxed. They should be worried about how relaxed you are.
They should be.
Oh, yeah. That's what we want to hear. A great semi-final. They go through to play ENCE tomorrow. We will see them then. Put your hands together for Nico, G2.
There we go. G2 have came, they saw, and they conquered all in one day right here. It isn't the end of the run in Cologne, but damn, there was some conviction in walking over Astralis. Guys, good stuff all around for G2.
Yeah, absolutely impressive stuff from G2, and I think what we heard from Nico in the post-game interview on stage, I think that tells the whole story. We've been hearing that repeatedly from the G2 camp. They're just relaxed. Like, they're playing very calm, they're confident, they feel good as a team, and I think it shows on the server.
Yeah, it translates very well.
Definitely, they looked really good on both maps. I think they took full control at the second map. We spoke about Banana, spoke about the control on the T side. He completely came through. Astralis couldn't do anything, and it just brought it to an end.
Yeah, sorry, that really Mike got me that time. I ain't gonna lie to you. He's been running around here all day. He got me again. But yeah, this is a very much a testament, I think, as to the kind of brand Counter-Strike that G2's putting out. You know, that they're hard to stop, and obviously the Astralis aren't gonna do that.
I think their style is just, it's reliant on individuals, right? Like, they have a lot of freedom and they need to apply that pressure, and people can take a lot of space. I mean, how many times do you see Nico just keeps peeking B on Inferno, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you see Hunter try to sneak up mid. How much freedom